I can't pronounce that. Imre Lakotas tried to create a clear demarcation between science and non-science. In his task failing to Karl Popper.
Open mic.
Anyway, this is not really saying much here. Says in regard, the primary offenders Galileo's lifetime was René Descartes and his vortex theory. Each vortex comprised of vast numbers of colliding particles on a scale larger than the solar system. This vortex somehow led to mass and planetary rotation. Descartes' reasoning dominating the epoch between Galileo and Newton. In his earlier work, Thomas Kuhn describes this as follows. Descartes introduced a concept since which 17th century has greatly obscured the corpuscular bias of his science and cosmology. He made the universe full, but with matter that filled the Cartesian space was everywhere particulate in structure, and determining the behavior of his particulate plenum, Descartes made constant imaginative use of the word void, space. He used it first to determine the laws of motion and collision for individual particles, then to discover how these laws operated in the plenum. He ceased first to have imagined the particles swimming in a void where their inertial motions were punctuated by collisions, after which he gradually squeezed the void out of the system, bringing the particles closer and closer together until finally the collisions and inertial motions merged into one single process in the plenum. Man, I mean, I don't know what you're going to get from it, but
come in and defend your model, Earth is life. We'll see who rambles on. We'll see who's going to start double speaking lickety split.
I'm making egg drop soup. Apparently it's a Chinese recipe or Asian recipe.
That sounds good.
About it yesterday. Yeah, it's there's several ways of making it, but I'm making it with the vegetables to give it more body. But
I'm waiting on some ice cream. Oh man, I can't wait.
Okay, I should have bookmarked with the video I saw yesterday. I'm going to make it an Australian way, not the Chinese way. So. Tomato egg. They put tomato with it? Nah, that'd be shit.
Funny, check this out. It says in complete contrast to Chinese philosophy had already escaped domination by monistic singularity-based thinking in the 4th century AD, even though this embodied the only one popular philosophies they were all discarded. The philosophical trend is the Hu Xin school embodied in a dialogue involving a philosopher called Saya Chi, answering the questions of King Tan. Hold on here. So this is what the philosopher and the philosopher and the king had a conversation. The king says, King Tang, in the beginning were there already individual things? The philosopher Hais Chi. If there were no things, then how could there be any now? If later generations should pretend that there had been no things in our time, would they have been right? The king responds, Have things then know before and know after? Have things then know before and know after? So have things have no end, no before and no after. It says that the philosopher responds, he has the ends and the origins of things have no limit from which they begin. The origins of the one thing may be considered the end of another. The end of one may be considered the origins of the next. Who can distinguish accurately between these cycles? What lies beyond all things and before all events we cannot know? The king replies, "What about space? Are there limits to upwards and downwards, and to the 8 directions?" Hai Chai, the philosopher, says, he said he did not know, but on being pressed, he answered, "If they have none, there can be an infinitely great. If they have limits, there must be an indivisibility, in other words, small. How can we know? If beyond infinity there were to exist a non-infinity, if within the infinity divisible there would exist an indivisible, then infinity would be no infinity, and the infinity divisible would contain the indivisible. This is why I can understand the infinite and the infinitely divisible, but I cannot understand the finite and the indivisible." That was a conversation between a Chinese king and a Chinese philosopher.
Could you read that last? There are like 4 words in like pairs of 2. Can you read those again?
You're talking about his last response when the king asks him, "What
The
about space? Are there limits
the
upwards and downwards?"
yeah, just the last sentence you read about like finite and indivisible.
So it says, "How can we know if beyond infinity there were to exist a non-infinity? If within that the infinity divisible there would exist indivisible, then infinity would be no infinity, and the infinitely divisible would contain indivisible. This is why I can understand the infinite and the infinitely divisible, but I cannot understand the finite and the indivisible."
He can understand the infinite and infinitely divisible. Yeah. I mean,
It says here, this is why I can understand the infinite and the infinitely divisible, but I cannot understand the finite and the indivisible.
right. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Well, I'm learning here too. So the complete severance from Einstein's misconception is contained in the Hai-Si Chai's last words as he was forced to consider the issue of infinity consistently. He affirms the infinite universe and infinite indivisible matter as understandable, so categorically rejects the basis of modernity's finite, Big Bang universe and its realm of indivisible singularities, i.e., point particle atoms, black holes, quarks, gluons, inherently incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Joseph Needham, an Anglican, whose work revealed Hai Chai's words to the West, did not appreciate the implications. This is an odd outcome, given that he had argued with Einstein over the latter's definition of science deriving exclusively from ancient Greece, treating Chinese civilization as a pre-scientific until contacted by the West. This is an interesting one. It talks about the photon as a vortex. I never heard that described before. Anybody?
Is that Rene Descartes?
This says no. This says here when Bohum and Vigor suggested the vortex structure of an electron, they had to consider that the vortex particle itself, while roughly spherical, is not longitudinally bland, but may contain a concentration of matter asymmetric to the whole vortex, but located at or near its equator.
Koso, you're hot miking.
As a spin half particle, the electron vortex has magnetic poles around which fluidic content, the Madelung fluid, spins. Anyway, it just goes on. Schrodinger's equation implies the vortex structure to subatomic particles. Schrodinger himself avoided a physical interpretation adhering to the same mathematical dominance as Bohr and Heisenberg did, even though differing in the details. One's Johannes Stark discovered both the Doppler effect in the canal rays, then of the splitting of the spectral lines in the electrical field, for he won a Nobel Prize, took exception to the mathematical domination of physics, calling mathematics dominated physicists dogmatic, as he found out they present things as though theories and formulas present things as though their theories and formulae exhaustively covered the whole range of phenomenon treated by them. They can see no further problems in this field, and thought and inquiry are icebound in formulae. With these words, one might think that Stark had only the Bohr-Heisenberg-Copenhagen interpretation in mind, since the theory considers there is no physical reality underlying subatomic particles, just mathematics. As a pragmatic physicist, Stark considered that there is no such thing as classic physics or modern physics, but only physics. However, from the first decade to the 20th century, the dogmatic mathematician physicists, modern physicists, had gained ascendancy, and Einstein's embodying this mentality. As for Schrödinger, he obtained a final result first as a differential equation. He then asked what sort of physical significance the function that occurs in his equation may have. For this, he makes a suggestion according to which electron is arbitrarily smeared in a large spatial relation round about the atom, its nucleus. In characteristic fashion, however, other dogmatic physicists, Born, Jordan, Heisenberg, Sommerfeld, give to the Schrödinger function another dogmatic significance contrary to the fundamental laws of experience. They make the electron dance around the atom in a regular manner and allow it to act externally as though it was simultaneously present at every point round the atom or nucleus, which with a charge corresponding to the statistical duration of its sojourn at each point. Modern physicists like Schrödinger would never consider physical structure, posting mere mathematics and wave particle dualism instead. Hence, Stark, like Leonard, realized that subatomic particles spin half particle and to be vortices in order to explain fundamental findings like Planck's constant, embodying the angular momentum of the particle vortex. Similar considerations arise when considering the photon as a vortex. But as the photon is spinning, we have to understand the structure is more complex, possessing two different axes of motion. Its primary axis is the direction of motion, and more obvious for shorter wavelength photons. Its vortex motion, however, is a separate axis, and the axis is aligned variably with speed to the direction of motion. The phenomenon I'm almost done. This one sentence last.
Sure.
The phenomenon revealing this is called polarization. Stark visualized the nature of the two axes as a photon vortex. Thus, and then it concludes with this: the rational axis of the quantum vortex is to be distinguished from the axis of motion or direction. With the observation of absorption of the light vortex, the axis of the observer's line of sight at least closes the axis of direction. If the axis of direction of the light vortex is perpendicular to the rotational axis, so it appears to the observer as a linear polarized. If the rational axis of light vortex aligns with the axis of motion, it appears to the observer as circularly polarized.
Okay, I think that's enough of that for now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a big read. It's a big read.
It sounds like he's describing photon or light or whatever, this movement in a real similar way to Ken Wheeler, where he calls it like its motion or the path of its motion either like a three-dimensional S curve. I could describe that to you if you don't know what I mean. Or he sometimes he calls it like a coaxial circuit.
Yeah, I've heard him reference that, but I would have to have more visual aids to see the functionality of the claim, right? Because it's apparently observed. So
Well, how did you get a three-dimensional S curve out of what data was reading?
Well, a three-dimensional S curve, would basically be like a spiral staircase, right? And on a spiral staircase,
Yeah.
there'd be like two axes, right? Same as like a coaxial circuit. It's like, one, it's going, whichever direction you want, vertical, horizontal, right? But then, I mean, it can't just be described with one axis, because then there's also like a rotation. I mean, to me, it's the same. It's the same thing to me as a coaxial circuit, like co meaning like together. And I guess like the simplest form of that is two. So it takes two in order for something to be co at minimum, right? And so like a coaxial circuit, I mean, to me, that's the synonymous with a three-dimensional S curve.
what is the phenomenon that is observed when you invoke this S curve in 3D space? What is the phenomenon observed?
Well, if you've ever looked up like GIFs of electromagnetic radiation, you're gonna get two sine waves, and they're like labeled separately and color coordinated. One's red, one's blue. One's sideways, one's vertical, and they like crisscross each other. They don't like line up. They kind of trade like emphasis or whatever you want to call it, right? And one's labeled the electric wave, and one's labeled the magnetic wave. But that's like I don't know, really just talking about its polarization or something like that. And so, really, if I don't know, if you just highlighted, like if you combine their vectors, and it wasn't just one sine wave, like perpendicularly, like spliced into another, if you know what I mean, like, uh, and you just combine them and like highlighted some path of where like the combined strength of them was, then that coaxial, two sine waves traveling alongside but perpendicular to each other, would then be represented as a three-dimensional S curve. I can show you one of these. I got a GIF on hand if you want to see what I was talking about the two different sine waves.
Sure, throw it in the chat.
Cool. It'll be a minute, but I also wanted to direct your attention to a YouTube video from the One on One podcast. Just seemed like they were just reviewing. He has a series called the Occult Book Club, and they did this review of a book called Into the Secret Teachings of Descartes or whatever. I thought you might get a kick out of it if you feel like saving that for later. But I'll just interject when I find the GIF. It might be a minute though.
I just want to know what the phenomenon observed is, though. That's because it says it's based off an observed phenomenon. And what tool are we using to observe this phenomenon?
Good rockin'. What makes you think Einstein was the smartest man in the world? Name me why you believe that. Tell me. Because everything I hear from this man is sheer and utter nonsense. Made up fairy tales like a 7-year-old could make up. What makes you think Einstein is smart?
Well, applying his field equations to something like gas particles in a propane tank, and when they're
They're
heated
not
up,
his. They weren't his.
I know they claim Henry Poincaré. I know.
So next.
Wasn't his. The
Nothing.
tensor equations. The tensor equations aren't Einstein.
Nothing. I repeat, nothing that
Man, you
Einstein
just
is known for is his.
yeah.
Nothing.
You could say that, SE, and you can believe that if you want, but it's not quite right.
Research it. Name me one thing Einstein came up with. One thing. And I'll research it and I'll find it came from somebody else. I'll bet you anything. The guy was a made up wizard. They conjured him. They made the smart man Tesla dumb, made him marry a pigeon, and they made the absolute moron who his greatest feat was watching somebody fall from a building and watching and imagining how it would be like to travel at the speed of light, being a light beam. Like the guy was off his rockers on mushrooms or something. And they made him the smartest man. It's amazing.
That seems to be the inversion and the duality of the society we live in, right?
By the way, mushrooms put you on your rocker, not off your rocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he was on meth or something that does take you off your rocker.
Yeah, maybe I used the wrong chemical. Yeah, thank you. But seriously, he doesn't have anything. He hasn't invented anything. It's
What do you think
all
about
from somebody else.
the photoelectric effect, though? What do you think of that?
Even that, bro. I forgot who came up with it. Research it. Google it. You'll see somebody else came up
Well,
with it.
he apparently got a Nobel Prize for that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. But so did Marconi for the radio, and we know the true story behind that, right? So, yeah.
So I posted those gifts for you, Data. And I heard your question, and I don't have an answer to it.
What's observed? Yeah, fair enough. It is
Tesla
kind of
came
like
up with X-rays in 1897 or something. X-rays,
genius.
an actual invention. Tesla. Tesla came up with remote control in 1898 in New York Park. He had a boat in the water. He was running
Yep.
it with remote control. The crazy man that married a pigeon. That guy.
There's a European film done of his life story. You should watch it. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's not with Ethan Hawke. The new one. The new one sucks. This old one is probably shot like in the 90s or early 2000s. It's subtitled, I think, but or I don't know if it's subtitled. I can't remember, but it's a European film for sure, and it's a really good film about him, and the actor in it is great.
The guy was a genius, bro. Or the organization behind them. Some say they were a group of men. But regardless, everything. Next time you pick up a remote control and you turn on your TV or anything, think of Tesla. Next time you pick up the phone, think of Tesla. Next time you open the TV, Tesla. Your microwave oven, Tesla. Lights, Tesla. I could go on and on all day. Nothing to do with Einstein. Zero. I'll stop now.
It's interesting too, like watching some of those interviews, or I mean, some of the video of Einstein speaking. You know, when somebody has done a lot of work and they have a lot of knowledge and experience, there's a potency when they speak. You know, you can tell they're just drenched in knowledge and experience and so on. There's just that component of it. Now, I know they might say, okay, you know, English was not his first language. Okay, that's fair. Although that shouldn't really be a blockage necessarily. I mean, if he's this brilliant man, he should be able to learn English. Nonetheless, let's just say he didn't do a lot of, so there was partly that. But watching those videos of him, he literally looks like an actor reading a script. It's so bad. I mean, he just, there's no oomph behind what he's saying. There's no sense of knowledge and strength and potency of anything. Now, you can maybe say he's socially awkward. I understand some of the kind of arguments people might come up with, but it's just like a deadpan, just lack of integrity. It's like, literally looks like he's just an actor reading a script, and it almost looks like he's being forced to do it. Like, he doesn't look comfortable, and it would make sense. It would make sense if he had, various whatever, interrelations with some of these other powerful people that, who knows, maybe his life was threatened. Maybe he had to do this or that to play along with the game. Or it almost reminds me of the astronauts that claim to come to the moon. It's that same kind of somber script reading, very controlled speech kind of thing. So just that alone is a huge red flag for Einstein, the Einstein story.
Gio, are you telling me that if you went to the moon, you'd come back just fucking jumping up and down and high-fiving everybody and just like on a high forever?
Well, it's not that big of a deal.
No, you look like you came back from a mortuary, like a funeral. That's how you'd look like.
Yeah, I think that sounds more appropriate.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity,
what's so special about the greatest human accomplishment, right? I mean,
just out of curiosity,
same as any other.
What was their excuse for the somberness of them? Like, did anybody ever ask that back then and get a reply?
Yeah, they saw aliens. They encountered aliens on the opposite side of the moon, and they were freaked out.
Wouldn't it be proper that they went up high enough and realized the Earth was flat and wasn't a ball, and then they had to stick with the ball? Wouldn't that make them do that?
I mean, at least Buzz has an excuse. His mom just died like the week before.
To me, you know what it looked like? 3 honorable men serving their country for years, and then finally coming to the realization that they're going to have to lie and keep a big dark secret for the rest of their life. That's what it looked like to me.
But do you think one of the reasons too to be sad is if you go up high enough and you have to do some trickery because you realize at the altitude that you're limited to go at, it's not what you're expecting, right? Maybe you have expectations. Maybe when your boss tells you you're going to go on a trip, you're going to see something fantastic, you have this expectation. And then you have this expectation and it doesn't get fulfilled, and then you come back and you're like, I don't know how to make that work. Like your boss is telling you you're going to go do a job and you're going to get paid X amount of money, and then the job gets called short and you don't make the X amount of money.
Einstein, I think it was pretty much known that he was sort of socially awkward and uncomfortable public speaking.
He didn't know what the speed of sound was, left lane, when asked by a reporter.
Armstrong and most of them astronauts were pilots, and a lot of them flew the U-2. Like when Neil Armstrong described space as as a deep black, that's because he's been up there and he's seen it, and that is what it looks like. I mean, we know that now. We've got the altitude balloon footage, and it's a fucking eerie looking black because there ain't shit up there. It's fucking weird.
Here's the problem with that footage is that we have HDR technology. Let me know when you've seen HDR up at that level, because you haven't yet. They haven't shown you any HDR footage at that height.
What's your point? Is it going to be a different color black?
What's my point is maybe you should look at how HDR works, and when you recombine them, you have total range control over light, and you're overlaying the light so you can highlight the deepest black, highlight the deepest black, and highlight the brightest white.
I'm not arguing that, bro. I'm talking about that cutoff. It's pretty fucking. I mean, I know there's a little bit of graduation to it.
You didn't even acknowledge what I said. You still have not seen.
I'm not arguing with that, bro. This is the first thing I've said in 4 hours, bro, and you just immediately start shitting on me.
Nope, I'm not shitting it at all. I just said something to you that was really important.
I'm talking about cutting me off, bro. Like cutting my only fucking point, bro, and you just fucking shitting on it, cutting me off.
What I heard is that you were defending the Buzz Aldrin or
I'm not defending them. I'm not defending them at all, bro.
You're saying deep of black space, which is fine, but I'm just saying.
I'm not arguing with what you're saying, bro. I'm telling you, like what you're saying, I'm not arguing that because I've never seen it in like HD or any of that. So I'm not arguing that. I'm just making a point that cutoff up there, where it's blue from black, is pretty distinctive, man. I know it represents probably a mile or two, whatever, but it's a pretty fucking contrasted line, man, where the blue just turns to black, and them U2s can make it up there. From what I've heard, they easily make it up there, like 90,000 feet, 100,000 feet. So it's a chance he might have. Well, he absolutely seen, a little taste of it, and with his eyes, not even with a camera. They're one of the few people who do get to see what's going on up there in that type of definition. Because I don't think anything's better than the eyes. And Neil Armstrong, the way he described it, he might have be describing what he's seen in the U2. That was my whole point. Just putting that out there.
Are you saying the way you described it when he said that he didn't see any stars in cislunar space?
Exactly. And then the other astronauts say, they contradict themselves and shit. So, but a lot of them say
we can see the Magellanic Line.
That's what I see. That's how I would describe it. But that's only after seeing the footage.
I don't recall seeing any stars. No, me either. You can see the zodiacal light.
The Globers fight like hell over that, bro. They fucking literally try and say, like the latest one, they try and say that he's talking about while he was doing experiments, looking at the corona, and he literally specifies, saying on the daylight side of Earth, and then in the other interview, he literally specifies and says we couldn't see any stars in Sicily, the area between the Earth and the Moon, or anything on the daylight side of the Moon. And then Colin said, I don't remember seeing any, and he fucked up, bro, because he never even went on the Moon's surface. So he would have been their one excuse. He kills it because he was supposedly orbiting the Moon the whole time they were down there. So he should have. What else did he have to do? Look at the stars. That's the only thing he could have had to do in that little crammed up space for all that time. And you mean to tell me he don't remember seeing any stars? And then if they don't remember seeing any fucking stars, how did Buzz guide them in with stars? Like I thought that was their story.
Wasn't
like
there?
Use a slide
wasn't
rule.
There like a relay? Isn't the story that they had to make adjustments with a sextant and like communicate back to some lady on the ground doing the math by hand?
Here's how stupid that is, bro. If you think about it, their own infinite stars backfire on them. So no matter where you went in our solar system, according to their math and that distance, the angles wouldn't fucking change. So the only thing they have to go by is orientation. So the only thing they could use is ground-based orientation, in which they have deserted once they left the fucking orbit of Earth. So that I don't even see how that could work. And then I think Kosher said that maybe they used the planets or something. And I'm like, they're just changing the fucking story to suit the argument. It sounds like to me just excuses.
I'm not ready to be conclusive about that. I mean, if you can see the moon, I mean, that you have a certain orientation towards the moon, and you have a certain orientation towards other things. I don't know. I suppose there could be a fair argument made for that you can use celestial navigation to make redirection adjustments or whatever towards the moon. I don't know. I haven't thought it through completely, but it doesn't sound completely off the table.
The moon has, that's possible, I guess. But the moon has parallax, and it's constantly changing. You know, your orientation would literally be constantly changing, even if you weren't moving.
I guess that's the point, though. Not that I think it actually happened, but I think I think you need a supercomputer and some Google Lens technology to really do that precisely. But
yeah,
I'm not too concerned about
it. Or a great imagination, right?
Yeah, straight up, bro.
It's a cool story, man. I mean, I'll say this. I'll give them one thing, okay? What I've seen ain't fucking real. Okay, maybe they went. I don't think they have. I would bet just about everything I own against the fact that they have gone. But if they have gone, it ain't what they're showing us. You know, and why should I believe anything if they're showing us bullshit? But that's the only way they did go is if they have all this information and they're just showing us horse shit. Because what they're showing us is bullshit. And anybody with common sense and any type of discernment should be able to see right through that horrible fucking shit they show us. It's embarrassing. All right, Dad, I'm going back in hibernation, man. Sorry, bro. I was just fucking trying to get my little point out, man.
Well, I'm just saying,
any of you guys
there's the only
go
the only footage that I've seen so far that really is impressive as far as high altitude is the JT Nolan guy, I think. As far as balloon imaging or whatever we've been shown for high altitudes, I just know that there's better cameras out there that could clear up a lot of that noise, and we haven't really seen that footage just yet. I mean, Sundog is just basically what we got, right? You're talking about the Sundog videos. There's way better camera capabilities to capture at high altitudes, but we've never seen it yet.
How about the dog cam?
What did I call it?
Sundog. But that dog cam wasn't bad, man. It looked pretty good.
Is what I meant. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's all.
I've watched them all, bro. Every one I could find, I watched them in slow motion like 5 times each, forward and backwards, bro. I fucking really got ADHD in that shit, dude. I was fascinated by it, especially the one by me, the altitude balloon that was up over in the southeast, bro. I fucking watched that for Jesus Christ, probably 100 times.
Definitely wants you to get you into flying again, getting up that height if you can.
Have you guys seen the show and I start like the entire show of The Good Place? I'll take that as a no.
No, what's it about, man? I don't remember the titles too much.
Well, if you don't mind me spoiling the first episode for you guys, I mean, if anyone here doesn't want to hear a spoiler alert for the first episode of The Good Place, it starts off with the death of a human woman, and she wakes up in the afterlife, and it looks like an office lobby room. And a man opens a door, calls her in, and he says, "You, Ellen Shellstrop, have died. And yeah, that's a bummer. But good news, you're in the good place now. You know, welcome to the good place. And she's like, as opposed to, he's like, yes, as opposed to the bad place. And she's like, heaven? And he's like, we don't like to call it that because it's not the heaven that like most of you are thinking about while you're living on Earth. But for all intents and purposes, sure, you know, welcome to heaven. You know, we call it the good place. And that's what I mean. And then in a couple of minutes after that, she confesses or she confides in a fellow resident of the good place that she trusts. She's like, yo, you need to help me because I was a horrible person on life and there's been a mistake and I'm actually supposed to be in the bad place and there's probably someone with my same name where like the good Ellen went to hell and the bad Ellen, myself, went to heaven. There's been like a switcheroo. And but that's how it starts. So the whole show takes place in the afterlife, following our main character Ellen in the good place. But the reason I bring it up is I don't know who was here like oh boy, like 10 hours ago, right? When I was listening to you guys at work, but I was listening to Witsit talk about the afterlife with some people earlier today, and I think Jeremy was there, and they were talking about like Christian afterlife, and there's like, all right, he's like, well, one version is or like one option is like your soul, because Witsit was saying that he's like, I don't think that eternal torture happens. I think maybe your like essence is burned and then you're done. You're just over, you know, like there's nothing left of you. Maybe you go to a lake of fire and you burn for like a couple minutes, but then it's over. And then the other option, I think he sees it in two different ways. Either you get thrown into a fire, and he compared it to like a paper being set on fire. Yeah, it burns for a minute, but then there's nothing left of it afterwards to suffer. There's nothing to burn after it just, you know, withers away. And then the other option is eternal bliss in the presence of the creator. And the reason I brought up the good place is because they actually like tackle this subject really well. And the ultimate answer that they settle on, when they get to the good place, they find out that once you're there for like a million years, and you know, of course, in the good place, you can do anything, you can be anything, you can whatever comes to you at the snap of your fingers, right? And everyone just starts turning into like a mindless zombie, and they've lost the ability to even like feel pleasure anymore because they've gotten all the best things that they could ever experience, and nothing is stimulating after a million years because like nothing's new, nothing's exciting. And they solve this issue, but one of the ways they solve it is just by offering just a doorway you can walk through to just totally stop existing. And just the option makes everyone there feel more comfortable. It's like I'm gonna live in heaven. I'm gonna live in heaven for as long as I want to experience pleasure, and then when I'm done experiencing all the types of things I ever wished I could ever do and feel and experience, I'm not just gonna sit there bored because I've done it all. I'm just gonna end it and become nothing. And so they didn't, in the show, they don't see just a place of, you know, everything handed to you on a silver platter, the tastiest food, whatever, as like the final answer. They think that that's only temporarily like satisfactory, and that once even the best ever stuff ceases to satisfy you, then that's when it's time just to disappear. You've done everything you've come to do. You know, you've gotten everything you've wanted, and then you can just be done. And Witsit was holding those in like you know, one is awful, like, oh man, it would be the worst thing ever to not live forever and to just disappear. And the show goes for like a combination of the two. The show's saying like, no. You actually, yeah, sure, you want to go to heaven after you live your fucking suffering life on Earth. Yeah. You'll want to go to heaven. And the way the show handles it, it's like, okay, you live a life, and then you probably go to hell, like most people will, by the standards of the show. There's a tally point system. And it's like, okay. But then once you go to hell, hell is designed to torture you with all of the things that you are like most insecure about. And it's like a boot camp to actually like your life was what you made it, but we're gonna put you in hell into uncomfortable situations until you actually are forced to become the best version of yourself by constantly being confronted with like tests over and over again until you overcome them. And once you overcome those, then you can go on to the good place. And then once you've experienced all the joys and pleasures you've ever dreamt of in the good place, then it's time not to just sit there doing nothing forever after that point, but then it is time to just be done.
Hey man, I think man, I was breaking up a little bit. Can you repeat that? I'm just
Ah,
kidding.
very funny. Yeah. No, it's very funny.
That sounds pretty good. What's that on?
It's on Netflix.
Cool. I think I might
But I mean,
watch it.
I mean, have you ever thought about how
What is the show called?
it's called The Good Place? But have any of you guys ever thought about like the human nature to acclimate to whatever is common and normal around you? And how something pleasurable has to be extra good compared to what is normal. And so if you lived in if you retain any aspects of your humanity while in heaven, it'll just become normal. It won't be
But you
great
can't
and blissful. You'll just
you can't have
get used to
pleasure
it.
without you can't have pleasure without suffering, right? I mean, you got to understand suffering to understand pleasure, don't you? Or I don't know. I don't even want to get in
Right.
that
So
conversation. I listen to
I'm
that
just
shit
saying
earlier.
that's the problem with the idea of a human experiencing infinite bliss. It's like, well, then you're not human anymore because there's no such thing as a human who can experience infinite bliss in one single place that's like perfect because you'll just get used to it. And then it's just normal. It's not even like special anymore. It's just oh yeah, whatever. Another Monday, another Tuesday, another Thursday. I mean that's what happens to everyone in the show. They just get used to it and kind of bored. There's no challenge. There's no struggle. There's no overcoming. There's like, oh yeah, I want a milkshake, and here's a milkshake. This is the literally because literally I'm immortal, living forever in heaven, right? This is my trillionth milkshake, and every time it's my favorite flavor milkshake. Okay, so I've had my favorite milkshake a million times. It's really not that exciting anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you could see everything, if you could transcend time and shit like that, I mean, there's no limit to all the shit you could learn and experience, and much less. I mean, just with humans, much less every other damn thing here. And I don't know. I'd give it a shot. I'd like to see for myself.
Yeah. Everyone. Yeah, I mean, the show definitely says, like in its philosophy, yeah. I mean, it's the best place ever, but you wouldn't want to be there forever. It's like they said like why is a vacation so nice? It's because you know it's going to end someday. People who like say live in Hawaii, right? They're not fucking smiling their entire lives, right? Some tourist who goes there for a weekend, it might be so exciting the whole time. Someone who lives there, they're like, oh yeah, there's the beautiful mountains, there's the beautiful beach, there's the whatever, the beautiful plants, and and it's like, yeah, I wake up to this every morning. I wake up, stare at my window, there's the beach. Like they're just used to it. But someone who vacations there, they wake up, they see it, like, wow. Someone who lives there their whole life doesn't wake up every morning, look out of the ocean, and say, wow. They just say, yep. I mean, they don't even think a second thought about it and pay it no mind. Humans acclimate to what is common. Their standards adjust.
I live in the
Now,
paradise of Southern California, and I'm pretty happy about the weather almost all the time. So you're right, we
sure.
acclimate, but it's still like makes me very happy a lot of the time.
Well, I mean, some people have an aptitude for being like grateful, more than others. But that might change if you live a trillion years. You ever
Has
heard of you ever
95
heard of you ever heard of the stories where like someone's cursed with immortality? They're like, "Oh, I want to live forever," and they sign a deal with the devil to live forever, and then they regret it later. They're like, "Oh shit, I really want to die, but I can't."
Yeah.
What if things are getting better continually? So things are getting better and better the whole time.
That would be a solution, but could they ever is the question. Could things just keep on getting better and better?
Yes.
It's yeah. I think you could convince yourself to see it that way.
I mean, there
95
just as
degrees
an
here
example.
in Jacksonville, Florida, man. It ain't rained in like about, dude. Usually when it's this hot, every day afternoon showers. At some point in the day, it's gonna. There's a couple of weird spots in town, like sandy spots. It's weird that don't get it, but most everywhere in town and around, when it gets this hot, you're gonna get an afternoon shower. It's gonna pass by, and one of them's gonna hit you, dude, at some point in the day and cool things down, and then it gets hot again. But it does keep things in check. But it's been like about a week, and it just starts getting hotter and hotter, dude. And I ain't, usually I can predict the summers. Every now and then we get just a dry summer, and it's so fucking hot, dude. It happens about every dozen years or so. I don't know exactly, but I think this is going to be one of them years. And that's when the phone starts ringing. That's when everybody wants so much shit done. Is right when it gets 90 degrees. Sure enough, it was a hot bitch today, man.
Move to Southern California. It's 69 degrees right now.
Yeah,
That doesn't even
surprising.
make sense, man. What's the latitude there?
About 34. It's because we have the
That-
Pacific Ocean,
Wow.
which is very cold.
Yeah, that's about right, dude. If you look at the planting schedule, like I think our planting schedule lines up with fucking like Oregon and shit, or like it wraps around the bottom and up the left side or something. It's weird. Like if you look at the planting schedule for different vegetables and shit, it doesn't make sense, bro. If the United States is laid out the way they claim, it doesn't make any kind of sense.
You're going to get wet tonight, buddy.
It's too late now. The sun's down. But yeah.
No,
Hey,
there's a storm rolling in, a front rolling in from the west, coming up behind you there.
Good.
Hey Matthew, would you live like if you could just freeze your like body in maturity right now? Would you choose to like just live forever in your current state if someone offered that to you somehow?
Yes.
So your interest in living as you live now and seeing what happens on the earthly plane exceeds your desire to die and see what happens after?
Oh,
'Cause
no, I'm saying that I want to live forever, and I do think that I will live forever.
yeah, but you have to
I
live forever on Earth, is what I'm saying. Like living on ever for Earth exceeds your desire to die. Like you're not looking forward to, not that there's any rushing it. I'm not saying like, I wouldn't advise anyone to rush it, right? But like you have no excitement for
Oh, I thought
for
you were
death.
talking about living forever versus like sort of experiencing eternal death. And so
What he's trying to say, Matthew, is that if you were immortal, life would become meaningless. The only reason life has value is because we're going to lose it one day.
I hear what you're saying, but I think
I'm not
life
making
gets
that
better and better.
I'm not making that position so strongly. I am trying to come at it more openly than that. But I mean, I guess you may have revealed there like your opinion of what happens, with death, because you said eternal death, right? And I mean, what does that mean to you? I mean, I know it's only your opinion. None of us know.
I thought you were asking whether I'd live in my current body forever or experience annihilation, and that's what
No.
was saying.
No. Like just death as we all have seen it in our loved ones around us. Like, people die, right?
Oh, okay. So in
like
that
you,
case, yeah, I'm fine with dying because I think that there's eternal life afterwards.
okay. I mean, okay. So in your opinion, I'm not saying I wasn't expecting this, but so what's your answer now when weighing those two together? Would you rather be immortal on Earth or die and go to where you think you're heading?
Die and go to where I think I'm headed.
Okay, so your answer is no, then the way I originally asked it. If I asked you if I could offer you to just freeze your maturity and make you immortal in your current state here on Earth, you'd turn it down.
Right. Yeah, I didn't understand what alternative you were putting that against, but
Yeah, just
now,
death as we all know it, whatever you think about it. So you'd turn down immortality. Fascinating.
well, because I think that
I'd agree.
because I think that I am immortal already.
Right on, my brother. Right on. We don't share the same opinion of the afterlife, but we still feel the same way about answering that question.
What's your current thoughts about afterlife and the death?
Actually, I have to agree with Matthew on that one. Good job, Matthew.
I have a few favorites. But when you say like, what are your thoughts on that? It's like an oh boy sort of thing. Like I have so many thoughts, and none of them completely outweigh the others. You know, so I'm not gonna go list them all. In fact, I'm probably just not even gonna really be specific about any of them because I don't know. I don't know. I have a few. I have some ideas. I've actually have like hundreds of ideas, but I don't know which one is most likely. But you can see where I'm coming from, where I still would make the same choice as you. That I want to know if any of them are what will happen, or if it'll be something else, or I'll risk it that there's nothing. I don't care. Like my curiosity outweighs my desire for immortality. You know what I mean? Like I want to know what happens more than I wish to just stay here forever.
Yeah, well, I will tell you, it's very comforting and peaceful to know what's going to happen to me after I die. It's a great source of comfort and solace to me, I would say.
I I don't even know if I should say this because I'm sure you
And
don't
that's
give
what
a
you can get from religion is peace of mind,
the no,
right, Matthew?
Right.
the
Yeah, don't
knowing
worry
that.
about ruining my belief system or something. Go ahead and say it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. It's just I don't even like. I don't think I need to say what I'm about to say because it'll be nothing new to you, but just like I don't take you seriously at all when you say you know. Like I know what's gonna happen when I die. It's like I can't take one bit of that seriously
Oh,
coming
would it be
from you.
better if I say I have a strong belief based on evidence and my thoughts on life, or how would you rather have me phrase it?
You can stop it. I believe, I think, whatever, or we can just stop at you just saying, um, exactly what you said. Like I said, there's no point in what I said. Like we could have stopped there. I'm gonna feel the same way either way, because I know where you're coming from, right? And nothing you say is gonna change my mind, and it's all good. Like there's no problem here. You know what I mean? People think what they think.
I would say that if you find the source of all truth, you could actually yourself come to the knowledge of what's going to happen after you die.
That sounds rational, assuming that's an option. Sure. If you found the truth, you would have the answers. I think those go hand in hand. Yeah.
Well, I recommend keep looking then.
I love looking, dude. I love looking for it. But I think that line from the Dark Knight applies in my philosophy. It's where like I'm just a dog chasing down the mailman truck. I wouldn't know what to do with him if I fucking got a hold of him. It's like it's. I mean, it's the same thing about getting to the good place. It's like, oh, geez, I was chasing after this, but now that I'm here, I'm kind of just bored of it after a little while.
Well, I would be bored of that vision of the afterlife also.
I met an
You know,
old
that's
dude
right.
who lived with his wife. He was married for like 50 years or something. His wife passes, and he says the only reason I have for a living is the only thing what I have to look forward to is what he said. I can be with my wife, you know, in the afterlife, and that gives him a great sense of whatever it gives him to get by, and that has value by itself.
I always encourage people to have a dream and chase after it, but I always recommend your dream to be something beyond the possibility of ever grasping it, or else it's just not a worthwhile dream, in my opinion.
And I saw that
Like,
show, The Good Place, and I wasn't very impressed by it. It wasn't. I don't think it was very funny. I think it was kind of weak by the points, but I don't remember.
it's pretty
You
slow.
probably remember it
I'll
better
give you
than
that.
me, but it takes time to build up. I watched like 3 or 4 episodes. I
It
was not
does.
really.
Yeah, there's a crazy plot twist at the end of the first season, I suppose. So I if you haven't finished the first season, I can understand if you don't
How
like
many
it.
seasons are we talking about?
I think there's 6.
Okay, so did someone go to hell, or did someone that was supposed to be in hell go to heaven? Is that right? I'm trying to remember.
Both.
Okay, so my
But
question to you
you
is
wouldn't know that until the end of the first season, though.
was the person that was supposed to be in hell and went to heaven? That was legit, right?
The main character is a horrible person who ended up in the good place. But I'll
Yeah.
tell you, I mean, there's plot twists and all sorts of twists and turns that'll totally mind fuck you if you really continue watching that show past the first couple seasons. And it just gets better and better. But I can understand if like it was boring or slow to begin with, because I mean it is, to be honest. But it's worth it if you stick with it. Or maybe it's just not for you. I mean, maybe it's not your style
Godric's
of
got a
comedy.
weird taste in movies, man. Like in my opinion, anyway, because I've got my own taste. But like he recommended a movie. It's like Don't Fuck with Cats or some shit. And dude, I was like tried to watch it. I was like, I always take anybody recommends something. Like I'm gonna check out The Good Place or whatever. But the Don't Fuck with Cats, I was like, oh my god, dude, I literally tried to watch it, and I
You're
watched
funny, bro. You're funny.
damn near all of it, dude. It was just like. I just didn't like it, bro. I got a different taste in movies. That's all. It was strange.
That wasn't the movie. The movie was Don't Let Cats Fuck You. That was the movie.
No, dude.
You watched a different
I'm
movie,
bit.
bro.
What? Are you, dude? Are you
You
shooting
watched a different
shit?
title, bro.
Are you? I had to go back and find where you said because I forgot what you said, and I was wanting to watch something. Sleep and shit. I went back and rewound it and watched what you
I hope you're
said.
being funny and didn't get me mixed up
Yeah,
with
maybe
somebody else
I
that
thought you was
recommended a
being funny.
movie.
Maybe I'm wrong, Bear. Maybe I'm wrong. Possible, but
I never recommended a movie like that, bro.
bro, you literally explained
Got
it.
me
You said in
laughing
the
though.
hold on. In the begin, you even fucking explained it, Godric. You said in the beginning, the dude kills cats. It shows. You said it's kind of eerie. It's got to get past it. You said you didn't want to spoil it, but in the first episode, you get past it, you can stomach them killing the cats and shit. And it gets better. You literally described it, bro. How it took place. Are you like? Are
So
you fucking with me,
if you're
bro?
not pulling my leg, bro, if you're not pulling my leg, then I'm gonna say that this has happened to me my whole life. People have mistaken me for somebody else.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
weird.
possible. That's possible. I might be mistaking you with somebody else. But wait, what's the movie that you said that you did recommend? So I can watch that.
I didn't recommend a movie to you, bro, unless it was one of my
Okay,
greats,
okay. So you
and
was
that
fucking with me
wasn't it.
about fucking cats. That didn't sound right. Okay, good. All right, so I'm
I
not
thought
losing.
I thought you were pulling my leg, bro.
Well, you were in there, man. You were talking about that night, and then everybody dropped. It was just me and you. I thought, but yeah, maybe it was somebody else. I mean, if you don't remember it, but But wasn't you there? Don't you remember somebody saying that shit about the cats? About the not
No,
about don't.
bro, I don't, man. Are
Okay,
you?
I'm
Do you take
mistaken.
medication on a daily basis?
Bro, you ain't gotta be a dick about it. No, I don't.
I'm just playing with you, bro.
But of course, I'm gonna go back and find it again, and find out who
You're gonna
I'm
have to do that.
been
You're gonna have to
mistaken.
do that.
I'm
Was it
gonna
in
find out who
text?
I'm mistaking you for, and see if I'm the only one doing
Was
that.
it in text or was it in VC?
In Discord and chat. I thought you were
But it's
there, man. I
VC
thought
or text.
it was talk like we're doing now.
I don't know how you're gonna find it, but no, that wasn't me, bro.
Okay, I'll take
Anyways,
your word
back to
for it.
what I was trying to say is this kind of afterlife reality, this afterlife experience. It's tough to say because we're coming from a world we have like a dimension of Earth. We have a life. We're immortal. Stuff happens to us, and then we're going into a spiritual place, which is a different dimension that way. So we don't really know the effect of what that's going to be. We can imagine, but we probably are going to be wrong about exactly what we imagine. When you say immortality we get born or paradise we get born, it just depends on, you know, the actual reality. You may think that it may get born, but in theory you can have a paradise, like a utopia type life, and it doesn't have to get stale. Though, you know, with our mentality on Earth, right, we take that paradise, that heaven, and that's why a lot of people are turned off to Christianity, for example. They don't get that they can be in heaven. They don't understand that, and they don't get hell either. You know, so it's just like in reality we don't know because we're just we're just guessing about what that can really be. Like, what is that? What is um, eternal mean? Anyways, because how long is that? We don't know how long that is. It's kind of like an idea. Right? Funny had some good points, you know. But you know, if you have this paradise, right, it would just get boring after a while. You would want to do something else, right? Sure. And we just killed the chat.
In the face of all this evidence, why do you guys persist on believing?
See, SA doesn't like religion because he can't understand it. SC, did I say right? Right, SC?
Say it again?
Is it S? Is it SC? You're Montreal,
Yeah,
right?
SE. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I said you don't like religion because you can't understand it. I said, isn't that right? Because you think about stuff like science and stuff, like you touch and feel, and that's it, right?
No, it's not that I don't like religion. I just say it like it is, and people get offended.
Well, you have to consider like there's a physical and there's a spiritual, right? the physical world you can measure and touch and feel. There's the spiritual side of the world where it's God, is by definition beyond the boundaries of science, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
So yeah, it does take belief, it does take faith, and it does take imagination. But a lot of it is intertwined with our personal experiences, right? So people will tell you they experience God, they experience miracles, they experience stuff that makes no sense except for the supernatural person that loves me. You can't deny or reject those personal experiences, because really that's all we have in life is our personal experiences. The
Oh, yeah,
science,
I've had supernatural
science won't
experiences myself.
actually. Give me 1 second. Science won't actually allow for personal experience because they can't be proven on the whole. It's just something that we experience personally. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not denying that supernatural experiences. I had a few myself, as a matter of fact. I don't deny that at all. It's when somebody thinks they know,
Can you share your experience
like
with us,
they
one of them?
think they know.
Maybe there's a
Sorry.
misunderstanding happening here about ST's philosophy. I mean, why instead of
I think
making
so.
a claim, why don't you just like make a clarifying question here? Or if you think you know where he's heading towards, I mean, why do you think there's a misunderstanding here? I think Godric said like you have a problem with religion. Is that fair enough? Or
He doesn't do the afterlife. He explains
Yeah.
to us many times. He doesn't do God because it's not provable. That's his whole point.
but what does that imply? I mean, maybe you're taking things too
I'm
far
just
here.
saying the spiritual God is not a provable thing. It's something you have to come to yourself. It's not a black and white science test that you can do. Something you have to come to yourself.
But do you have to choose? Can you entertain more than one option as possibilities without just choosing one and rejecting the other? Can you just stay in the lobby saying, "I'll never know, but these are my two favorite options that I wouldn't mind if either one is true"?
I think Godric misunderstood my point, but if he was talking about a few days now that we've been talking, I was talking about benevolence of the Creator, of God. That's what we were really talking about. The
Yeah.
lion.
Well,
This
let
is
me try. Let me
Yeah.
try.
this
Okay, let me try.
we
So
were talking about this morning. Go
God
ahead,
is
Roger.
good. God is good. So now your point is what?
My point is there's no evidence of a benevolent God. Quite the contrary. Or at best, different.
I'd make a slight adjustment to that, and you just kind of did. I'd say just as much. You know what I mean? Like just as benevolent as malevolent.
I would say beauty is a strong evidence
Yeah, I
that
can
God
go
is
with that.
benevolent.
Yeah. Sorry, I clipped you, I think, there.
Yeah, I would suggest that the existence of beauty is some evidence that there's a benevolent creator.
And ugliness?
And ugliness may be a symptom of something else, but so yes, both ugliness and beauty exist.
Hang on, let me step in. The ugliness makes the beauty happen, right? Without the contrast,
and the beauty makes the ugly.
without
Yeah,
the
that's
contrast, there's
right.
no,
There's
So we have beauty as something we can value. Though we're gonna have to have ugly to have beauty. It doesn't make sense without it, correct?
Yeah, they come hand in hand.
right.
They're
Yeah.
Siamese twins, and neither one seems to be like the lead star. I
So
would
like,
put them on equal terms.
so let me push back with this. So The story goes that God made Adam, and He said it was good. He made the creature. He
That's
made
one story.
the animals. It's good. Eve. He said it was good. So there's really, it comes down to what your perception is. There's two ways to look at life, right? You can look at it as the beauty, the value, the experience, which is all good, or you can look at it with all. You can look at all the problems, right, and say it's bad. So it really has to do with your perception, not what actually is.
Not the way that story goes. No. I mean, in that story, I mean, here's one of the first red flags people should pick up on. Before humans, or maybe the day after, I don't know which one comes first. There's literally a tree of good and evil, and so God made evil before any Adam or Eve made any mistake or whatever. Like God had already invented evil. There's
But
literally a tree defined
don't worry
by it.
about the time frame. Remember, we discussed
Sure,
you can't have
let's
the
not worry about
beauty
the time.
without the ugly. So you have to have evil to
Yeah,
have
but
for good to be potent. You have to have evil.
who
If
introduced
everything
evil
was
into the
good,
Garden
listen.
of Eden?
If
God
everything
did.
was
He
good,
made an
hang on.
evil tree.
If everything was good, nothing would be right. You have to have evil so you can identify good. Contrast.
Sure, here. Yeah. I mean, that's the
Here,
name of the
exactly.
game, you know?
In our life, in this world we live in, you can't have good without the contrast of evil. You can't have evil without the contrast of good. So your mistake is to think that there's a reality that's better than this one, maybe without evil, for example. But then you wouldn't have a good either, would you?
Let me ask you a question about yourself. It's not too personal. Just something that I think everyone can relate to. Have you ever like bought someone a present and just wished for their happiness, or even met a stranger who walked up and you said, "Man, I'm going to a job interview," and from the bottom of your heart you said, "I really hope he gets that job. It would make me happy if he got what he needed to, chase his, to be happy himself," right? You've had these like altruistic, selfless thoughts for others. I think everyone has, right?
Yes, but I would say family and friends,
Goodwill
not
towards
a love on the
others.
street.
Yeah, just goodwill towards others, just selfless love for
Yeah, like I
humanity
could,
or someone else, right?
I would pray. Like if somebody told me their kid was sick, I would say a prayer for their kid.
But where
Okay,
did his
so
ego? Where did his ego in the combo? He was. I thought he was. I've kind of lost
I don't
SE.
know.
What's your? Yeah, I don't know.
I had something else to say. Do we want to chase down SE or something, or can I continue?
Well,
Finish your
I
point,
thought
Funny.
that SE was part of the combo to start with, and now he's gone. So I don't know.
He might be gone. Anyways, Godric, I know you've had those really nice thoughts for loved ones and also maybe strangers, right?
Honestly, I
And
wouldn't say strangers. I would just say people people I know. To be real.
okay. Well, I don't know. I've had wishful thoughts for people I met on the subway or whatever. But whatever. If you haven't, that's fine, I guess. But then on the flip side, right? Have you and let's be honest here. None of us are fucking perfect. We all get frustrated. Uh, has someone ever wronged you so much that you have like wish them harm or desire harm come to them? Like fuck that dude. I hope he fucking
Yes,
gets in a car accident, right?
absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
so you are a person of
Godric knows
light
his
and
patience.
shadow, right? You got these altruistic, positive, nice, loving thoughts. You have, to put it simply, hateful thoughts towards others, and if if your will be done, if your emotional state, if your psyche were reflected onto a universe designed after your consciousness, that would be a world. If there was a world, reflective of your consciousness, it would be a world of good things happening to some people and bad things happening to other people, because that would be
Hang
your
on, let me
wishes.
stop you there.
You'd say,
Actually, that
you'd say
wouldn't
that
happen.
no, you
Actually,
know
that
no
wouldn't happen.
You'd say that guy gets in a car accident, bad thing
When you
happens to him.
say
That person gets a promotion, good things happen to him.
when you
And
say
that's
a
exactly what
world,
we see happening.
when you say a world where good and bad things happen, that would be something like Almighty God. Like, let's just be real. If you designed the world, if I designed the world, it would be destroyed and it would be nothing. It would be just
No, no,
obliterated.
no, I'm not.
The
I'm not
moment that
saying you.
we had a
I'm not
suicidal
saying
thought,
anyone's
you'd be
designing the
dead.
world. I'm not saying anyone's
Bro, you
designing the
wouldn't
world.
survive 10 minutes, bro. You wouldn't survive 10 minutes and it would be
What
gone.
I mean, I was trying to make a point, but what are you talking about? Go ahead and tell me.
Talk about that. We have ideas and stuff, and we get angry, and that moment that manifested, it would destroy something. You know, like
Yeah,
the moment
things
that
get destroyed.
when you were fighting with your brother, when you evil thought could have killed him, and the same thing for yourself. If you ever had a suicidal thought, or ever had a negative thought, I don't like these people, I don't like this thing, it would be all destroyed. So you wouldn't be able to maintain a world where both good and bad things happen if you had all the power. Is what I'm saying. Only a God
No,
can
I'm
do
not.
that.
No, I'm not trying to compare this to Bruce Almighty, where there's some guy walking around who
Hang on a
can do
second. Hang on a
whatever he
second. Wait,
wants.
wait. Bruce Almighty is a good point. He couldn't perform like God, right? He had to like mess up some people. He had to like get his girl back. He had to use his God powers, right? So he was a far cry from God, correct? Just kind of like how we would be. We wouldn't be
No,
perfect,
no,
so we would
he
make up.
wasn't a far cry from God, although he was a little bit extra
He was
selfish, but
he
in
was selfish.
the yeah, I mean, that was his flaw. Yeah, yeah. He was overly
Dude,
selfish
he made everybody
the
win the
way he used
lotto, and
his
they won
power.
like $1.50.
But that's because he knew he had the power, right? And so he knew he had it. But what I'm saying, I'm not putting you in the position of Bruce Almighty, which is my point. I'm just saying on a daily basis, you have thoughts that are positive towards others. You have thoughts that are hateful or negative towards others. And if your will be done on earth, I'm not saying in a specific sense, like to that person exactly. I'm just saying the world that would be reflective of your psyche would be a world where, things go well for some people and good things happen to some people. And some people, they're shit out of luck and they get T-boned, right, in a car accident. And that's exactly what we see happening, you know. And someone's hot micing. I'm just saying, if God's will be done, he just seems like a typical dude who has positive will towards people and hateful will towards people. Some person gets
I just
screwed, some person gets blessed.
somebody's ricocheting your voice back. Man,
I think you
I hear
totally missed what
myself.
I said, bro. Bundy. You didn't hear what I said at all.
Echo.
Anyone know who was hot mic in there?
I think that
It's
fixed
the
it.
percent thing at the top.
Might have been me.
I just think that if there's like a sentience or a consciousness whose will be done on earth, it doesn't seem like a completely loving, perfect goodness, overlord. Seems something very relatable to the average person.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
Seems like the average Joe is in control. I mean, and that, I mean, I'm saying like no free will, like his will be done. Like what his will is how the universe goes and operates. Yeah, it seems like just some dude with a whole variety of emotions. A little bit of malice, a little bit of love, jealousy. I mean, what doesn't happen here? It all happens here, just like it all happens inside of you.
See, you're operating on a fallacy. You're taking what you have, and you're saying that you can make it
Oh
better,
no,
or you're indicating you can make it better.
I mean,
But how could you make it
I'm
better?
good. I'm good. I'm blessed. I just know other people aren't as blessed as I am. you know, and I understand that. I recognize that some people are getting screwed over right now. Some dude's getting his like fucking toes dipped in lava, you know, right now. It's like, oh, that sucks for him. I'm sitting comfy, but that, I mean, no doubt, someone's getting tortured right now. Why is someone getting tortured now?
Again, you have to have the
Does
bad to
does that
appreciate
does
the
any
good, right?
does anything happen outside of God's will? Is anything that happens not allowed to happen? I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, God's will, we have free will, right? So we can do what we want, right? Regardless of what we think God will, correct?
I mean,
Like,
I'll listen to you.
can't we perform evil if we want to? And can we perform good if we want to, right? You see that
I mean,
guy that dipped his toes in lava, right? You can either help him or you can just push him in completely. What are you going to do? It's about free will.
if I'm the guy getting tortured, who's gonna come help me? To be honest,
The
man, to be honest, my real opinions are very different from kind of the character I'm playing right now.
Again, you have to have the good. You have to have the bad to validate the good. You need a balance in just about everything. Everybody has
I
an
So,
mean,
easy
guys,
life.
do you get offended when you hear people questioning, I don't know, the Bible or religion in general? Or does that offend you in any way?
No, but I like to have a discussion. I like to make the argument. If that's okay with you. And that's why
I'm
we come in here
sorry.
to discuss stuff, to commence, right, our ideas.
Yeah, I didn't say anything because the way you asked me the question, right?
Yeah,
It's
where did
like
you
you
go? You left and now you're back.
accused me,
So
sort of. Yeah, I had to do something. Yeah, if that's okay
welcome
with
back.
you.
Welcome back. And were you going to answer a point?
What would you like to discuss?
We talked about religion. I talked about, how do you prove that? It's not about, see, when you say proof, right? We think in our minds to be like a scientific experiment. Like if I drop the chemical in the water and it'll react to the water, right? And it'll react to the water every time. We get three people lined up and then we drop the chemical in water and that's a proof. That's a scientific proof, right? But life isn't about scientific proof. Life is about living life, having an experience. And science hasn't the capacity to handle that. And that's where God comes in, all the spiritual, all the stuff that you don't believe in.
That I don't
I believe
believe
in
in, the
Zeus.
spiritual stuff that I don't believe in. Like you're just making
Yeah.
allegations there, bro.
Yeah, did I say something wrong?
Yeah. Well, you said all the spiritual stuff that I don't believe in. How do you know what I believe in? Have you ever spoken with me?
I just made my point. Now, are you going to return?
I just returned. You didn't see the ball fly by you?
Yeah, I know about you because I've been hearing you for like over 3 years.
You want me to
So
lay
you know
down?
about me. Okay, so this is a personal thing. Got it. Okay. So tell me, what is it that you don't like?
Bro, it has nothing to do with what I don't like. I'm just we're having a discussion. You're on one side, I'm on the other side. I'm telling you this stuff that you don't believe in. You don't allow for it. So by default, you don't allow yourself to experience that. You don't allow yourself to believe in it. That's your choice.
What don't I believe, in your opinion?
God.
I believe in that.
That God is good.
That I don't believe, yes. That bothers you, right? Because you believe God is good.
It doesn't bother me, but it causes poor discussion. Yes,
Benevolent.
I believe
I
that
didn't
God is good. Yes.
actually the term. Okay, good on you. And the way I see it, I don't see any benevolence in the part of God, the Creator. So where does that leave us? You're angry at me for
I'm
having
not.
that
I'm
belief.
not angry at
Correct?
you, bro. Trust me. I'd rather talk to you in this
S
Discord
S
than not
S
talk to
S
you.
C man, I want to just say to SE real quick. You said you don't see any benevolence, but I thought you said something in agreement with me earlier when I said, but don't you see as much benevolence as you see malevolence, or even like 60-40 or 70-30, like none at all, or just to a lesser
Yeah,
degree
that's
or an
fair
equal
enough.
degree?
Yeah, yeah. I'll backtrack on that. Yeah, there's some.
Okay.
He's right about that.
Okay,
I
because
can't
you
be
know,
like that.
flowers smell
Yeah,
good,
yeah. No,
sex is
you're right. You're right.
pleasurable, stuff like that, right? Women are
Yeah,
beautiful,
yeah.
the sky is amazing, all that, right? But then I
Fair enough.
get you on the other side. The opposite exists as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be hypocritical of me not to agree with that. Absolutely. Yep. You're
But
100% correct. There's
it's
like
not all
a
sunshine and rainbows, though.
50-50. If not more bad than good, but yeah, I'll agree with that.
Well, I mean, I mean, honestly, it might be more bad than good. I heard, I think it was actually Eric Dubay say this the other day. He said, um, if I offered you the choice to experience 1 hour of the most pleasurable experience you could ever imagine, and in exchange or as a part of the deal, after you experience the 1 hour of the most pleasurable experience ever, you get to be tortured in the most horrible, horrific, painful, most torturous hour afterwards. And we say, would you take that deal? And then he said, would you take the deal if you got an hour of the most pleasurable experience, and then of course you just continue your life afterwards, you know, you go through this for the 2 hours or whatever. He shrank it. He said, would you even take the offer of, I'm gonna let you have the most pleasurable experience ever for an hour, and I'll only torture you with the most painful, most fucking, disgusting, horrific torture for just 10 minutes? Would you take that deal? I think when you really think about it, you wouldn't. That an hour of the ultimate pleasure isn't worth uh you know 10 minutes of the worst torture. And that says something about the potency of evil in this world. Like, it has more power. An hour of torture is like more powerful than an hour of pleasure.
I like the earlier one that somebody said. What was it? Immortality on Earth,
Versus
or
immortality in heaven.
yeah, whatever that is. Yeah, and what do you think the logical? Because I heard a lot of people, and I thought about it myself now. What do you think the logical,
I see
or
no difference,
is there a
really.
logical? I don't know.
I, I
Yeah,
I think heaven itself is illogical, because my message to everyone, uh if I would just like to address the essence of my philosophy, uh not that I don't have other ones that I enter at the same time, but well, the essence of one of my philosophies is that this is the place, and this is the only place that things happen. Like, I don't think that there's anywhere else where anything is going on. I think this is the place, this is where things happen, this is the place where things go on, and people do things, and anything at all ever happens. I'm not saying it's not connected to things beyond it, but I wouldn't call those things places that you can be and do anything. This is where things do, this is where things be. This is not the only thing, but I think outside of here is kind of frozen in place. Like, this is the place of dynamics. This is where you can live. I think you can go live in heaven, but you'd have to be like frozen. Nothing would change. Just like permanent, unchanging goodness. It's like, okay, I mean, I feel like if I died here, went to heaven, and I was just stuck there in a permanent state of bliss, I'd probably turn to God and say like, "Hey, man, you mind sending me back down to Earth where like I can do things? I mean, I could just stay here doing nothing, literally frozen in place."
Why do you
Or
assume
like
that
heaven.
heaven will have the same like time as we have? Why do you assume it'll be temporal?
no, that's the point. I don't think it is. I think that this is the place where time and space and action and change and all that occurs. I don't think any of the qualities of Earth are exist anywhere else.
Okay, then how can it possibly get old?
Right.
If there's
It
no
couldn't be new. It couldn't be
moments,
old.
if you're not
It's
experiencing,
nothing.
let me rephrase. If you're not experiencing moments passing, if it's like this eternal bliss wherein it's not like moments passing experiences and stuff like that, then why do you assume that it'll get old?
Well, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine it. I don't is the answer to your question. Like when I was describing that before, I ended it with saying this isn't actually like the thoughts I have. I'm just like saying these things for the sake of conversation from a specific standpoint. Not that they're mine, just one I want to speak upon. Uh, but then I clarified just now, like some of my more truer feelings, like the Earth realm, I think, is the place where things happen, and that there's other places, but they're not like the whole idea of like being there, existing, things happening, feeling, even bliss. I think bliss is an aspect of here reality. I don't even think bliss exists outside of here. I think that's kind of a joke. Like, go ahead, man.
That's tough. Well, I mean, it's like I disagree. It's just that's kind of it's a sad way of thinking about it.
I don't see any sadness about it. This is the place where all things are available. But I think it, like Godric was saying, like it takes both to be present for anything to occur, for there to be anything outside of this place. I think are sort of transcendental, like stillnesses, where it's like as soon as you get there, I'd imagine I don't know, some sort of willpower just says, well, I could be nothing or I could do something. And I'd rather, I'd imagine you just go return back to, I mean, right back here. Well, I wouldn't, but like, you might think that sounds a little like dissatisfactory or like trapped. It's like, no, you can leave, but, I mean, you're probably gonna just sign yourself back up to come right back. Because do you want to do something, or you could just eternally rest? Like I said, I agree with the show The Good Place. I have no problem with someone becoming nothing. Because yeah, you had your time. You do what you want to do, and then when you're done, I have no issue with someone being done. There's maybe like this putting on a pedestal of immortality that a lot of people worship because they're so attached to this reality. Like, oh, I want to be immortal. It's like, well, whoever told you that immortality is such a great thing? Whoever told you God is perfect, and whoever told you that the greatest achievement is to become immortal? I think you guys have been brainwashed if those are your two like leading concepts that guide your philosophies. God is perfect, and I want to be immortal. Do you? Is he? Think about it.
Yep, definitely eternal. To be able to create time means you'd have to be outside of time to even create that. So, yeah, eternity.
No, I said, do you? I mean, do you want to be immortal? I said,
There's no other.
God.
There's no other option. Death doesn't exist, so we live forever. We're eternal. There is no ending. Even the concept of immortal just comes from the concept of being in a human that feels it's the concept of mortality, meaning dying. So, but if on the higher level there is no death, then there's not really an option. We are eternal.
How do you
I
mean
really,
there's
I
no
really
death?
like that thought. I really like that thought, but the fact that I'm not sure about it makes it all the more enticing. The fact that I'm not for sure, even though I do really like that idea.
How do you mean there might be no death, Joe?
Well, I mean, I think death is just that's a deep question. I'm trying to figure out what even direction, how to even begin to respond to that. I guess what I was referring to, okay, in a human body, we live, we do die. So in that way, it's real. Like the human body will die, as it ages and perishes and so on. So that is real to the extent that exists. But I don't think the soul dies ever. And the soul is really the main carrier of the body, like the main show of the body. The body is just like a container, and in that sense, so if the soul doesn't die, then we don't actually die. We just transform into another state.
I got you.
It's a really fun, great idea, and I think about it often. I mean, one of the philosophies that I consider the most and ponder upon is that there's two types of being an individual. There's the incarnated individual, and then there's the individual you become after death, which would be like the grand over soul individual. In both circumstances, if you see what I'm getting at, you're still you. Maybe you with a capital and lowercase y, but in both circumstances, I think while you're alive in a body, you're the individual you. And when you die, you reintegrate into the capital Y you. And in both cases, you're still an individual, but you lose one individuality to assume the other. You know what I mean? But I still
Yeah.
think that the desire of the capital YU is to be schizophrenic and divide himself into a bunch of lowercase y's. Because, I mean, that's exactly the thing that, say, an author of a fictional story does. They take their psyche, they fixate upon one aspect of their consciousness, and they embellish it, and they exaggerate it, and they invent some character that they, write words for in a book. And, you see what I'm saying about, like, the schizophrenic nature of an author writing a story with many characters in it? It's a close analogy to my idea of life and afterlife, or inside life and outside life, maybe a better way of putting it, or lowercase individual versus uppercase I individuation. Either way, I think it's all you. You're me, I'm you, we're all one, but we're all separate, of course. I mean, you have to entertain the idea that, when you evaluate any philosophy till its end, you result in a paradox. All is one, one is all.
I always wonder, like, imagine if, like, just like the sperm becomes a baby, like we go on to something else, into some kind of reality that you could never conceive of, because just like a sperm can't conceive of being a baby, you can't conceive the next step. Maybe.
Are you saying like Mario slides down the flagpole on level 1, and then he levels up and goes through the pipe and takes on level 2? Just when you're done living your life, you just go on to the next level, and
Well, yeah.
Do that one.
How about this though? Right? Like, doesn't life logically turn into something bigger and greater than itself? Like, that's the natural progression, right? Take an idea. An idea is born, and then the writer, let's say, manifests that idea into a storyline. So, like, everything, like a plant, comes from a seed and becomes a beautiful flower. So, who's to say that
Both things are happening, man.
What's up?
That is happening, and the opposite is also happening simultaneously, always.
No, that's not true.
No,
Explain
things
it to
fall
me.
apart. No. Things are formated or come into form, and there's other things that lose their form and decay. Both are
No,
happening at the same time.
because you get the thing, you have the value of the thing that benefits, right?
Well, yeah.
We know that they're gonna break apart. Get another one, we can make another one that breaks apart, make another one. Meanwhile, we have the value of that thing, so you can't dismiss that.
Well, yeah.
You are.
Does a sperm die when it mixes with the egg?
That's a really funny question. I have no clue, dude.
You know, like, because, like, is it you that dies? Like, I'm just saying, like, is it something not grander than we?
Let's use kids, right? We have kids, right? Our family, they grow up, and then eventually they die. But we have this legacy that we. So you can't say it does both happening. Life is happening, right? Death is happening too, but you have that benefit when you have the life. Like, you have kids, you love them, you have your family, and one day we all go. But it's better to have that than nothing at all.
I think an important answer to establish to this question, maybe we should talk about this. What kind of labels are we going to ascribe to sperm? Is sperm something we should call alive? Is sperm an animal? You know what I mean? Like, what do we think about this? Is it alive? I would say it's alive, right? But then here comes the distinction between biological and living, right? I don't know. Is it alive? If it is alive, is it an animal? Is a sperm cell a creature? It has a little tail that it swims with, right? I got no clue, man. But here's the thing, right? Sperm isn't produced sexually, right? Sperm would be an example of, like, if you want to call it a living being, like a single sperm, it would be produced just by a man, right? Because a man produces these sperm cells not through sexual reproduction, but through asexual reproduction. And so that's kind of trippy. You know what I mean? Like, whenever we talk about asexual reproduction, that's always a super trippy concept.
Well,
That's
it's not.
like,
I mean, that's
go
interesting.
ahead.
That's an interesting thought, actually. But that's an interesting thought. Yeah. I don't know if I'd classify it as, like, self, or what do you call it? Would you say? How'd you put it?
Asexual
Yeah.
reproduction.
I don't know if. I mean, that's an interesting point, but I don't know if it's
Some
reproduction.
flowers
But
do
you're not
that.
wrong.
Some mushrooms do that. I think there's even cases of female snakes giving birth to snakes without ever, like, just a bunch of female snakes in, like, a fucking pit in the ground, right? No males ever thrown down in there, giving birth, right, to more snakes.
But
Literally, somehow they do that.
the sperm wouldn't be an example of asexual reproduction.
Only if it was
No.
transgender.
Where
Not at
do you
all.
draw the line there? Because we hadn't established, like, a common understanding yet.
Well, sperm generation is called something else. Asexual reproduction would be reproduction of the species.
We'll settle this, man. I mean, I can see either side. Like, do you consider
Spermagenitus is what it's called.
do you consider a sperm a living being?
No.
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 Oh, okay, so then you would say producing a sperm cell is just the same as growing any other cell on your body, which wouldn't be reproduction. It'd just be, cell division or
No, that's
whatever.
not true either. Because the sperm cell has potential for life for a human being, so it's not just like another cell.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm just saying it. I don't know. I thought it was an interesting question to say. Is a sperm considered a living animal? And you guys would say no, it isn't. And I'm fine with that. Yeah, I can jive with that. I'm
I
sure
would
it doesn't
contend.
fit
I
some
would contend it is
qualifications.
though. I would contend it is
Okay. So what's
to
your
some
argument?
extent. My argument. I mean, I don't know if I'm making an argument on it. I'm just saying, like, if you
Well,
look at it,
what's your case?
how about this? If you look at it under a microscope, they're all moving around, right?
They are.
Right. So, like, and look at it like this: if they were to discover something like that on Mars, they would say they found life on Mars.
You're right. They would. They'd call it a single cell organism, wouldn't they?
I don't know if it's single cell so much, but
Or is it
but
found in Uranus?
it would be an
That's a very
organism.
good
That would
point,
be.
man. That's a very good point. If an amoeba is considered a single cell organism, why wouldn't a sperm cell be considered a single cell organism? And if a male can produce these single celled organisms, why wouldn't that be considered
Well, they're not
asexual
single
reproduction?
celled though. They're not single. Don't. I wouldn't add that part to it.
They're
But
not?
a
They're
sperm is not one
multicellular.
single cell. No, it's not one
Yeah,
single cell.
yeah.
Sperm is made out of several cells?
I would think so. Yeah. Right.
I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone
I
else
think
tell
there's
me,
more
please.
than. I think there's more than one cell in a fucking sperm. Yeah, dude. I'll tell you, I'll look it up. How many cells in a sperm?
Thank you.
Yeah, 20 million to 300 million sperm cells. The quantity of sperm
Well,
cells.
That
No, no, I
that's
may be
not
wrong. Hold on.
that's not the answer you were looking for. I
Not
don't
if
Yeah,
you
think
no,
have
let
a
me.
giving it.
low. Not if you have a low sperm count, though.
That's sperm count, I think. Hold on. The quantity of
Yeah,
sperm
yeah.
cells that men
That
produce
that
varies
that's how
widely.
many sperm cells in a fucking
What
juicy
if
load right there.
what if I ate paint in my life?
It's a sperm, one cell.
or is sperm multicellular?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
multicellular. Yeah, that's the correct. Is sperm is an independent cell. It says. Let me. Sperm is an
Okay.
independent cell, only cell in human body with flagella. In my knowledge, an
Okay,
independent
so
organism is just one with the ability to divide and reproduce.
an amoeba is considered an organism, an animal, right? Whether it's considered a bacteria or whatever, it's still part of the Animalia or what your eukaryote or what it's on the fucking taxonomy of biology animal whatever list, right? So if an amoeba, a single-celled organism, is considered, living or a creature in and of itself, then why would what distinction does it have against a sperm cell
So be the lack of organelles, the
that
the
it can't reproduce?
apparatuses, that reproduce or replicate DNA and things like that. The ability to divide and different things.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, yeah, that's a really good point because an amoeba could, I don't know, fucking, what do they call it when it reproduces? Cell
What
division. What's the
mitosis?
technical mitosis?
Mitosis.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so an amoeba would mitosize or whatever, but a sperm cell will just die off. It's not gonna fucking split in half and become two sperm cells. So that's a valid point. You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It can't do that. At least I don't think it can.
A sperm cell can last 4 days.
Last 4 days
Right. Okay.
makes it
Okay.
alive. It makes it alive.
Temporary.
It has a, how about this? How about this? It has a life cycle. Therefore, it is alive.
Man, this is tough, guys. I mean, honestly, does anyone else find this kind of challenging?
Probably like every fucking Democrat who doesn't know what a
I
woman is.
don't know. I don't know if I would call it alive so much as I
Only
would call it
liberals think it's
viable.
challenging.
Well, no, it has
Only
a
liberals
life
think it's
cycle.
challenging.
How about this? How about this? Does it die? If it dies, then it was alive first.
I don't know if I would call
Right?
it dying. I would become
Of course,
dysfunctional.
well, not as a materialist rationalist. I mean, I can understand that. I'm joking, but like, I think like if you're gonna say that it was, that it died, that it had a life and then died, it was alive, therefore it was living. I don't know.
Wow,
If you look at
really
how about this? If you look at it under a microscope, it's swimming around. It's alive. It's got electrical flow to it.
that really sounds like men can give birth to sperm babies in a form of
Sperm
asexual
babies.
reproduction.
That's a game of semantics, though. You're saying alive, and we generally use the word alive to
Yeah.
mean like
Yeah.
large
I just
beings, like they're alive.
Well, we're looking for the distinction because we all know there's the water
Well, you
bear,
could,
whatever they're called, the microscopic organism. We all know about amoebas, right? And
you could,
well,
bacteria.
the thing
They're
is,
considered
they've only
alive.
got they've only got one job. They've only got one function, and they have to be viable to achieve that job to accomplish their task. And if they're not
Well, that's not.
utilized, then they just yeah, I guess you could say they just die.
Kind of like
you could
people's
also,
brains.
you could say a
Kind of like people's
fungus.
brain cells.
You could say a fungus is alive. So
A fungus is alive, technically. Like a mold grows and it dies. Same thing.
Well, here's the thing: is it an animal? Is my real that's my real question. Is a sperm an animal?
No,
Because
because
I
humans aren't
I
animals.
don't
So
I because here's my point. Here's my point on the flip side. Um, I wouldn't call a single cell of my skin, right? I have skin cells, right? Don't I? I think I do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wouldn't call my and maybe disagree with me if you have a point to make because I don't fucking know. But am I wrong in saying that my skin cells aren't individual animals?
No,
That's
yeah,
not right,
that'd be
right?
correct.
what's
It'd
the
be an animal cell.
what's the definition?
It'd be a cell of an animal, but not a single-celled organism considered an animal in and of itself. Or I don't know. What's the argument against considering it that way?
What's
That
Well,
I'm an
yeah.
animal made out
How
of
the
about this?
several
definition
animals.
of an
Again,
animal?
back to the whole premise of does it die?
It
And
does.
if
I
and
mean,
if it
yeah, my cells do die. They're
so
born and they die.
if it died, then it was alive. Now, whether it's an animal or not, I don't know how you classify animal in there. That's another term. But
skin cells are alive, but they're not the same as a sperm cell because the sperm cell has the potential for life. Skin cell does not.
Well, who's familiar with the evolutionary taxonomy chart of life, right? There's kingdoms and genus and species and all that, right? And I think at the top there's eukaryote and bacteria or whatever, and then after that on the eukaryote side there's fungi, plant, and animalia, right? But all of these things are considered living creatures in and of themselves. And so if a single-celled bacteria can be considered alive, why isn't one of my skin cells considered an animal or a creature at least? A living being. Not an animal, but a living being. I guess that's really the key word here. Is my cell a living being in and of itself? Could I say? Well, let me ask you this, and I know I'm ranting. I'll shut up right after this. Could I chop off a piece of my flesh and somehow artificially keep it alive in a jar, separate from myself after I cut it
Right.
off?
Yeah, but to answer your first question, no.
Well, you said
The
yes,
difference-
you
the difference
can
between-
keep.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. You could, basically have circulation going to a specific organ or something like that wouldn't normally live on its own. That's how they do organ transplants and
Just floating in a tank, right?
yeah.
No, well, no, you would have to carefully dissect it out such that you could supply the blood back to it so that it could perfuse the tissue, and as long as you kept it perfused, it would probably live for a time.
Yeah, theoretically, but that doesn't make it
Okay.
like a creature unto
And-
itself, or your skin cell in and of itself isn't a creature or an organism, because it's part of a whole, right? With the single
It
celled
used to
organism,
be.
it is the whole. You know.
It used to be, but now it's found itself in this, tailor-made environment. But assuming a million monkeys in a room will eventually write Shakespeare sort of thing, there could be some sort of environment that naturally occurred where my flesh is lopped off, then it lives a long and prosperous life on
This
its
is
own.
weird.
It's like how do we discount that?
No, okay, so
How do we discount this my liver, right? How do we discount my liver that somehow got removed from my body, but then outlives the rest of my body, right? It's totally comfortable living in this environment it finds itself in,
let's say
What?
you
artificially or naturally.
let's say you took your liver out, and someone cut your liver out, and they put it in this environment, in this system, right? They just basically took that part out of the hole
Right.
that you are, and just put it in a different hole, right? And somehow, like, kept up the perfusion and everything like that. It's still not thriving unto itself. They're just replacing the whole, kind of. It's still not its own organism that's thriving independently. So you haven't like bridged that gap.
It's living though.
No, it's just like any cell in your body is living, because it's part of like your entire being. It's not
Right.
going to be its own being.
Well, it is now. It's
How?
on its
No, 'cause
own
you just
now,
put it
and
in a different thing. It's not going to survive alone.
It lacks sentience too.
but it is.
What do you mean? You cut
I
your
mean-
liver out. How's it surviving alone? You have to put it in something. You have to keep perfusion. You have to do this or that, or else it dies.
Yeah, but that environment could naturally occur.
How?
I know it's a stretch. I know it's a stretch, but like some natural. It'd be wild, right? Like I mentioned, the Shakespeare play being written by monkeys on typewriters thing. There could be some crazy natural situation that sets up my liver to somehow being delivered all the nutrients and stuff, forcefully, right? Where it's going to live, a million years. It's getting everything that it needs to stay alive.
Not a
Somehow
chance.
blood is
Not a
flowing
chance.
through it.
No, it would still
Not in a
age
million
like
years with a
everything
billion
else.
monkeys. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Wait. You said you can grow. You said you can grow these things with some sort of scientific apparatus, right?
Yeah, from stem cells you could grow specific types of cells. Yeah.
And like just a floating liver in a tank of liquid, right?
I don't know if they can necessarily do that, but go on.
Well, I don't know either. But I don't know. Does anyone have a strong opinion on this? Can like a liver be kept functioning and alive, floating in a tank of some sort of fluid?
You would have to perfuse it with blood, and I don't know how the immunoresponse of the cells would do. I don't know. I don't know.
Can I ask you
Theoretically,
a
maybe.
question about biology?
But yeah,
go
what's
ahead.
your point? What's your
What's the
question? though? 'Cause
point?
you could grow certain tissue.
The point is that any man-made device could theoretically naturally occur. Of course, it's not going to. I understand it's not going to. I understand the stretch. I'm really stretching the reality of circumstances here. I get it. But if there's any sort of man-made device that could keep the cells of my liver removed from my body in a tank alive and somehow like functioning and metabolizing whatever they're doing outside of me as it works inside of me, it's getting the blood supply, whatever, then that would seem to be some sort of living entity on its own, in and of itself, in an environment, thriving, reproducing. How do I not call that a living
What's the point?
entity?
I don't even think we have a man-made method of keeping it alive now.
Yeah.
What we do is we put them in like tanks or what have you, and it's like in a stasis period wherein it's not like decomposing. It's like at a snail's pace. It'll be decomposing just to allow us to like do a transplant or something like that. But when it's
Sure.
actually perfusing, like we actually hook it up to perfusion and stuff, that's when in the human body, it like I've never seen someone take a liver and put it in some sort of like like the same thing they do with hearts, and have it on like a life what's the word I'm looking for, the one that that machine that basically oxygenates and pumps the blood. In any case, I don't think they do that with livers.
Okay, let me switch to the brain. Could you ever imagine a technology where every other component of some sort of being is mechanical and completely artificially designed by man, but what's inside of it is a human brain, and somehow there's some sort of fusion and some sort of cooperation and partnership between a biological human brain hooked up to like a cybernetic body, as if someone replaced every other part of their body one by one with robotic parts except for their brain. Do you think that'd be possible, like theoretically?
Theoretically, I think so.
Okay, so then would you consider? So then,
But it wouldn't
you
just
know,
be the
you
brain,
can.
mind you. It'd be with the spinal cord and the like anterior and posterior
Sure, sure,
membrane and
sure.
stuff like that.
Okay,
A whole bunch of ganglions, a bunch of stuff.
so the whole brain system, the nervous system and the spinal cord and the brain, but every other part is replaced by mechanical parts. Would you consider the brain an animal at that point? Because we all know we want to define an animal as like the whole package, the human that surrounds the brain, or the rest of the human that surrounds
I
the
would
human
steer clear
brain.
from animal. Like animal goes back to like Animalia,
Uh
order of
huh.
the the Kingdom Final Class, whatever. And
I mean, but that brain
not
has
every organism is an animal, right? So I would just say
that.
like organism or creature or something.
You're right, but if you have, okay, so there's an old Greek story. It's called like the ship of Theseus or something like that. Did someone say uh-huh?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Okay, so you know what I'm getting at, and I'm not going to waste your time by telling the story here, but if the brain is the last thing remaining, and let's just say it's me. Okay, so I'm me. I'm an animal. No one would dispute that. I'm a human. Whatever you want to call me. Let's go with animal. And
We're human.
you replace my arm, my right arm, my left arm, one at a time. You replace my liver with a robotic liver. You replace my leg, then you replace my kidneys, then you replace my lungs, right? And then finally, the last organ that isn't being replaced, one by one, year after year by cybernetic robotic replacement parts, is my brain. Would you still consider me an animal at that point?
If your
An
brain
animal
hasn't been
with
replaced, you still have your brain.
yeah,
I would still
yes,
consider you human. Well, you'd be technically a cyborg, but yeah, you'd be
Yeah,
human.
cyborg.
okay, so then you agree with me that a liver in a floating tank is an animal as long as it's surviving.
No.
Is it a human? Is a human liver thriving in a tank, supplying with whatever it needs, nutrients and shit? Yeah, that's
It's
not an
just
animal, but
it's
It's
just a human liver surviving in a tank, nothing
it's
more.
tough because that goes into sentience too, which is
but
like
why are you
sentience is like a quality of life, right?
why would you put the brain on a pedestal as opposed to the liver? Because that was the same situation.
Sentience.
I mean, I mean,
Think.
I I think science has said that there's like neurons in the heart and almost every like part of the human system.
Well, yeah,
Like
that's
your
the electrical pathways, the conductivity and
like
the
every part of your
autonomic
body
system.
thinks.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a
all wired up.
headquarters
It's
or
not.
whatever.
No, it's controlled in the brain and the brainstem. It's
And they
not.
don't think; they feel and they send those signals.
Yeah,
So
but I
let me
mean,
reverse it onto you. If
okay,
you had
go
a
ahead.
human, right, and you slowly replaced every organ, including the brain, every single organ. The last one left was the human liver, right? You placed it with like a robot parts.
Let's go with the
Is
big toe. Let's take it to the
no,
extreme.
no,
Let's say you
with
have
the
big
liver.
toe.
He has this robot has
Okay,
a
fine,
human liver. That's
fine.
the last thing inside, and it's perfused and everything like that. Is he a human, or is he a robot?
Well, I hope you're open to just having a conversation. Cause I know you backed me into a corner here, and so it's finally time for me to share my fullest opinion. And it's that, in my opinion, all philosophical debates that come down to like these really like nuanced and like opinion, sides and stuff. I think that there's literally no final answer to any philosophical debate. And I could make your side's argument, and I could make the other side's, or whatever, our side's argument versus the opposing side, right? I could
Yeah,
literally make an
I knew
argument
you were
for
gonna say
both
that
sides.
too. But you know what this kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of when someone gets an organ transplant. Like let's say someone got another person's heart. Is that person who like died but their heart is now living in someone else? Are they alive or are they dead?
Exactly. There's no final conclusion to any philosophical quandary because both sides will have very good points, and there's no settling it, really, I think. You could organ transplant the fuck out of someone. So you got this person's heart, this person's liver, this person's kidney, lungs, whatever, right? And you're like, are those people alive? Well, it's like where do you locate the essence of themselves? Maybe you want to fix it on the pineal gland. Oh, whoever's pineal gland is, present in that one body is the one who's truly alive, right? That's the seat of the soul. I don't really go for that. So I without that one single, and then could we? And then here's the other part of that is like, could we splice one person's pineal gland in half and combine it with another surgically?
Before we get too crazy, I just want to say, for the
Oh,
human, where you
we've already
replaced
crossed the line.
you replaced every single organ, including their brain, and just left only their human liver. They're now a robot with a human liver. That's it. They're not human. They're robots with a human liver.
Or they're a robot, or they're a human who's had everything but their liver replaced. I mean, like I said,
But their human
until
mind
every
it's now a machine, right? It's now a programmed robot. So they're no longer human
well, here's
whatsoever.
the thing. Here's the thing. There's a difference between the mind and the brain,
Sure.
and so I'm not going to claim that the mind is solely attached to the brain organ.
Well, of course it is.
Does your phone have a
Well, of
mind?
course it is. Excuse me?
Does your phone have a mind?
Does my phone have a mind?
Yeah.
Um,
Because it has a like a robot brain basically. It has a computer, right? It has like a processor, a CPU and stuff. Does it have a mind though?
in a stretch of the words, I'd say yes, but my definition of mind is literally just
Yo, funny, you limber, man. You stretching a lot.
yeah. I mean, like, okay, so the mind isn't a physical thing, right? The brain is a physical organ as we define it, in our definition of brain. But the mind, to me, is the rainbow bridge from heaven to earth, and that would be, in more realistic terms or more specific terms, I'd say, you have your corporeal nature, your flesh, blood, whatever, your body, and then you have your soul. And I'd say the mind is just the rainbow bridge connection between the two. And when your body, your flesh decays, The bridge is destroyed. What's left is the soul. The mind is just the bridge that connects the two, but the bridge collapses as soon as one of them disappears. And so
Okay.
what's left at the end is your soul.
All right. Well, your phone has a brain, or in a matter of speaking, it has like a computer
In a
has
metaphorical
CPU.
way, but
No, I mean, it has a CPU. It has the material, like, it would be the equivalent of a brain, right? It doesn't have a soul, right? Or do you think it has a soul? Because if it does, then it has that connection, and it will have a mind. But you're basically saying that your phone has a soul when you say that it has a mind. If it's the rainbow connection between the two.
I mean, in in a very like lower ranking sense, I definitely would connect any physical reality with spiritual reality, but I guess it's to a different degrees of intimacy, you know?
Cool. Yeah, I got a jet. This is a good talk.
Okay.
Interesting. Peace, man.
I wouldn't distinguish ultimately anything, separately one from the other, from the spiritual from the mundane. I'd say there's always a connection there. But when it comes to saying something has a mind, there's a certain pedigree involved where I feel comfortable using that word. But I mean, there's I don't know what the specific philosophy is called, but it's more of an ancient belief system. I mean, there's probably people nowadays that feel the same way or hold this tradition, but that they say, this tree has a soul, that rock has a soul, right? Does anyone know the terminology for that? It's like, oh, everything has a, that fire hydrant has a soul.
Yeah, it's called bullshit.
So you don't like the term oversoul? Are you opposed to that terminology?
If you're stupid, yeah, go ahead.
If I was asking about you, are you calling yourself stupid? That's weird.
Well, I'll tell you what, you might have something there because I know a girl who like talks to her car and she's like her car has a soul. Okay, go ahead. Fine. Continue on.
Well, I wasn't asking you about that. I was asking you, what do you think about the term oversoul? Do you think that there's one oversoul
It's
that
it's
is
bullshit. It is bullshit. How else do I say
there's
it?
no okay, that you don't think there's an oversoul? So, I mean, so does that mean that you think that there's a true separateness to all things? Like you and me, right? You and me. Do you think we have nothing in common?
I think we're connected in this to the spiritual world.
Okay, so I mean that's the oversoul, isn't it?
No. And we're the same race, right? So probably we look like each other. At least we have four. I mean, we have 2 legs and 2 arms.
Listen, my body, right? I'm over here in my house right now. You're over there in your house right now. We're not touching. We're not connected. So it's easy for someone to say all people are separate. I'm not you. You're not me. I'm here. You're over there. There's no connection between us. Or in a spiritual terms, do you think that we are connected? Our souls are touching. That we're
I already told
just
you.
different
I already
limbs of the
told you we're
same
connected.
oversoul.
I already told you we're connected to the spiritual world. You don't need an oversoul for that. Unless
Well,
you
I
mean
didn't say
God.
world.
Do you mean
Okay,
God?
okay. I mean, if you're gonna say a spiritual world where we're connected, then that just means that I have a soul and you have a soul, and they live in a soul world. And when we die, our souls are gonna walk on opposite sides of the street on sidewalks together down heavenly streets and wave to each other across the road and say, "Hey, my soul waves towards your soul," but they're still separate. Those are separate souls.
No, I don't believe that.
What's the
I
difference
mean,
between
I
a soul
mean,
and a brain?
What's your definition? What's your definition of this oversoul?
I guess my definition of like the oversoul would sometimes they use the word spirit for it, where I'd say there's one overarching spirit, and then it can like uh kind of, well, like an ocean, right? Uh have crests and troughs and sort of individuate itself. It's still one body of water, but you could take a freeze frame of a picture of an ocean with waves and give every peak of a wave its own name. You say, oh, or like the craters on the moon, right? Oh, I'm this moon. I'm the Atlas moon. I'm the Hermes moon. I'm the Mercury moon, right? But it's like, oh, well, you like this crater. Here's one way I actually like putting it. Say you got a bed sheet, like a really taut bed sheet over your mattress, and then you squeeze one part of it, like make a wrinkle in the bed sheet, and then you go to the other side and make another wrinkle. You squeeze it, make a little wrinkle in the bed sheet over there, and then you put little googly eyes. You know those ones you can just like glue onto things. You glue googly eyes onto the two separate wrinkles, and then you give them both names. One's name is Mark, and the other one's name is John. And then Mark says to John, "Hey, you're stupid. Ha ha ha. Like, I'm not you. You're lame and I'm cool." And then they look down and they say, "Oh shit, we're actually just the same bed sheet. We're just wrinkles in the same bed sheet." And then someone evens out the wrinkles and they disappear. It's like, "Oh, I guess they were just I guess they were little hiccups in one truer overarching thing." They thought they grew a personalized ego. They thought they were separate, but ultimately they're all really connected in the same fabric.
Your description makes sense. What makes you think that that's how souls work?
Hang on, Matthew.
Well,
Hang on, Matthew. The word you're looking for is the God force. Is that word okay with you?
I have no idea what that means.
It replaces your oversoul word. That's what it does. With a better word. So we're all connected in the God force, right? Like you explained, the ocean and the bed sheet, right? It's a spiritual world. It's a spiritual dimension.
I just don't see why you want to call it God force.
Is there a better word? I think it's much better than your oversoul word, which who knows what that even means.
Well, I mean, force makes it sound like some sort of property of physics.
I don't do physics, so no.
Oversoul just means the collective totality of all souls, intrinsically combined at some deeper level.
Sort of. Not really. Think of God being like the platform. We're on the platform. Life has to happen on a platform, which indicates a creator, right?
I think Matthew asked me, where I'm getting this idea from. Did you?
No, I understand the idea, and you explained it well with the bedsheet analogy. My question is, what causes you to think that it's true?
What caused me to think it's true is, only speculation. but I, I can't reason with myself the idea that there's like a separate, like I think about it like more as like a pyramid, right? Where everything is under one, right? And I just can't imagine that like the higher your like philosophy goes, that it becomes like more separate. That there's, I mean, I guess where I'm coming from is that I don't think that there's separate fundamental parts that are somehow just at the top, somehow just like separate from each other, and then work out their issues with each other, and that we are the living example of multiple primary things, like a council, all working out their differences. I just like to approach it from the idea that there's just one thing, uh, one thing expressing itself in many directions, like a center of a circle spreading out in every direction, rather than say a circumference of a circle that's more of a dotted line, and then all of them head towards the center. You know what I mean? I think of it as a center point spreading outward, rather than a bunch of people in a circle all looking towards the center or you know what I mean?
Yeah, your description makes sense. So it sounds like your answer is that it feels like it should be true.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's two options, and then of course there's the third option that I don't know how to express in words, which I think is totally viable as well. But I just kind of think that separateness is more of an illusory aspect of reality, you know? That everything is ultimately one, and it would be like sort of a source, and then I don't know, maybe you could call me like an emanationist, right? Starts with one, and then it just expands and dilutes and rarefies, and heads in opposite directions, just spreading out, diluting itself, doing different things in different directions. Because I don't know, I mean, to me that at least centers around like a sort of origin. But then again, there could be, there's the option of there being one origin. There's the option of being two simultaneous origin points, and them working out their differences, or three or four, and then so on and so on and so on. But then when it comes to numbers, that could just go on forever. But I kind of think that there is a sort of three that comes from a two, that comes from a one, that comes from a zero. I think there's a sort of countdown to the, I don't know, going more and more fundamental in where things come from. I think it's more of a zero that performs a miracle to even represent itself as one. And then that one would divide itself into two, and that two would interact and become three, and then that leads to four, and so on. I think it's more of a growth process or an expansion, rather than there being some sort of holy council of 12 that all, I don't know, combine together into one.
Funny, I think you shouldn't monologue for too long.
Topic change.
You should share the mic with other people. Like, if no one stopped you, like, you would just talk all day. And that's not a conversation.
Let Fundy talk. Let the player play. Fundy hasn't been drinking all afternoon for no reason. Especially he's been drinking Bud Light.
I would want a friend to stop me if I was just monologuing. That's why I'm being a friend.
Okay. Friends don't let friends
This
monologue.
this happens all the time. This is nothing new.
That's why live streaming was invented.
See, if Matthew was trying to talk and he just kind of like ignored him, he could have said, "Hey, Matthew, so what do you think?" He could have said, "Hey, Godric, so what do you think?" He's just blabbing. It's like endless.
Yeah, I think he was trying to say that all souls are essentially made out of the same thing, and I was asking why he thought that, because I don't think so. I think that I am separate from other people.
Yeah.
Matthew,
is
tell
this?
us what you think.
Sure, I think that my soul is separate than the soul of another person. I think that they will remain separate. I mean, we could, be friends and have agreements and think similar things, but ultimately, I have my own will that is separate from the will of another person.
Oh my
But
god.
isn't it in the Bible say what you do unto you do unto Jesus, and something like that?
Yeah, that
We're all
parable is
connected.
saying, yeah, of course we're all connected, but we're not the identical people. So philosophically, we're not identical, although we have
Oh,
common beliefs.
it's the line drawn that's individual.
Hey Matt, where does the atmosphere end and your body begin?
At my skin?
No, sorry.
Wait. So below my skin is me, above my skin is the atmosphere.
No, that doesn't work out.
Talking about the lungs.
You want me to go further? An explanation?
Well, so sure. I mean, there's lungs and obviously gases can go
Okay.
in and out.
Okay, so great that you brought out lungs, right? So the atmosphere is inside of your body and you're inside the atmosphere. So you're both inside of each other, right?
Right.
The atmosphere is inside of you, you're inside the atmosphere. The air is inside your lungs, you're inside the air. Okay, so then, you know, what are the parts of your body that receive the oxygen, nitrogen, whatever supply? Your Does anyone know the technical term in the lungs?
Talking about the alveolar.
The alveoli. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay. So they're porous. So even when you break it down to the alveola, they're porous. So the alveola is inside of the air is inside the pores of the alveola. Okay. Does it stop there? Or is there an oxygen supply, air supply, nitrogen supply inside of your blood, coursing throughout your entire body? When did it stop becoming the atmosphere and become part of the blood supply of your body? Is there a clear line, or is there no actual precise definition, defining barrier where you say this is where the atmosphere stops and my body begins? Because to me, it seems like it's one very, blurry, cohesive system that both of you are inside of each other equally, and that
Yeah,
really is
you're
just
right
an
that some
artificial
definitions
standard.
are blurry, but I think that just because the line might be fuzzy doesn't mean that they're the same thing. I mean, you could say that a hill is different than a mountain, and they're definitely different things, but it's hard to find exactly where that line is.
Well, it's all
So
about usefulness and practicality. Humans draw lines in the sand and make arbitrary standards. It's what we base civilization on: inches, seconds, feet, miles, meters, all of that. And all of these standardized units are imaginary, but they're extremely practical. And my point earlier was that, yeah, you can call you, and me. We have our names. We can call this the atmosphere and this my body. But when you really take an honest look at reality, everything just blurs together, and there's distances and stuff, but it's all connected. And I think that spiritually, I have the same philosophy that all is one, and one is all. And I wouldn't blame anyone because I think they're correct in taking the practical approach, but I'd say that's only one half of the truth, and it's worthwhile to understand. But I think it's also equally worthwhile to understand the other flip side of the coin, where yeah, you can be practical, but then you can also be universal in your understanding and say, yeah, there's separateness, but there's also an equal amount of connectedness. Things are separate, things are equally connected.
There you go. You can't have one without the other. Just how it works, man.
We're different, we're the same. It's all a matter of degree and perspective, but neither statement is false.
It's also a balance.
I mean, I think there's a reason why there's a white circle in the yin black, comma portion of the yin yang symbol, and vice versa. It isn't just a black and a white side, it's a black with a white dot and a white with a black dot. There's a lot of valuable lessons in that symbol. It's probably why it's like probably the most famous spiritual symbol of all time.
It's the most popular shirt sold at Spencer's gift store. Most popular shirt for the last 40 years and counting.
Hey, for a similar reason, man. It's a beautiful symbol. I don't think there's anyone in this entire room. I'll fucking call you guys all out. There's not a single one of you who's gonna dog on the yin yang symbol.
There's not a single person that hasn't tried
We all
drawing
respect it.
Just like that S, when you draw that S with like the 6 lines and you connect them.
But hang on. The atheists don't respect it because the atheists think that if there's a God, it'd be all nice and beautiful and loving and good.
You got a weird definition of atheist. Atheists fucking love the yin yang symbol. You don't have to be theological at all to
You don't get
respect
it.
that symbol.
Atheists think God should take care of them, save them from all harm,
that's a weird fixation and nitpick on atheists.
and pamper them to old age. That's a good God.
You're not gonna tell me atheists don't love the yin yang symbol. Everybody loves the yin yang symbol.
Atheists wear fedoras. See, there's things atheists love. They love the peace symbol, the yin yang.
That's the whole argument that God is really good and not. There wouldn't be any evil, there wouldn't be any pain, no suffering, no sadness. This is the atheist argument. They can do better. They'll tell you how they can do better than God to create this world. They don't get the yin yang.
This world needs more love, man. Needs more love, less hate.
What if it has the exact right amount of love and hate?
Exact amount of love and hate. That sounds like the average relationship you have with like your pet. If you have like a dog or like a cat. Especially when they're younger. Older, it's like they're so harmless.
I think there has to be hate for there to be love.
One way I can compare the yin yang symbol to the topic I was discussing earlier about how everyone in the good place getting everything they want forever just acclimate and it all becomes meaningless and worthless and not even pleasurable anymore is comparable to a yin yang symbol that's all white, just a white circle. And if any of you guys have an animation software on your computer, take a white circle and animate it to spin in a circle. You literally can't tell the difference between a perfectly white circle that's spinning versus a perfectly white circle that's still. Maybe meditate on that, guys. There's no distinguishable difference between something that's just one aspect with only one property, moving, spinning, doing anything. It's the same thing they say in general relativity about just some sort of body in free space floating in outer space with no other body there. Are they still? Are they moving? It's meaningless to claim either one. It could be either. It doesn't matter. There is no meaning without something else, the yang to the yin to compare it to. It's just stillness. It's nothing. It's boring.
So hard, freehand. Why is it so hard to draw a circle? Freehand. I don't know about you, but I can't. I'm not good at it. I can draw a square. I can draw a triangle, but why is a circle hard to draw?
Yeah, I mean, you really can't draw an equilateral triangle or a square by hand either.
You
Good
haven't
one.
seen a TikTok where the dude draws a perfect circle.
Right? You
Well, he
just
gets
like
pretty
walk.
close.
There's some people that practice it. Like they get up at 4 a.m. in the morning every day and they practice. They get good at it. But like for the average person, just to draw a circle, it's like really
Yeah,
hard.
there's some people that can draw perfect letters like it came out of an ink printer, like that also.
They
Practice
can draw perfect what? Leather?
letters like it came out of an ink printer.
Right. Yeah, those are like those
I mean,
contests.
there's a difference between proficient and perfect.
There's a huge difference, yeah, I would say. I mean, everything less than perfect. Yeah, everything less than perfect is either proficient or sub-proficient, subpar.
Yeah, Funny thinks he's perfect, and the rest of us are just proficient.
I think it's because Fundy's spirit animal is a cat. So
And that's why he monologues for so long.
There's a pot. Godric, you need to calm the fuck down, dude. All right.
I'm just
Fundy,
seeing you.
you forgot who I was, man.
I didn't say you, Ball. I know who you are. Godric's got a stick up his butt for some reason. Take it out, man. You don't want
Godric
to. I don't
the
know.
lottery.
I don't think you want to start something.
It's all right, Funny. I was just calling you on your monologuing, bro. That wasn't to offend you. That was to help you.
I like how
Do better,
Godric
man.
played selfie.
You got a weird way of expressing love, I suppose.
Bit of flat Earth.
Tough love, bro. Tough love.
Is that guy Quantum Eraser still around?
Who knows?
He was in 24/7. He wasn't here, was he?
I have no idea. I have no idea what happened to him.
He was in 24/7 not more than a few hours ago. He was yelling at some guy, calling him a moron.
That's the way he does.
Yeah, I'm
So-
kind of over that. I'm not trying to do that.
How does Flat Earth explain those gravity meters?
What do you mean? Show us.
Like, don't they use them? I just did some light reading. I don't know anything about it, but they use them like in the oil and gas industries or whatever, different industries to determine like the density of substances beneath them by measuring the difference in supposedly the gravity that it acts upon some, I don't know.
I've heard that argument. I don't know. I don't think there's gravity had nothing to do with it. I think it was just that they determine density like an ultrasound can see the density of the baby, not gravity.
I heard there's like a spring inside of it that they can tell.
But if you can show us how it tells gravity, I would listen. I'd watch. We determine the density for stuff like sonar, right? We have that. We can like see over a mountain or through like the wall. You know, that have those power goggles that see into houses. They can see the heat signature, right?
Well, they do have an instrument called a gravimeter, and that they use to make predictions about what's underground.
Yeah, but does that really have anything to do with gravity, or just the density?
It's a gravity meter.
Well, you should show us. Or at least tell us how it proves gravity.
I'm Googling it right now to try and learn about it.
I think I get the concept, but I don't think it has anything to do with gravity, actual gravity, which is not a thing.
Why would they call it a gravimeter then?
Why would Elon Musk saying he's sending stuff to Mars, rovers, Corvettes into space?
Because he believes it.
They're professional entertainers. Matthew, I think he knows that that's not possible.
I don't think so. I think he believes in outer space.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
Right.
That's correct, but I think he's smarter than that.
Like a guy in a loony bin who thinks he's, Abraham Lincoln. He's not lying.
He's not lying. No. You can say it is a lie, but he in himself is not lying. Because to him, he's Abraham Lincoln. So I guess that works into the trans discussion.
Come on.
That was the perfect segue.
Sorry, if that's taboo here, then we won't discuss it.
Does anyone know how those instruments work?
Could you describe them?
I asked you.
Apparently they measure the change in gravity over different areas of land.
Couldn't you do that with a scale with a ingot of gold on sitting on top of it?
Yes, with a scale.
I mean, you could put a glass dome over it so you can look through it, so it's not affected by atmospheric pressure. I don't know. I guess the precision would come down to just weighing an object on a scale and removing all other factors that can be controlled for.
There's a magnetic force, right? We can observe that. Are you saying that gravimeter can detect the gravity force? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show a little more.
Well, it's basically a very precise instrument. It's a small mass within a vacuum chamber that they let accelerate or something, I think, and it measures how quickly it moves from the top to the bottom, basically.
Right, this is the guy who thinks his airplane simulator accounts for the curvature of the Earth. Is that right?
Well, what do you know about these devices before asking us about them? What are you coming here with?
Well, I was just
Already
wondering.
knowing.
I was just wondering what the
He's
explanation.
challenging flat Earth. He's saying, how can there be graviton?
I wasn't asking you, Godric.
I'm telling you, because you didn't get it. How's there graviton if
Hey,
there's
don't
no
worry,
gravity?
don't worry
That's
about it,
the
man.
point.
I asked my question for a reason. Anyways, go ahead and answer, man.
I just wanted to know what flat Earths, how they explain them, how they got their reading.
Okay, so as a test.
Yeah, like
You
why?
you were testing the crowd of flat earthers then?
Yeah, I was just asking what flat Earth.
How'd I do?
You did good. You understood what I said.
How'd I do, man? I gave the same answer as Left Lane. So how did we do? How we do, man? I really want your evaluation.
I mean, are you a flat Earther?
Please give me your evaluation. I need it now. How did me and Left Lane do?
I'm lost. Are you...
I do. I'm sorry for my grammar. Dude, this is getting boring. Like,
Hey, what's up?
hey, what's up? Some dude's having a hard time speaking right now.
Why? What's wrong?
I don't know. He just can't speak his thoughts. He's just having a hard time getting his thoughts verbalized out of his mouth.
It's like he's got a brain injury or something.
Might be having an aneurysm or something. I don't know.
Yeah, stroke, yeah, possibility.
Yeah.
Well, I was directing my question to flat earthers. Are you a flat earther, Bundy?
You're asking your question to the room. Me and Left Lane answered. We both want an answer. How we do?
What was your answer?
Oh, jeez. You got short-term memory loss, man.
Well,
I don't
you
want
could
an,
argue
I don't
that
want I don't want to be graded by a person who can't even remember the 2 out of the 3 answers given. I don't respect your evaluation at this point.
Ask your question again. Go ahead.
I'm not going to answer a second time after the person has already proven himself like not worthwhile to be answered.
Thank you.
the level of brain injury and autism in the West is exceedingly high. Up to 40 to 50% of people are like this. It's not to say that they aren't functional and intelligent and can do certain tasks, but you know, to function as what we consider as intelligent, it really doesn't exist.
He asked a fair question and deserves a fair answer, though. The answer that was given, he didn't understand it. That's all.
Take it away, Godric. What, nothing on your mind?
Well, don't be mean to him. You know, he may not come back, and you should welcome him in here. He has a different point of view.
I was talking to you. I said, take it away.
I'm telling you, don't be mean to people. He just had a basic question.
I don't know where you've been. That wasn't a basic question. That was a rhetorical quiz. But I mean, I'm over that. That's ancient history at this point. I told you, take it away. The room is dead. Start us off with something new. Go for it, Godric. Take it away. You got this. I believe in you.
Gravity is bullshit. There's no gravity.
Oh boy,
Has to
tell
do
me what
has
else
to do with
is
the
new,
medium that the
Godric?
thing is in, and
Come
the
on, we
density of the
gonna do that
object.
again,
That's all it has.
Godric, come on. I expected more from you. I said, take it away. Don't take us
That
back
was
to
his question.
2013.
Does math attract math?
No.
Oh boy, you're taking it back to 2013 as well. Is this what you guys got?
Wasn't there wasn't that the Cavendish experiment? Mass attracting mass?
No.
Let's do this again. That's what I want to do.
So it doesn't take like a genius to realize that if mass was attracting mass, the end result would be that the things touch together, like grapes, just stick together. But that doesn't happen, does it? No. So no mass attracting mass. Your planets, if they have gravity, would stick together like grapes. Doesn't happen, does it? No.
Wasn't that a result?
Sorry, gravity.
Isn't that a result of acceleration?
It's not a result of gravity, for sure.
I mean, what if they were accelerating and gravity was acting on them simultaneously? Would we see like them
You'd
orbit?
have to show the gravity part first, and nothing attracts to the other thing. So no gravity.
I mean, the You can demonstrate two objects attracting.
Can you demonstrate that? How?
Wasn't that
Pretty
the
good, man.
Cavendish experiment?
Have you done a Cavendish?
If I have or if I haven't, does that change the results of the Cavendish experiment?
It changes to if you know what you're talking about. Because, like I said, if stuff was attracted to other stuff, the end result would be that they would stick together. If you have two Cavendish balls, what happens is they move close and then away, like a tick-tock, like a teeter-totter, back and forth, not attracting.
Didn't
They move two and then away, two and then away. So, no attraction. And that's why I asked you if you've done one, because if you've done one, you'd see that. But you should do a cabinet. You should do like 3 or 4 cabinets and set them all up, and then tell us your results. And I bet they're going to vary drastically, for one thing. Like think about in the ISS, right? If there is cabinets that's really happening, right? If there's no gravity in the ISS, right? All that junk would just stick together. All those iPads and shit floating around would all just stick together in one ball, wouldn't it? Oops. Sorry, gravity. I mean, you'd wake up in the morning as an astronaut, and all that shit is in one big ball. Doesn't the cabinet work? Oh, I guess not.
That's a pretty serious drop man of gravity there.
You want to help us out, Left Lane?
No, it's not.
Does mass not attract mass? Did the Cavendish not attracting each other? So on the
Not
ISS,
such
would
that-
not everything cling together?
No.
Well, there you go. There is no mass attracting mass. It is decided. We can move on now.
Yep.
So it's saying here that the twisting force of the wire caused the rotation of the balls to stop.
Is this a Cavendish?
Yeah. It said that the gravitational force continued until the twisting force of the wire counteracted the force of the gravitational pull.
So, like, eventually, right? If you have a string and then like a ball at the end, it would stop spinning, right? So, you're saying it's gravity, right? When you have to remove the gravity from the equation to see if that was the thing that's making it happen, like a regular science experiment.
Well, the thing is, you got the two small masses are sitting in one spot, and when the apparatus is what I call in neutral, the large masses are away from the small masses. And you bring those large masses in proximity of the small masses actually move, and they oscillate and they swing back and forth, but they'll rest with the tension on that wire. And then you take the large masses away, the small
I'm glad
masses
you
go
said-
back to where they were.
I'm glad you said back and forth. So no definite attraction, just back and forth.
Yeah, it's called like a horizontal pendulum. And,
Like, can you get
that
a-
oscillation period is how you calculate the gravitational constant. I think, if I'm right, I think that's right.
I'll give you that, but can you get a BB to stick to a wrecking ball? Stuff like.
Nope. It's not
No, yeah,
like that because
doesn't work.
I mean the force of it does not supposed to work. It's not the way it works. It's a very weak force, and especially standing on the massive planet that you're standing on, it's going to override any idea of anything
You can't,
sticking
so
to
you can't prove
anything
it. But
else on
that's
the
what.
surface.
So you can't
No,
prove it.
it's
That's why I
proved
said
that.
to go to the
Yeah,
ISS.
the Cavendish demonstrates it. It's very good evidence for mass attracting mass.
And that's why I went to the ISS, because in the ISS, right, there's no gravity because everyone's floating around, right? So won't those things just stick together? That's fine.
Yeah, it's not that strong a force.
It's almost like you can't tell, huh?
Well, you could tell. I wonder if they've ever done Cavendish on the ISS.
They would have a problem because it wouldn't work.
Why is that?
I mean, if it was really a thing, they would have already showed it to you by now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I just haven't seen it. I don't know if they have or not.
I mean, science, right, should be solved if you had gravity, right? If you had a real Cavendish, it would already be solved. You wouldn't have to ask.
Well, you'd have to design the experiment differently because there'd be no hanging masses.
That's why I said you just have that iPad float around and the pencil and the water cup, all that shit they have floating around like it's a magic trick. Wouldn't that all stick together by the morning? No, you say? Not strong enough? I'm just having you guys test your own logic.
It might if other forces were not acting on it, like Earth's gravity or momentum.
We've established that if you're floating weightlessly, Earth's gravity is not working, is it? I mean, wouldn't you be yanked to the floor if Earth's gravity was working on you in ISS? So you gotta use your logic. I mean,
I'm
do you
not
go to sleep?
sure
Do you go to sleep as an astronaut? Do you go to sleep as an astronaut? Wake up on the floor, stuck together to all the other astronauts? No. Where's the Earth's gravity? There.
I mean, I don't think they sleep on the floor, but and the laptops aren't just free floating.
They don't sleep on the floor. They actually sleep in the Hollywood type studio.
Do they like get shot up in the rocket and then they land somewhere and hide out for like a month?
I don't believe they get shot up in the rocket because wouldn't that be dangerous? Think about it. Just think for a second. You shoot somebody up in something that is on fire that has fuel that can explode. Would you really do that to somebody?
I mean, they say they recovered a number of body parts in the disasters.
Did you see these body parts, my friend, or were you told that in the news?
I was told that in the news, but like farmers found them in their fields and
Farmers. Can we have a cup of tea with these farmers and have them tell me how they found fingers or something?
I'm sure you
I'm
can.
gonna help you. No, you can't. It was
Why
a made up
wouldn't you?
story. So what I would say is that
You wouldn't be able
nothing goes up in a rocket if they just act like they do, and then they have them appear somewhere else in the ocean. There you go, drop you in there, and then they film the camera. Here you go, we found you. Welcome back. It's like in the TV show.
Did they like burn the bottom of the reentry vehicles with like blowtorch or something?
Yes, if that's to get the effect that it went out of orbit and came back, then yes, they would definitely do. That wouldn't be hard, would it?
How do they duplicate the muscle and bone atrophy of these astronauts?
That is not a thing, dude. You can sit on the couch and eat pizza for a month, and you can get atrophy, bro. And I want you to think about that. If if you were in a weightless environment, wouldn't that eventually kill you? I mean, your body's not designed that way. Your body's designed to, with the gravity, to push blood up and down like your body. So if you were just like in a weightless environment, like say you had a birth in space, right? Let's say you got pregnant in space, had a baby. That baby has never been affected by gravity. And let's say that kid is 3 years old and then take him to Earth. Don't you think he would instantly die? Because you've never had that gravity on your body, and all of a sudden, bam. And that's why even if you had a space, you would never be able to go there because it wouldn't be livable. And they try to say
Says
some
Dr.
shit like
Godric.
yeah, and
Is
they
that
try to say,
your professional opinion, or is that just
yes,
an idea you got?
my professional opinion. And also, they try to say some shit like you eventually go blind and your skin falls off. Yeah, they
So,
have to say some shit like that so it stop people from going. Yes,
if it's a
trying to.
professional opinion, what are your credentials as a professional that you can give your professional opinion?
That I have a brain and I can
Oh,
think
okay.
about
So
shit.
it's not like you're a career medical type person. So it's not necessarily a professional opinion. It's
I'll tell
just
you what, it's not a professional opinion, but I'll tell you what, I don't necessarily believe in the narrative that people say. I think the stuff on the news is fake, so I question everything. So maybe if you don't question everything, you probably would believe it. And that's not a bad thing. It's just, it is what it is. But if you question stuff and thought to yourself logically, how would this happen? You probably come same direction I am.
Funny, actually, that the less analytical people test to be, the more they endorse these things.
Say it again for us.
So the more intuitive an individual is, the less analytical an individual is, they're able to test for that.
I would agree with that. You generally don't have gifts in both areas, generally just in one. I said it's general truth.
So people that are more intuitively leaning and less analytically leaning tend to endorse these types of theories.
Yeah, I'd say I'm more intuitive. You can say that's bullshit, but I mean, Cavendish is not conclusive. So I mean, you can say it is, but
no, I mean you can say it's not, but
So when you said when you hear this stuff and you just have to think about it, and does that really make sense? It would be maybe less analyzing abilities.
right. So intuition, I think it's like a gift, right? So analytical just means you have the knowledge, right? But that doesn't mean intuition is not it's not equally or better.
No, I don't think it necessarily means you have the knowledge.
Well, the knowledge can be like, let's say, gravity and space. The knowledge can be like from a book, astrophysics, and from like watching TV and stuff. But really, do you really know if that's for sure true until you test it yourself? No, it's what's been told to you. So real knowledge is, is being able to do it yourself and confirm yourself. Unfortunately, we can't go to the ISS, so we have to believe what they tell us. We have to trust NASA to tell us what the Earth looks like from space because we can't go there ourselves. We have to trust NASA, but all this stuff that happens on the ISS, we can't test for ourselves. And I think they're just professional entertainers.
I mean, there are ways to kind of test it. Like you can go to I don't know which observatories it is, but as watching it, you can observe the ISS as it passes by in higher resolution than just the naked eye.
Yeah, I want to see a BB stick to a wrecking ball with my naked eye. And that would be an example of gravity. I want to see a popcorn stick to the side of a mountain. Right? That would be an example of gravity. If they say there's gravity, then all that shit should be all in one clump in the ISS after so long. Stuff attracts to other stuff. I want to see that with my naked eye.
I mean, but you can measure the difference in force, like transverse force, side to side force, when you bring an object near another object. So just because it doesn't have
Right. So there's something
enough,
called electrostatics, which is a force, electrostatic force that can bring things together. For example, if I move my hand over your arm, you notice the hairs on your arm will stand up, and you can feel my hand before I even touch your arm. That could be an example of electrostatic. So yes, items have an electrostatic force that could bring them together, for example. And that's, I think, what they're detecting. I think that's why
yeah, but what is
the
that?
thing moves, but not gravity.
What is that dependent on, though? Is that dependent on a
That's
charge?
the thing. When I looked into it, it can be anything. The two pieces of plastic can have force. You don't
Yeah,
need to
but
have metal balls. It
but
could be anything.
is it dependent upon those objects having a charge?
Well, I don't know all about it, so we have to get into it. But whatever the small effect with gravity that's claimed in the Cavendish is easily replaceable with the electrostatic force.
Unless you
I
were
don't know.
to,
I don't know all the ins and outs. I look into it.
I mean, unless you were to remove any sort of charge that those objects had, and thus,
Yeah, electrostatics exist on the surface of things, and you can ground it, and it'll just bleed that surface charge right off into the ground, and it'll be zero net charge.
We should look into that. Maybe that's what you have when you do a Cavendish. You have electrostatic charge. And how do you ground it? Sounds good. How do we ground it? How do you ground two balls?
Well, on blues, everything that was metal was connected to a ground wire and ran to ground, and then he had the box.
In the
He had the
Cavendish?
box, yeah, in his Cavendish, and then the box that housed the small masses. He actually had it lined with copper tape, copper foil tape. Not unlike a Faraday cage. I guess it's just like a Faraday cage that housed the small masses, so they could block out any electrostatic forces that could, penetrate or get in it, or anything like that.
Well, that sounds great. It sounds like he knows what he's doing, but I'm not convinced. I mean, just show me a BB stick to a wrecking ball. That would be gravity. These guys who say that the Cavendish works will also tell you that if you stepped on a bowling ball, your weight would be increased than as if you stepped just on the Earth. This is the logic. This is global logic.
Do what? If you step on a bowling ball, your weight will increase?
Yes, the people that promote this Cavendish will tell you if you stepped on a bowling ball, you stood on it, that your weight would be higher than if you just stepped on the ground. Because of the mass of the bowling ball next to your feet. And do you believe that's happening?
I'm not following. I mean,
That's what they say.
What would you put the bowling ball beneath the scale? How would you check that?
You can take, there's a famous video that supposedly proves gravity. They take a little metal ball and they weigh on a scale something above the ball, and then it supposedly weighs more under the metal ball than without the metal ball.
I know what you're saying. I know what
So
you're
you
talking
believe
about.
that something that minute
don't.
can give you weight? Then I
Yeah, I
don't know what
don't.
to say.
Yeah, I don't really. I'm not. I wouldn't personally present that. I mean, if I was asked, I would say Cavendish is a good experiment that demonstrates what we're talking about. But I wouldn't present the thing that you're talking about because I don't. I'm not
That's
convinced
good
that that's a
because
legit.
that's good. That's good because it's not legit, but they'll present it like it's just legit. And the dude has a white lab coat, if you notice, and they presented this in all the schools for science. They probably stopped presenting it, but it looks pretty official.
Wait, so they put a ball underneath the scale while they were weighing?
Yeah, someone provided the video, but what happened is they took a ball and weighed it, and then they do it with a ball beneath it. And they say, look, it weighs more. The ball beneath is pulling the ball on top of it down through the scale. Yes, they do that. That to
Yeah,
me
that's
is nonsense, but
that's
they do it.
that's basically, I think, the concept behind the gravity meter or grabometer or I don't know how you pronounce it. I think that's the same
Gravi-
concept.
Yeah, it's got an I, and I always say it wrong. It's gravimeter with a gravimeter. Gravimeter.
Yeah, I think it's the same concept.
I'm not buying it, but there could be electrostatic.
Because like the oil and gas industry uses it to determine, because they're highly interested in determining what's down there.
Right, gravity's down there. I've heard this argument, but never can they show us actual gravity. Just
No.
readings.
They're interested in if there's oil down there, and so
Yeah,
apparently,
the gravimeter is an instrument that's used to detect gravitational variance from one place to another. Is basically what it's for.
I mean, you have to show it to us. Also, you said Cavendish is a good. We should all do more Cavendish because what I think you find is that they're completely random. You don't get the same result, and the result definitely does not coincide with the weight of the Earth, the weight that the object is above it. That's all I'm saying. So when you say Cavendish, you should probably know more about it. I mean, just use logic. Like if we have this Earth, right, that's 8,000 miles across, all the tonnage and mass in the Earth, that's going to give us the weight we have, right? You think that two balls are going to have any kind of effect? Just let that marinate for a little bit. And that's why Cavendish used two big ass iron balls in his shed. He was trying to see if that would work, and he didn't get a conclusive result either.
I mean, two little balls would have an effect, right? Because they would have enough weight to be pulled by another object.
But did you hear the example I gave you? Like, if you need an Earth to give you your weight, right? Which you probably can't imagine how big they claim the Earth is. But let's just say we're talking about 8,000 miles across, okay? Which is what they say. You think two tiny little balls, even if they were bowling balls, would have any kind of weight that you can detect between them?
Yeah, because they're big enough to be pulled, right?
Maybe we need math then. We need to see the math then. Because for example, if I'm 200 pounds and the Earth has how much tonnage, whatever how much density is in the Earth, there's an equation there, and then we're going to put that same equation for two little balls. This is why. This is how I use logic. And can you get a commensurate reading from one to the other? Is it not commensurate, but is it like equal? Does it match? Does the ratio pan out, right? Right now you're just saying stuff, but instead of parroting wiki and stuff, why don't we see if we can do it ourselves? I say it hasn't been done, and that's why you get all kinds of different results with evidence that you claim is legit, but it's really not. That's why we can't see mass direct mass in ISS, and that's why you can never get a BB to stick to a wrecking ball because there's no gravity.
Or there is gravity, and a BB wouldn't stick to a wrecking ball if there was gravity.
Maybe we should do the math on it and see if the ratio works out. Okay, for example, if a BB can stick to the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Because you claim that's gravity, right? That falls down, right? So how big would a wrecking ball have to be to have a BB stick to it? That would be a question for you. Maybe bring the math.
To have a BB stick to it is not going to happen. I mean,
Isn't that? But
you
that's
asked
right.
about,
This is a problem with the. Hang on a second. This is a problem with the globe argument. It's spinning, but we can't feel it. It's curving, but we can't see it. And now there's gravity, but we can't tell. This is your logic.
well, you're not floating, are you?
You can be floating if you want to. I mean, you can do it on Earth. You can do it in space, but you're gonna have to do it in space. You're gonna have to prove you're up there.
I think that's a good point, Godric. How big would that wrecking ball have to be for the BB to stick?
Thank you. And you know what? This would be a solved science if it was really a thing. It would. You would already know that. It'd be like a 7th grade schoolboy answer. But the fact that no one's ever asked that and got the result.
Well, I mean, do we know that they've not got the result?
Well, my feeling is that if you asked around, you would get different opinions, different answers to that. But let's find out. Let's see. Maybe Matthew Learns knows. Matthew, you have the how big a wrecking ball had to be to have a BB stick to it on Earth and also in space? Actually, in space, if the Cavendish is real, in space it had to be a little small ball can stick to it, right? So any BB can stick to a bigger ball in space if there was no gravity from the Earth, correct? Correct, Leftlane?
Maybe so.
But does that really happen? I say no.
I did. You asked about the equation for Cavendish, and I did put that in the text there. And you know, it's pretty complicated. I've never done that, solved that equation, but you know, it gives you the variables and everything that you could figure it out if you had the experiment.
Definitely, I'm sure it's very complicated because you wouldn't want a layman doing it. We want that to happen, right? And what should also be in layman terms is what's the ratio between the Earth's mass and your weight? Wouldn't that also be a simple equation to do? Because they know the mass of the Earth, they know the tonnage of the Earth, don't they? That's been measured because otherwise we wouldn't have gravity.
Well, just to get the the attraction between two masses, that's a less complicated equation.
We want to know the ratio of mass to another mass to make it attract a given weight. That's what I want to know. And that would answer how big would a wrecking ball have to be, let's say on Earth, for a BB to stick to it. I mean, the moon doesn't attract BBs up there, does it?
You know, out in space, where outside of any other gravitational influences, yeah, BB might stick to a bowling ball. I don't know.
Well, it'd have to, otherwise your Cavendish wouldn't work on Earth, correct?
Yeah, it kind of would, wouldn't it? I think outside, if it was out in the interstellar space and there was a bowling ball and a BB, and you put them close enough, you know, that they could interact. Yeah, the BB would probably stick to the bowling ball.
See, now you're thinking outside the box. You weren't told that by anybody in school.
I don't know where where that would necessarily be necessary to talk about.
Probably when they explain
Really.
gravity and why it's a thing.
Well, of course, they do the Cavendish in Physics 101. Most Physics 101 labs have some variation of the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, and everywhere you see them stick together like grapes, always pulling apart, back and forth. That's why I say it's not conclusive. And people like to go to space. In space, you don't see anything attracting anything in space.
But
Just
we
stuff
do.
spinning around.
Yeah, it's in orbit. I mean, if it and see back in early Earth formation, when there was stuff everywhere, there was many collisions where things, I mean, and where we see meteorites falling through the atmosphere and hitting the Earth.
That's a wonderful story.
I mean, that might just be an event of a trajectory, that, and not necessarily due to an attraction, but
that's a wonderful story about a lot of stuff attracting, but you can't show me one meteor that's come down to Earth that you can show me. Just stories.
it's probably a good thing that we don't see that happening. It would
Right,
be pretty
it's
catastrophic.
true, but we don't see it
wouldn't
happening,
be
and
in.
that's it. It's true, but we don't see it happening. That's a good thing.
Well, see, with Kepler's laws and all that, where we see these planets within our solar system, they're moving at the right velocity according to their distance from the sun. That it works out. That they actually fit the model, and
it all works out. It's just perfect. It just fits the model.
It's working out good. Yeah.
So convenient. Kepler, man, guy's awesome.
I have a new question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What would so basically flat Earth, they're hiding the shape of the Earth, right? How many people would have need to have known about the shape of the Earth and then subsequently hidden it, and then for how long? Like how many countries? How many of these actors? I'm just theorizing. I'm not poking fun, right? I'm just wondering, literally. Let's say they found out.
It wouldn't have to be that many because, how in the military everything is compartmentalized. So you have top secret, right? Like the president and above. Some things the president doesn't even get to see because it's top secret about the president. So think about the upper echelon. Only they would know. Who would know those? The military would know because the military can take tomahawks and fly out there past the ice shelf and see what's really out there. We can't do that. How many people? I don't know. I think all the countries know as far as gotta be at least one person in the country that knows, but only the very higher ups, that the top secret of the top secret. I think that NASA, for example, I'm not saying the secretary who answers the phone at NASA is lying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying scientists that teach stuff in school are lying. I'm saying that the astronauts are lying, and those people that put the astronauts above them are lying. So just the very top shelf would need to know. And of course, they work together like the mafia. Why? Because they're bringing in billions of dollars. I think it's $52 million a day, and NASA's pulling $52 million a day. The financial incentive is there, right? So they can They can fake a few moon landings and then pocket the rest.
Would you do that? You'd say there's probably one person per country that would know the true shape, is what you're saying?
I said all the countries know there'd be at least one person that knows. But in the U.S., it's probably thousands of people that know. But don't they have top secret, you can't tell,
Yeah.
And then some people they disappear if they say too much. It doesn't have to be the flat Earth. It could be anything. It could be Hillary Clinton's friends are all disappearing. Doesn't need to be flat Earth, but any kind of thing that people disappear. So
yeah,
it has to do with what?
I was just thinking it'd have to be a lot of people. all the people that like the private industries that rely on satellites and they notice like an anomaly with like the speed of their satellite, or they notice you know,
There's a movie, Capricorn One, that addressed exactly the thing you're saying and how they covered it up. But all you have is a computer, and you have a computer on Earth talking to NASA and the satellites. The satellites are controlled by the military. You can't get in there. You can't adjust them. You can't get the actual reading. You only get the reading they send you back. So all those satellites are designed to comport or to fake a globe Earth when really it's just happening on a flat Earth. Military.
but like
You can't show me. Go ahead.
if you designed your own satellite, right, for your own company to perform your own functions,
That's not a thing. It's not a thing. Can't do that. All the satellites are run and controlled by the military. All the Tesla satellites have military and NASA control over them. There's not one person that has a private satellite up there.
There's tons of companies that have their own satellites.
Yeah.
Maybe I misspoke. There are independent satellites, but you don't know you can't confirm that they're out there. All you can confirm is that they're giving you readings. So these readings can come from these weather balloons that we know there's thousands of those everywhere.
Yeah, but like, let's say you made your own satellite because you had your own purpose and you had your own code for your own private intellectual property for your own business's competitive advantages over other businesses. And let's say you only had the password to communicate with that satellite. You wouldn't be able to get that reading from any other place.
That's not a thing. There's never, you only have, your satellites are run by the military or by NASA. There's no private satellite that doesn't have to ask permission to NASA or the military to get up there.
So you can't build your own satellite with your own proprietary information and then hire a aerospace company to launch your satellite. You can't?
You mean like Tesla does? Tesla uses NASA and other people, the military.
No, NASA.
They're not. You think they're independent, but Tesla. I'm sorry, Tesla. No. I mean SpaceX. SpaceX is not independent of themselves.
NASA uses SpaceX, just like other people.
So if you look into it, there's over 100 employees that are the go-between between NASA and SpaceX. So that's the buffer right there. That's all you gotta know.
Also, the government uses SpaceX to hitch ride their own proprietary.
Same thing.
Also, like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, they have launch capability.
You can't show me one satellite that has data that you can prove is coming from a satellite. It can all be from weather balloons.
Well, I mean, some of these satellites travel a little bit too fast to be, weather balloons, because you can't get a weather balloon to travel like 4 miles a second, I don't think.
The weather balloons are pretty much stationary. They float above what we call the weather, and they just float there. I think as long as 28 months without needing more oxygen to refuel to keep them up there. And guess what? NASA is the biggest consumer of oxygen in the world. I'm sorry, of helium in the world. Did you know that?
I heard that.
Why would that be? Why would they need helium? Maybe to float shit up there. Aren't they shooting rockets up there? Aren't these satellites, orbiting because of gravity?
Are you
Why would you need helium at all?
A and NASA stands for?
What's that, Matthew?
Yeah, I was just asking, do you know what the first A in NASA stands for?
Tell me.
Aeronautics.
I heard it was not a space agency. But yeah, aeronautics. Okay, cool. But can you prove that those rockets are going into space, quote unquote? Matthew? Can you prove that there's a rover on Mars taking pictures and shit on Mars?
I can't prove it. I would say there's strong evidence, like my GPS works, satellite TV works. Those are pretty good evidence.
That can all be from either cell towers. Do you know that I called my company T-Mobile? I asked them to use any satellites for your GPS, and they said no. All the GPS goes from local cell towers. They don't use any satellites. the
I
manager
suppose it
at
depends on the phone,
T-Mobile.
but I don't think that's true.
I think there is some departure with cell towers. I don't know where it departs, but I know it's not true for Garmin watches. So if anyone owns a Garmin watch,
Oh yeah, they communicate with the ISS. Is that right?
well, the ISS
got
doesn't
it.
propagate the signals, but they do communicate
I
with.
just like you. You know, you should be able to prove that. You know, I think.
Why?
But it's that the person that you made a good point. If someone built their own satellite and they come and sent it up on their own, which doesn't happen by the way, that person would I think if they were to use a critical eye, that person would find that the whole thing is a sham. And those satellites up there, they know people putting satellites up there, just weather balloons floating around, and that's why. I don't know if you've had one of those satellite phones. That's why satellite phones have blackout areas. No satellites. There's 10,000 satellites up there, supposedly up there, floating around. But why do we have blackouts for what satellite phones? Why would that happen?
So I think just kind of just walking back to the original, how many people would need to be in on it?
I don't know, but like I said, like the secretary of NASA is not lying. Just the astronauts and the people that put them up there are lying. So just the top of the top. I don't know how many people that would be. Not many. I mean, maybe a few thousand. But like I said, the military would know because they can fly out there past the ice shelf and they can see what they can see. And I don't think you can go south and then appear north all of a sudden. I don't think that would ever happen. Like if you think about it, millions and millions of people now they get to Earth going west to east every day on a boat, on a plane, but nobody navigates going south to north to south. Huh?
Would you say the total amount of people on the Earth that know the true shape is more or less than 10,000?
That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe less. I mean, when you say no, right? I mean, there's flat earthers. I think that caught on to it, right? More than 10,000. Right? You can just go to a flat earth conference, see a couple thousand right there. But as far as you saying the people that are hiding it, like the conspiracy, I don't know, man. It might be around 10,000. Hard to say.
Okay. So let's say there's 10,000. I'm just trying to think this out. When, for argument's sake, did they find out the true shape, and when did they start to conspire, do you think?
Right around the 50s when they started using rockets. They made NASA, I think, in 59 or 57. Right around then would be the time that they would have to pull that wool over our eyes. And you can argue to say, well, they did it for our own good. We don't like it. Nobody likes to think that they're in prison in a dome in a petri dish. You could say, it's good. It's a greater good. The white lie. What do you want to say? But obviously,
Yeah. Does anyone
obviously not
else
telling us the truth.
have any? Is there any other indicators of when they could have known the true shape prior to the 50s?
Well, history, I think, is also corrupted, right? So there are people in the 19th century, I think, in the 20th century, that knew or believed that the Earth was flat. It's just that they told you in school, oh, we knew since Pythagoras 3,000 years ago. You must be stupid. We showed you in second grade, we showed you that picture of the boats going over the edge, and then it flows off the edge, like and there's dragons down there at the bottom. We showed you that picture. You must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat. So in one way, you have the few people that know. Another way, you have the masses who are corrupted, who are indoctrinated. They think it's stupid to make a flat Earth. And here we are. We are discussing it in Discord.
So a conservative estimate, or well, I don't know if it's conservative. So since the 50s, so 70 years, approximately 10,000 people
I mean, don't we have spaceships? Don't we have rockets, right? Why can't I just go take a rocket and shoot myself to Alpha Centauri? You know, make my own colony. You think they let you do that? I hope you. The answer is no. You can't do that. They won't let you do that. Matter of fact, there was this Norwegian engineer who made this iron ball, like he was going to shoot himself up into space, and he was independent, like you suggested. And guess what happened to him? With the week of his launch to space, because he was independent, he had all the backing, he had all the private money. The week that he was supposed to go into space, you can look it up to, is a Norwegian engineer that basically I think he got blackballed. He was charged with murder for a Chinese what do you call him? Reporter, a murder of a Chinese reporter. The week that he was supposed to go into space, and he never went, nor did anybody in his group go. So it was basically canned. Kind of like when someone finds out about the water engine, they get disappeared. Yeah, same idea. Find out too much, you get disappeared.
If you want to go to Alpha Centauri, not only cure for cancer. If you want to go to Alpha Centauri, man, they wouldn't only not be able to stop you. I don't think they'd want to stop you. They might talk about you on the news or something, but then they might they'd probably see your rocket taking off and they'd be worried. But then if they heard, oh, he's going to Alpha Centauri, he's not a terrorist.
Right, Kosho, you're so right.
What are they going to do once you're in the sky? They're not going to be able to stop you.
Who's that guy, Kosho, that had billions of dollars collected from
Elon Musk?
Before him, the other guy before that.
Before him, because Elon Musk had billions of dollars and he made rockets.
Before Elon,
he took people to space.
Before Elon, who's that guy?
I don't know. You're talking about
Richard Branson. Richard Branson from the 70s are collecting millions and now billions of dollars. Where's his rocket to space? He's been promising people. Elon Musk has taken nobody to space. He's taken a few actors, like who? Like William Shatner? Give me a fucking break, bro. How about you take a regular person like me or you up there? I mean, come on, bro.
Regular people, if they had the money, they'd be able to go. Well, there's a guy called Richard.
Except they're not going, Coach. They're not going. That's the problem.
Richard Garriott. He lives here in Austin, and he's had he's had enough money and success.
Right.
What? Say what?
I heard about him. I heard that he would know. He would know about the global yes. Richard Garriott, James Branson.
Yeah, he would have to because he's been to both the North and the South Pole
and Elon Musk. Yes.
Yeah, and the ISS. Yeah. So
yes, you would know.
You would have to be in on it.
Add that number to your 10,000. 10,001, Richard Garriott.
Richard Garriott also debated a flat earther on the radio here in Austin. And
why don't you play that for us? Show me the link.
Okay.
Are you in Austin?
Well, I mean, that's where I'm from. Well, that's where I live, but I'm not there currently.
I don't mean to dox you, bro. I thought that was interesting.
Richard Garriott.
But show us that link, bro. I'd like to hear that discussion. I wonder who it was who debated. Let me guess. Was it a flat earther?
Yeah, he was debate. I just said that he was in a flat earth debate. So yeah.
You have like these look, Coach. You have these Illuminati figures, right? That are just wealthy and they can do whatever they want, and regular people like me and you can talk about it.
Okay, well, what about the family members of astronauts? Are they in on it?
I had a cousin who's he's an FBI agent. He can't tell you. He can't say shit. One time, he told me that there's this huge weapon in his trunk. Right, he used it for I don't know what the fuck he used it for. But he told me, oh man, I can't just leave that car like that because I have that big weapon in there. Everything's top secret. You can't tell shit. So like the CIA, you married, you can't tell your wife what you're doing. That is a hush hush. Otherwise, you get disappeared.
I had a top secret clearance. It's not valid anymore, but
right. Is that like a top secret clearance? They do that some people don't know.
Say it one more time.
They do that so people don't know. I mean, just top secret by itself is a lie by the definition.
What?
It's
How?
a lie
What?
it's a lie of what is it?
Omission?
Omission. Yeah.
No, it's not.
So there's all kinds of top secret shit going around. And how do we know? We don't.
The top secret clearance just allows you to be privy to information if it's relevant and happens to be top secret. It's not like a lie. It's like it's just some stuff's classified, you know.
They withhold
I mean, I don't know if you know this,
information.
but plenty of people who have clearances talk about the shit that they not supposed to talk about, and they barely get in that much trouble, especially after the fact. Like, you ever notice those people on the news that are like talking about like what they did when they were in the military or what they did, you know, while they worked for the government.
You mean like Julian Assange, who told the truth and is now in jail, like him?
No, Julian Assange, whether or not you're on his side or whatever, he's in jail for I think rape.
Right. Make him a
He never had.
charge.
I know, I agree with you, but he never had a clearance because he isn't he Dutch?
He told something without clearance. He should go to jail. How
Well, no,
about
I'm
he
just
told the
saying
truth,
he didn't break any laws that have to do with clearances because
right. Oh, because he's in jail for rape. Wonderful. Isn't that convenient?
Yeah.
I told you they got this Norwegian engineer who's going to go into space. They got him on murder. The exact week that he was supposed to go. Eugene something. I get his name.
Did he possibly murder someone?
Truth is, I don't know, but it's just too damn convenient. You know, like nobody, like that guy asked, the guy who came in here, this Goldberg, he's asking like, what if someone made their own rocket? They go up there by themselves independent. I'm telling you, this is an example of this thing, same thing happening, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, but what about all the people that went to space and didn't
Name
get
one.
away? And didn't, I mean, Richard Gere.
Name one. I don't know, man. I think he's probably lying.
Okay.
And when you say space, like, I think you can go up in a plane, you know, out there in the upper echelon, you know, Cumberland up there, but is that really space? You know.
Well, he went to the ISS for like a week or
I
so.
think I don't know that anybody's. I actually don't know about the ISS, but I think they could fake a superior hologram and make people think there's a satellite flying around the sky. But if you look at the actual ISS, the picture that they show you, it doesn't look real. So it's probably just a hologram. Kind of like a magic show that David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear. It's just trick. It's just smoke and mirrors, bro. I don't think we should get into the ISS. I don't think anybody's in the ISS. It's just probably like a hologram. Because if you use logic, 250 miles away, you couldn't see an ISS that far away. 250 miles? That's from here to Vegas. I'm in LA.
Well, you
Even
could
if
if
it was. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you could if
No. Let me tell you why. Because hang on a second before we answer that. Answer that in a second. When I come down that hill going to Vegas, I see the Luxor pyramid. It is just so tiny, and that thing is bigger than ISS. So you can't tell me, and that's only like what, 15 miles, 10 miles. So you can't tell me that 250 miles. No. Okay, go. Make your point.
But I can see what you're saying, but I'd argue that it might be a little bit of a different scenario because one of them, you know, they argue the ISS has like gold-plated solar cells that are being reflected by the sun in the darkness of the sky. So I think that's where it would be more visible. You're reflecting. It's like a large mirror reflecting, you know, the full shine of the sun towards you. Whereas Luxor isn't essentially.
Do the math on the what you can see at a distance. It's another math we should know. We should do. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yo.
Sorry, I dropped out. I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Nope.
If we do the math on what we can see at a distance and how big and how small the object, and then try to compare that to reality, I think we'd have some discoveries.
Yeah, it's the inverse square law. Light gets twice. If it's twice as far as 4 times as dim.
4 times, if the object is twice as far as 4 times as small.
4 times as much light. I mean,
how about the size of it though? Is it twice as far as half the size?
Right. But it's half the size in both dimensions, so it's squared for the light amount.
But if you have a ISS, let's say it's the size of a football field, right? Is it, by the way, half a football field? I don't know how big it is, but
that sounds in the right range.
Say 300 feet. I don't know. So now, because it's 100 yards, 50-50, 300 feet, right? At, let's say, it'd be 300 feet, 300 feet and up close, but then 250 miles, right? Now, how small is it 300 feet? What's the angle of your, I don't know, there's got to be math to it. We can see like stuff through the atmosphere, like, I don't know, up to 100 miles. This is 250 miles. And this is a small object compared. It's not a mountain. Like the record photography is a mountain at, is it 275 miles? Which is actually similar to the distance they claim ISS is, right? So when we're seeing a mountain on Earth, just imagine the ISS on top of that mountain. You wouldn't see it, bro. Well, so
yeah, if it's not, if it's just sitting there, but we're talking about lights here. If it's a big light in contrast to the background sky, then you can see things that are smaller than the angular resolution of your eye due to the glare being larger.
So you can see it better because of the lighting and.
Yeah. So for example,
if you can give me the math on that, I would look into it at least. Like
sure, it's 20 past the hour.
Oh, thank you.
Join.
I'm explaining how Earth is flat and they're lying about stuff. Thank you, Left Lane, for the gravitational formula. I see it.
You're welcome, man.
So with that formula, how do we get a BB to stick to a wrecking ball? Can that happen?
As long as the bowling ball is as big as the Earth.
No, because wouldn't that a bowling ball, wouldn't the mass, the density be much greater than the Earth, which would make it a higher gravity than the Earth, which would pull the Earth towards it? However, you make a good point. If it's as big as the Earth, it'd be like a struggle, it'd be like pulling at each other, like a tug of war, right? So your bowling ball would swing back and forth between the two worlds like a Cavendish experiment. Am I right? Be a battle of the fittest.
Hey, Godric, there's not only the Luxor, but a bunch of buildings, as seen from the ISS.
Wonderful. Now, could you be like in a weather balloon, or you?
I'm going there in like 2 days.
ISS.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, the ISS, not Las Vegas. The ISS.
They don't mind you doing a live stream where there's no cuts. I'd appreciate that. If you're talking about the Luxor or Vegas,
Don't go to the Luxor.
I was trying to see. I don't put
take you on the
put $20 for me on black.
I'll take you on the outskirts. You can make about 2,600 in a week, and then you'll love Vegas, Luxor, and all.
Where are you staying at, Matthew?
The Horseshoe, which is the new branded version of Bally's, I think, and then
okay.
Hilton Grand Vacations.
So you guys ever think about slot?
Is there a
You ever think
casino
about?
at the Horseshoe, or is that you have to like go to another casino just to gamble?
I'm not sure, but I don't gamble.
You don't gamble, Matthew?
That's what I do for a living.
It's actually against my employment contract.
That's what I do for a living.
What?
I just gamble on slot machines. That's
Wait
what
a
I
minute.
do.
Concept. What career forbids gambling besides playing basketball?
Working at a university.
You're kidding me.
How about slot hustler?
But some universities, obviously not all universities.
I just saw
How about
Mark
slot
Wahlberg. I saw Mark Wahlberg, compulsive gambler, as a teacher teaching literature. The movie's called The Gambler. It's awesome, bro. Now you saying that's not a thing?
What?
Mark Wahlberg, The Gambler. He was the movie. He was a literature teacher, and he was gambling all day.
I bought that book as a gift, but I never read it. Apparently, it was Anthony Bourdain's favorite book.
Awesome movie.
Yeah, but I'm a gambler in Vegas. That's what I do. I go there like twice, 3 times a week to make a little bit of money, and I enjoy it in the desert.
I actually had
Just a hobby there.
Explore Planet. I actually have a system that wins at least, so it's never lost for me in slot. I don't know if you know how to do it, but maybe you have a system also.
Look, I got this book. I can just I can send it out email and share it with you. It's intellectual property. It's mine. But it
Are
tells you
you looking to get money from it, or can I pay you back when I use it to get fruits?
no, if you really believe the word I don't know if you know what that means, but
I'm a believer,
if you know the
bro.
word, I can send it to you, and it doesn't hurt my feelings at all. You can do
I'm a
and go and
believer.
do it as you
And I'll tell you
wish.
what, if I can make any sense out of the book, I will send you the money for the book. How's that sound?
I don't want anything for the book. I don't even care about money. I can get money anytime I feel like it because of that book. It's not a
Wonderful.
book. It's
Yeah,
like
I'd be
a
interested
hustler
in reading.
guide.
I'd be interested in reading that. Can you link me or DM me or send it to me?
You gotta be friends with Explore Flat Earth in order to get that kind of, treatment. But I can email it to you, but you gotta give me your email.
I can put my email. I think I can DM you, can I not?
Yeah, just DM me your email, and I'll send you it right over, dude. I'll send you a hustler guide to beating the slot machines in Vegas. But you can do it worldwide. There's casinos everywhere. I think everybody should know this.
I have a system that does work for me, but I'm not saying mine's better than yours.
I don't work for Grubhub.
You know what's interesting? Is there's people. There's this one
I'll
guy.
share it with all of you, by the way, even Witsit. I'll share it with every single last one of you. I think you don't have to work for nobody. You can just go and you gotta be smart. You can't be a dummy. You're never gonna survive if you can't hang on to money. So if you're really smart and you use the manual, the email that I send you, the book, the hustler guide to beating the slot machines, I think you'll be successful, but you got to hang on to like a pretty good bankroll, and then you'll be all right. But if you want it, I'll send it. But hey, don't come bitching to me if you get broke in Vegas or broke wherever the hell you go in.
Wait. Are you saying we can't be a compulsive gambler?
No, if you have, I suggest you don't even read the book.
You got to be like
Wait.
cool head, like nerves of steel, nerves of ice, or whatever.
Wait.
Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you really easy. This is like the first on the Sabbath, on the Earth Awakenings. I'm gonna give it away to the world. If you don't have a vice and you're really smart with money, then you only take the bonuses that you know you can win on. And all the machines are different. So there's probably 120 different machines, and they're in different buildings and different casinos. But if you focus and you watch your money and you don't have a vice, you're not a drunk. And I'm drinking right now, but I'm in the desert. I'm way away from the casino. But I believe all you that are here in Earth Awakenings, even the Globers, they don't have to work for the government. They can just go and do what I do. They can
No
tell the
drinking,
government.
no crack, no hookers, like no Hunter Biden.
All of those slot machines have a negative expected value. There's no way or strategy to consistently win money on slot machines.
Thank you, Matthew. But he was giving us the keys to the city, so please be quiet so he can tell us.
No,
So
I was telling
really
you that there are no keys.
he's really smart. Believe me, because even the best bonus could turn out really shitty for your ass, and you can get beat. He's not joking about that. But you gotta be able to who you're dealing with. You gotta know when to gamble and when not to. I always tell I taught like I think I taught like 9 men how to do this, and they've got hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Wait.
Because I tried to
Or
pick
you're
them
killing
properly. I tried to pick them where they didn't have they didn't care about money. They didn't have a vice. They didn't gamble. They
Explore
never knew a slot machine in their whole life.
Bro, you're playing with my emotions. Drop the secret knowledge. Come on now.
What's your name,
Send it
man?
to you in an email.
What's your name?
Godric.
Yeah, just send me a friend request. I'll friend you, and just give me your email. I'll send you the book.
I did already. Oh, let me email in there. Hang on.
Wait, now how do you know if the book works and if it doesn't? Is it like
Because
the?
I've been doing it without a fucking job for 20 fucking some years.
But like, how do you know when it's
I
working?
live in
Is
the
it like?
casino. I could eat steak dinners every night. I could do it as the fuck I wish.
Is it kind of like one of those things where when it works, you thank it for working, and then when it doesn't work, then you must have just done it wrong?
Yo, you got kids,
Right.
Explore?
If some guy come on the fucking and said I can beat slot machines for a living, I know like there's like 90% of you fools are gonna say, no, the Earth goes around the fucking sun. That don't happen. But I'm only looking for like the 10% who are truthers
1%.
that need to have money in their fucking pocket and don't have to fucking beg the government for jack shit.
Hey, Explore, do you have kids?
Unfortunately, I don't. I supported many. I've got plenty of nieces and nephews, man. And I got tons of money, and I don't loan money. I just hand the shit out like it's water and don't give a fuck about it. I don't care about money. I'm gonna donate everything that I do to Witsit. So I'm trying to donate right now to those that can contribute to Witsit. You know, the ones that are smart enough to do it. And I'll send you the email. I'm not even teasing. It's my intellectual property. It's what I taught others. But Drake Alden Shelton, the Southern Israelite, he made me a manual of everything that I told him. And if you can't fucking be successful in this business, then I pray for you. Just come and ask me if you need help. I answered their phone calls for years about, is this a play? I'm on this. They send me a picture, and they send me a text picture, and I tell them, well, you could get beat up. It could beat you. How much bankroll do you have? Do you even really want to play it? Do you really want to stick your fucking money in that machine?
Is it true that they ban people from casinos, like David Blaine?
Dude, there's so many hustlers, slot hustlers. You're gonna run into so many people that are competing with you. But if you're not like me, and you don't know what I know, you're probably gonna fail. And that guy that said it, the casinos, they take in all the money and they're there to beat you. That shit ain't fucking even funny.
There's always a way around some shit, right?
Well, yeah, but
not those casinos.
hey,
I mean,
Napalm,
they
if you learn this shit, dude, if you learn this shit, you'll never forget it, man. You'll never forget it, bud. But look, it takes a little doing. It's like having a job, basically. I mean, I choose to be, instead of a truck driver, where I made fucking a killing. I did well as a truck driver. I had a lease, and I got 90% of gross. So I made tons of money. But yeah, I was never late, by the way. But the slot hustling, that's an easy thing to do. You don't have to work for fucking John. You don't have to work for nobody, just yourself. And you're just there to find a bonus machine that somebody left because they didn't know the fucking bonus was going to go off. It could have been a Glober. I think most of them are Globers.
You know what's
I
interesting?
think
I'm sorry. I didn't know if you're.
it's real life. It's reality. The COVID thing went crazy and everybody's thinking, oh shit, I can't even work. I'm thinking the only place they can go is to a slot machine and put nickels in it and fucking pull the trigger. They're all begging and gambling and trying to hit $1 million. I want $30 on every play that I ever play. I'm just going for the bonus. That's why you can't be a gambler, because you get the bonus, you got to get the fuck off and wait for someone else to build the bonus up again.
Tell us more.
I told you, just friends me. Explore Flat Earth. You guys
Yeah,
know
dude.
who the fuck
Tell me
I
how
am.
to count cards right now.
Counting cards is difficult, but they'll throw you out in a heartbeat. But the slot machines, they don't know when you're putting your money in. But hey, Napalm, just friend me, and I'll just send me your
Napalm's
email.
not in here, man.
whatever, whoever you are. You sound just like him.
I'll take
There's
that as a
this,
compliment. He's a slick cat.
He's not even funny. And he is my brother. But look, I'll
Okay.
give it all the way to you free because there's so many machines. Look, if it was like a limited way for me to make money, I couldn't invite friends. Turns out that, these things are worldwide. The machines are everywhere. And if I couldn't tell my fellow flat earthers, who the fuck am I gonna tell how to make money without worrying about fucking a job or fucking vaccines and all kinds of
I just
nonsense?
don't want to be disappeared.
So look, it's just look. I gotta get someone who's willing to share it among the flat Earth community. They can leave out the Globers, but just give me your email. I'll give it to a Glober too. I will. Maybe someday that Glober will go, oh fucking thank you for allowing me to do this.
You
Instead
hear
of
that, Matthew?
getting the reach around from the Jesuit order, a bunch of priests every night.
Yeah, you're excluded, Matthew, from the secret. Oh, he's not here.
Yeah, Matthew's out, by the way. He's fucking definitely out. But anyways, you can tell him. He's gonna get overran. And there is competition, by the way. But if you're you're smart like me, you can make it work. It's not that big. You gotta have a bankroll. So you might want to have some friends to team up until you all figure it out. I'll answer the fucking phone. I'll give you my personal phone number. If you're in a spot and you find the machines that are in the email, I'll tell you exactly how to fucking make money on them. I'll tell you how to beat other competition out of that money. I'll tell you all the tricks. I'm a slot hustler. Turns out I'm Explore Flat Earth too, and I'm Robert Lee Pine Jr. I know what a contract is. I'm a lot of things. But yeah, there's nothing to worry about. The devil's tough. The truth is real easy. I think somebody said it earlier today on Earth Awakenings. He said, and I was trying to get in, he said that the red words that are in the word, the red ones. What do you think I fucking follow? What do you think a man who knows all I know is gonna follow first? The red words, stupid. The ones that are written in red. That's like an emergency. Anyways, I got the Slot Hustler manual. It's in email form, and I can share it to all my fellow flat earthers, even Globers if they want it.
Are you?
But you better not have a vice. But I'll
I'm
give
gonna
you my
go ahead
phone
and
number
pass.
too.
I'm all set, but I appreciate it. This is interesting to listen to.
If you're serious, I'll give you my phone number and I'll you just send me a picture, text message, and ask me whether it's a play or not, and I'll tell you. I'm willing to contribute to my truth community.
There's a guy named Mickey. He's convinced rappers that he knows a competitive advantage on Baccarat. And these rappers don't know anything
Hold
about
on.
anything.
Phil
And
Ivey beat a casino out of $20 million fucking dollars, and they were butthurt like a motherfucker on Baccarat.
Yeah, and he had to pay it all back. But
no, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He got sued by the casinos, and he had to pay it all back.
That
I
was
feel
a
like
cover
that's a
story,
gatekeeper
dude.
response, though. I do. I feel like it's a gatekeeper response. I don't know. Someone's defending something here. I can smell it.
You guys think it's nuts. I love it. I love it that 90% can't even figure this shit out.
Bro, it's not nuts. It's just I'm not gonna risk what I'm building in my life for something like that. You know what I mean? Even if it's quote unquote sure shot. You know what I'm saying? Just
Well, you go on Discord and you look up New Saxony and talk to Drake
I
Aldershot.
wanted because I already have a system built in.
Hold on.
Nah.
Don't interrupt.
The second anybody comes on and says, "Hey, I got the secret to do something at a casino," I'm like, "Oh yeah, Why don't you go fuck yourself?
You go talk to Southern Israelite, the Southern Protestant.
Don't tell
Don't
him
film
that.
it when you go fuck yourself.
Don't
You know,
tell
we
him
don't
that.
like
We
to see
want
that
to know
shit.
the information.
But do go fuck yourself if you think anybody's gonna actually say, "Oh, let's go do it, dude." you
Wait, you think-
email me how to fucking knock off some
This
fucking.
guy's like,
I'm down. I am
Oh,
down, dude.
my
I'm
goodness.
with
hey,
you.
hold on. What's this man's name that is talking to me like that?
Explore
What's his
Flat Earth.
name?
You take liberties in here all the time, man. You got a big
Hold
attitude.
on,
You know
who is
that?
that? Who is that?
My name is Glat Flobe, and my name on the screen is Sensei. I'm your sensei.
I apologize.
Oh,
Look,
you're
I ain't
good,
trying to
brother.
hurt
You're
nobody.
good, but I just don't.
I
I'm
ain't
like,
trying to
listen,
hurt nobody, bud. If
listen.
you don't believe in it, just stay quiet and just don't believe in it. Just stop it. I'm trying to help a few of my brothers, my
How long have you been talking
friends.
about this specific subject?
I don't care if you believe in it or not. Just stop it.
How long has it been that people have had to listen to this?
I don't think I've told anybody yet.
Anybody else want to answer that question? How long has he been talking about this? Well, it looks like at least 15 minutes. Matthew Lawrence was talking about it at 12:30, 12:29.
Okay.
Well,
You
I
go
put
back.
my email, so look me up.
Godric, are you fucking serious about this?
Dude, I already have a system that works. I just want to improve it.
Hold on. Let me
All right,
check
man.
my email.
Just know this is
Let me
live
check
streamed.
my friends. Let me
all I'm
check my friends' requests.
You can't.
Now,
'cause
Sensei.
Y'all be careful.
Sensei, he's trying to wake you up. He's trying to say that's impossible.
Bro,
That's
I'm just saying be
impossible.
careful. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying be careful talking about it like this. That's all I'm gonna say. So y'all do what you're gonna do.
Has anybody here ever heard of? Has anybody ever heard of Southern Israelite?
I wonder how many people have gone to Vegas assured of their system, and like Vegas is built upon the bodies of the people who had a system.
Southern Israelite is like the pinnacle of like the word and like the flat Earth. I mean, he destroyed everybody, and he did it for years. I was right there alongside him. You guys don't. You never heard of Southern Israelite? Are you guys joking with me? Nobody here? Is there one man who's heard of the Southern Israelite, Drake Alden Shelton?
I guess you're not as or he's not as popular as you thought.
Is he a black dude?
No, he's not.
I don't know him then.
You guys are a bunch of young fellas or something. I don't know how to get through to you. But hey, look, if you give me a friend's request, I'll send you an email.
We're all noobs, man. We want to get that knowledge you have. Share with them.
When he says we, he means him.
What are you talking about? Just him? He's the only one that wants it?
100% the only one.
That's Godric. That's right.
Okay. He's the only one going to get it then. Now you can go back to talking about. I'll find your friend's request. I'll send you the email, bud. The rest of them, you can go back to whatever you were talking about. Yeah. Go talk about the lights in the sky.
And let me tell you
listening.
something. Since we're talking about this kind of subject, which obviously it's taboo, no one wants to hear about it. I can teach you, whoever's interested, how to make money in the stock market system. They've been doing it for 30 years. So you can take with it whatever you want to take.
Yeah, it's just a little smaller scale than the stock market. Stock market's a little different. You got to have like insider knowledge and all kinds of crazy shit.
You don't have to have insider knowledge.
You can gamble. You can gamble way more money than I'm talking about. But there's ways and things you can do where you can make $100,000 a year and not have to fucking follow nobody else's rules. I don't like doing it. I don't like fucking being part of that legal society or the lies. None of that shit.
That's right.
So I just do this as a simple way. I mean, it's not like I don't expect to go down there and fucking be a multi-millionaire in fucking minutes or nothing. I'm just there to to make fucking 500, between 500 and 2,500 a week, depending, and fucking not have to obey another motherfucker's laws. Just the words. The red words, basically. What Yeshua says. What Yeshua teaches. It makes it easier for me, by the way. Not having to, appear at a job and do that fucking 9 to 5 shit, and makes it easier for me. Having that kind of an opportunity. Where pagan savages are just pulling slot machines and don't give a shit what the thing does. And leaving bonuses everywhere. There's so many guys doing it. It's not just me. I'm not the only slot hustler on the earth.
Yeah, you were
I
saying
did
that.
it for years, by the way. I did it for years. I mean, I was a truck driver too. When they took out all the bonus machines, I could not work no more. I had to go back to driving a truck. I was good at that too. But now, I feel like I'm committing felonies if I don't teach the truthers, the ones who want the true earth. I feel like it would be a felony if I didn't share what I have. I apologize. Now I know 90% of you will not believe it's possible. I want the ones that only can go in there and just not have a vice when they get there. They can't drink. They can't do drugs. They have to hold on to their money. And if they can do those three things, then who knows? I mean, I got a buddy. He's got $100,000. He's only been doing it for saved money. He's only been doing it for a year and a half, year and 7 months. Something like that. He got 100. He was working at fucking Subway making fucking sandwiches in Delaware. So if I can teach him. Now he called me for a year straight with pictures on my text messages saying, "Do I play this one?" And I would say I would give him the God's honest truth that you could get beat, but that's probably a play. You probably need to put your money in there and try to do that.
What's wrong
Try
with
to
working
get
at
the
Subway?
fun.
What's wrong with that?
What?
What's wrong with working
I
at
didn't.
Subway?
Well, nothing. That's what he was doing, and he wasn't fucking saving any money. Now he's got over $100,000. And he's my buddy, by the way. He'll really do anything for me. So I really don't have to worry about not a whole lot. I really don't. I'll tell you what I worry about. That my fellow man can't wake the fuck up and figure out the truth. It really concerns me that so many people are so deceived. They blindly, even the truth movement, they're not willing to accept the truth. There's so many divisions and everybody's fighting and shit.
The truth about what?
The nature of the earth. Like the ether. That's what we had, this big gravity, and, within our own truth movement, there were divisions. And what everybody doesn't understand, it's just a preponderance of the evidence. It's not reasonable doubt. If you hold the globe to the reasonable doubt standard, you're a fucking retard. Because it's only a preponderance of the evidence is all you need to understand you don't live on a fucking ball of water. I mean, that's stupid to me.
What evidence do you trust, or which one?
You hear that,
what evidence,
Matthew?
What evidence do you throw away?
Yeah, but look. I'm just trying to. I like the word, the red words. Basically, when I try to teach someone about the truth, I try to just introduce them to the red words and then natural, law the science of natural law.
Is there other color words out there?
Well, there's the black and white ones. They're written in the Word, but I'll introduce them to them later after they understand what the red words teach, because that's all I follow. And listen, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to be look. They can throw me out of the Discord. They can throw me out. I'm still going to remain in the chat, but it's all going to be the same story. I ain't changing the story. It's just the red words. Now, you can learn the other ones later, but the first ones you have to learn are the ones that are written in red. They didn't monkey with those words too much, by the way.
Yeah,
Those words weren't monkeyed too much with.
What do you mean
So,
red words like redwood forest like that?
No, that's. I mean, I've been to the redwood forest. I've seen the big trees. It actually helps me understand the red words, not woods.
Are the red
Word.
words made out of redwood?
Now you're being ridiculous. Come on. You wanted an email from me. You're gonna get one. If you friends requested me, sent me your email, I will send you the Hustler Guide to the slot machines. It's so funny that I can come on Earth Awakenings and try to awaken some people. And, man.
I was ready to fall asleep once you awakened me.
I'm just a flim-flam man, I guess. My name's Explore Flat Earth on Earth Awakenings. I don't think any one of you have ever asked me my name. I don't think you care to even know. That's kind of funny to me. It's kind of weird.
We exist here in a realm of anonymity.
Is that Zanuck?
Keep it on the low down. We don't want you to get
It
snatched
is.
up.
Fucking Zanuck? Is that you, Zanuck?
It is he.
Yeah. So what was your blood covenant that you swore, Zanuck? Let me hear the blood covenant. Let me hear you repeat that oath that you swore.
I think you're saying you're a Satanist, Zanuck. Is that true?
Too many questions at once.
Did you have to
I just
recite
asked. I
red
just
word,
asked if he
Zanuck?
swore a blood oath. I don't care. I'm just asking because I think he did.
My blood oath was to provide all information necessary to convince others of the ultimate mission and do whatever it takes to get the job done.
To provide for a Bahamut?
Hold on. You didn't swear an oath to the Pope of Rome? I thought you were protecting his ass. Hey, Zanuck, I thought you were protecting the Pope.
Not me.
Don't you love him? Hold on a second. Do you hate the Pope? Yes or no?
Hate is a very strong word. No, I don't. I have.
Hold on. Do you hate the Pope? Yes or no?
No, I don't hate the Pope.
Oh, I knew you couldn't do that. See? I knew you couldn't do it, Zanuck. I knew you couldn't hate the Pope.
How could I hate
the Pope?
What is the Pope?
Hold
What is
on.
the Pope? I only hate people that have done wrong, that
Ask me
cross
the
me.
same question, Zanuck. Hey, Zanuck, ask me the same question. Where's my oath lie? Where's my oath? What oath did I swear?
Tell me your blood oath.
I want to tell you. It's a blood oath covenant with Yah, my father. And he knows who the liar is. No, he knows who the liar is. Now
Is that code for cocaine?
Now hold on, Zanuck, hold on. Don't step away too fast.
I ain't going anywhere.
You can't what? You can't go against the Pope of Rome because you swore a loyalty to him.
No,
right?
I did not. I did not do that.
You sure?
Positive.
I know you're a liar, so hold on a second.
How do you know I'm a liar?
Because
those are some strong accusations. Tough
you
guy. You better come up
belong
with
to
some
the Pope
evidence
of
to that
Rome. You
accusation.
belong to the father of lies.
How do you
The
come to
synagogue
that
of Satan,
conclusion?
right?
How do you come to that conclusion? I've not sworn any oath to a man named the Pope.
I know who you are, Zanuck.
I don't
I
think
can
so.
see you. I can see. I got eyes. I got ears.
You've already made one error, gross error in assessment. That means there's probably a good chance there'll be others to follow.
So who do you owe loyalty to?
I owe loyalty to no man.
Okay, so God, like the Pope, he's considered God on earth, so I get it, but who is your God? Is it the Pope of Rome? Is he God on earth?
No, God, no.
Zanuck?
No, of course not.
Well, he claims to be.
No, he just claims to be the Pope, and he wears some funny outfits. That's his problem, not mine.
But you don't believe in my blood oath that I took with y'all, right? The word.
What?
I don't. You don't believe in that
What is there to
one either,
believe?
right?
What is there to believe about your oath? Do I believe you had an oath with somebody? Possible. I don't know either way. Is it any of my business whether you did or not? Do I care?
I think I sent the message
to the Pope.
Yeah, your covenant, the one who you belong to.
Who do I belong to?
I've witnessed you do it on many occasions. I've been in here many times and heard you.
No,
I know who you're loyal to, whether you lie about it or not, and I know you're allowed to. I know you're allowed to do a lot of things.
Am I? What am I allowed to do?
Yeah. Well, lie. I
Lie?
can't do that kind of stuff.
I'm allowed to lie? Who do I lie
I
to?
can't do that.
Who have
I
I
have a
lied
covenant with Yah, so I can't
Who
really lie.
who have I lied to? Have I lied to you? Are you accusing me of lying to yourself?
Listen, if I get on to Earth Awakenings and you're talking, I don't even want to hear it, bud.
Why is that? Afraid you might learn
Because I know
something?
I know who you're loyal to, bud.
But you don't.
I know
You've already
exactly
said.
who you're loyal.
You've already said.
I know
Several
you
times.
said it. I know exactly what you said, but I don't believe in
You've
it.
already said. Well, you've already said who you think I have loyalties to, and you were incorrect. So these lies that you accuse me of are lies themselves. Now you're lying.
Let's talk about your buddies. Let's talk about Left Lane and Kosho and everybody else in there.
Okay.
In Earth Awakenings.
I think Kosho has a covenant with the Pope.
Do I think so?
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, it's pretty evident. It's evident to me. Just because everybody else can't see doesn't mean that I can't. I get to see it firsthand. I get to witness it.
Did you have to?
I got a lot of other buddies that witness the same shit you guys pull. And listen, it's absolute. Yeah, you got a loyalty to somebody and it has nothing to do with y'all.
Is it like those mafia initiations where you have to cut your hand and like kiss a picture of a saint?
Well, they swear one. They don't have to do all that. It's in their mind. It's what they believe. Their beliefs convict them. And it's easy to see their works. You can see it. They're just absolute fucking liars. They lie out of both sides of their face.
What would
It's
be a
easy to
good
see.
what would be a good ceremony if there was like a secret Earth ceremony? Would we like kiss a globe and like drop a weight on our foot to prove gravity?
See, you're proving all these like things you can't even define. You don't even know whether they're real, but you're just willing to accept. You're willing to say, "Well, gravity does everything." You guys are amazing. I'll tell you that right now. For a man who really understands the word and knows the truth, and just to sit by and watch you guys on a daily basis, just obfuscate from the truth like you would never imagine. I know where your oath lies. It was a rhetorical question. Zanuck and Kosho and Left Lane and Blue Marble and you guys are amazing, by the way.
Can you?
Man, you would be such a power on the side of the truth, but you choose the lie. I don't even understand
What
why.
is it about what we have said that expresses to you that these are lies that we speak? Just give me one example.
It's so
or maybe
fucking
one.
stupid for someone who knows the truth to listen to you and accept that as the truth. It's
Give me an
so
example.
stupid.
Give me an
I mean,
example.
look,
Give me one
you say it
example.
on a daily basis. You go on and on. You won't shut up, dude.
Give me
Dude, you
one
won't shut up.
example. If you have so many,
You
one should be no
like
problem,
you're
right?
doing to me now. I'm trying to answer, dumb. Can I answer?
I'm waiting for your answer.
Well, then quit fucking interrupting me. So I'm trying to explain that you guys don't accept reality. Enough said. How about that one? Enough said.
Give me an example. You promised me an example. You said I was interrupting you. I allowed you to speak, yet you still don't speak the truth, nor do you bring forth this accusation evidence that you claim to have so much of. If you have so much of it, you'd be able to say one thing that I've lied about. Just one thing. Go ahead. I'll wait. Everyone here is listening to you, by the way. You're on stage. Name one thing I've lied about.
You know, I can't because, you know, I'm just, I believe every word you say. I think you're the greatest. I think you're fucking so smart and you fucking so talented that you should fucking get paid like millions of dollars for arguing with a bunch of flat fucking earthers.
I don't know really to make of that statement.
Just your presence and your beliefs, they convict us all, bud. They convict us all of what you actually believe in absolute fucking nonsense.
Convince or convict?
So stupid. Listen,
Convict or convince?
I don't have to prove nothing to you, dude. You
I didn't ask
convict
you to prove
yourself
anything.
every single minute you appear in this. In this, look, you're on a flat Earth, by the way. This is like a flat Earth hangout.
Sure.
What the fuck is Zanuck doing here?
I feel
What the
like
fuck is
I'm on
anyone?
the
What
end
the
of
fuck
a
is anyone
bar,
doing here?
and I'm like overhearing the conversation on the other side of the bar.
Hope I'm here with all the Globers, man. You guys are embarrassing. You're
Still
like
waiting. Still waiting for that one shred of evidence to support a claim that you said I lied about something. Just one. There's so many things I did, so many lies I've spewed, yet you can't bring one of them forth here for the audience to actually hear and have validation of your opinion.
I think I put on my performance. I think you've done quite a bit of it.
Name
but
one.
I don't think anyone who's honest and like, you know, they're
I don't
honest
know.
with themselves that I think they already know.
I don't know. So please explain. Give me the one lie that I've
And Left
told.
Lane and Kosho and everybody else.
Name
You guys are a
one.
joke,
Okay,
Flat
I will say this one last and one final time. Explore Flat Earth. I am asking you to provide one shred of evidence that something I've said that you've heard me say here in this forum, on this Discord server, is a lie.
You believe you live on a ball spinning in fucking space. That's the fucking lie. How about that one?
Did you tell me I said that? Did you hear me say that?
Well, you defend it like you're a white knight or something. So, obviously. Look, I don't think anyone's not going to agree with me on my side that you're not defending that fucking ball like a white knight and Left Lane and fucking Blue Marble. And you know what you do on a daily basis. You defend a fucking lie. That's what you do. You wanted me to bring up one. You fucking pestered me and fucking and haunted me and fucking told me that, yeah, just tell me one. How about you believe in a globe fucking lie, bud? How about that one? Is that enough for you?
That's a question. Answering a question.
Hey, is the globe true or not? Yes or
What lie
no?
have I told? Be specific.
Is the globe true
What did
or
I
false?
say?
Yes or
Quote
no?
me. Quote me. That's not the answer I'm looking for.
Do you believe you live on a globe? Yes or no?
Well, that is a belief. If I tell you what the answer is, it won't. validate your accusation because
Why
they
are you
believe it's
hanging
not.
out with a bunch of
Hold
flat
on.
earthers if
Hold
that's
on.
what you believe?
Hey, before we go off the rails, realize that my answer will be to a question specifically saying, do I believe in something? So that can't be a lie if I believe in something. So you're wrong again. Okay, I'm going against what I said earlier. I'll do you one last chance. Tell me in support any claim that you have that I have told a lie here. Go ahead, bring it up. Tell me specifically what it was, and then you will be validated. Because I guarantee you won't be able to do it. Because you're going to answer with a question again and go obfuscate in some other direction because you know I haven't lied. Because you can't bring up the lie that I've said. Because I haven't said a lie. Regardless of my belief in whatever we live on, it's not the point. The point is you said I'm lying. That's a tough accusation right there. You need to back it up. Go ahead. What did I lie about?
Okay, Zanuck, you ready?
Yep.
The globe.
What about the globe? That's not a statement of a lie. Globe.
Well,
The globe
that's
can
your
be
lie,
flat.
bud.
The globe is a lie?
Yeah.
You asked me if I believe it's a globe. That's not a lie then. It's a belief.
No, you actually believe it's the truth. So it is a lie.
Dude, are you listening to yourself? You sound like deranged.
Yeah, you're right.
You've been drinking.
Huh.
Be honest.
Look, I don't hate you guys for trying to protect the Pope of Rome. I know you swore a blood covenant with that motherfucker, but I ain't gonna do it.
That's a yes.
That's a yes. That'd be a yes. Can I have
And
another?
you're tricky with the words. You're really good, man. I think Kosho is like a press fucking agent for the Pope of Rome. I think he's like the press
What
fucking
is with your
secretary.
fixation?
I
What
think
is
you're
with
the
your
backup.
fixation?
But hey, listen, Zanuck, you're the backup fucking press secretary for these cocksuckers. And I think Left Lane, he's in there to white knife for both of you two. And Blue Marble only shows up when fucking there's real problems like Explore Flat Earth's in the house.
That's right.
But they sent like Zanuck to ask me, what the fuck am I lying about? What's my lie? How did I lie to everybody?
Is that what I sound like?
Like you fucking believe in a fucking spinning ball in space, you fucking retard. How about that
That's
one?
not a lie if it's a belief, is it?
Well, if you're trying to fucking propagandize the whole fucking world and censor us, I think it's a fucking lie. Making pretend movies with NASA and shit, and I think you probably work for them. That's probably. Hey, Zanuck's on the payroll. Now I can't prove that. But hey, I can take a preponderance of the fucking evidence.
Preponderance just means 50% or greater.
Yeah, that's right. That's all I need to agree with. I have beliefs too, bud. My beliefs are powerful. So how much is the Pope of Rome paying your ass to fucking torment flat earthers all day?
Now we're tormenting you.
Fucking distract us. Keep us away from truth. Yeah, you're good at it. You and Kosho and fucking Left Lane and Blue Marble, they're fucking so good at it.
What is Whitsett? Is Whitsett your leader?
No, he actually kind of believes the word like I believe.
Okay.
I'm gonna donate every fucking penny I ever get to that young man. Hey, you guys, you can fuck off. Listen, you can fuck off with your Pope of Rome, and when you get there, you can tell him to fuck off too.
Is he the flat pastor?
He's wearing a fish hat. If you can't find him, he wears this big fucking fish hat.
Sounds like a
yeah,
problem.
I know you guys hate my guts.
Sounds like a fashion problem.
I think you're paid by the Jesuit order, so.
You think or believe or
Well,
no?
that's my belief. So I ain't gonna hold any other man. Like, you guys can come after me anytime you like. I think you do on a daily basis anyway.
No,
I've been putting it up. I've been putting up with this shit for like 8 years. You guys think you're the only fucking ones that fuck with me. But I wear it like a badge of honor, your hatred. I wear you got a covenant with your fucking Pope that claims he's the God on earth. He thinks he's the Heavenly Father. He thinks he's everything on earth. And he's just a stupid man wearing a fish hat.
Does he really think
And
he's?
you swore an oath to him, obviously. You're paid to argue with flat earthers all fucking day for no reason. And
But
you're
why
not even being like intellectually honest with yourself. It's so pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic how you guys claim to be so intellectually honest. When we ask you stupid questions, you don't even answer the fucking things.
Such as?
You run off into crazy fucking nonsense.
Give me an example. Can you please give me an example?
I think we've all been here long enough to hear it from you, Zanuck. We don't have to I don't have to give you examples. Dude, if I did, I could really fucking come on. I know who you're loyal to. I know the covenant you swore, dude.
Tell me about it.
It would be a weird thing to do, though, wouldn't it? Just swear like an oath to some kind of order, especially guys who wear fish hats. They'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, that order. Now
right?
you're catching on. Now you're catching on that order.
No, I'm just saying. Hey, listen. If that's the case, that would be super like make funnable, right? You could totally make fun of those people. So that's all.
Well, that's what I'm doing here. I'm fucking really holding their feet to the fucking fire, for fuck's sake.
Right. So if you do swear an oath at all ever in your life, you're a pathetic, abject fucking loser. That's all I'm saying.
That's
Anyway,
right. Except for there's one oath you can swear. There is a contract that you should be involved with. It's called the fucking creator that created you. He created all things. That's the only covenant you need to recognize. Not a covenant of man. Some fucking man in a fish hat's claiming he's
How do I recognize this creator when I see him?
Well, you're not going to because you're loyal to some fucking guy in a fish hat.
Wait, are you saying that he's like not able to be seen by me?
You're not going to recognize him, dude. You're never going to know. How about that one? You belong to that guy. The Pope, the one with the fucking fish hat. You belong to him. You're never going to know the creator. If you think you can know the creator, boy, I got some money I'll put on that. I'll put some money on that one.
What does the creator sound like?
If you're a Glober, you're never going to know his name. You're not going to be close to him. He'll toss you away like a piece of trash. That's what you deserve. You deserve nothing but the trash heap. I think it's called, what the hell is that place called? Gehenna, or it's worse than that.
Purgatory.
That's where you're gonna go, bud. Hey, look, all you Glovers, you get to experience Gehenna. I don't know if you know what that is, but
It's a country in Africa.
okay, you go on thinking that. That's what the one you swore the covenant with is gonna teach you. It's just some country in Africa. You don't got to worry about Gehenna. It's a trash heap. That's where you're gonna be piled up all together.
Wait, is the person that I swore an oath to
for a while there too? By the way,
is he a
you're gonna live there for what you do to people who are trying to really understand and know the truth, and you obfuscate and you don't answer questions. You're gonna end up there. It's a pile of trash.
Is the person that I swore the oath to like a physical person?
Love it. I could do this for hours.
Obviously.
Is there any true earthers in this building? I think I heard napalm pipe in. What do you think of their disgusting behavior? How they've acted towards you for the last 7 years? They get in your comment section. They fucking are doing everything they can to keep you away from the truth.
What if
it's disgusting behavior?
What if
it's so disgusting?
What if we're trying to enlighten you on knowledge that we possess, we think, and we want to share? What if it's that? What if we are not wrong? What if we are providing some truth? to you?
Well, if I wasn't, such a whippersnapper, I would probably be in a fucking trance like everybody else. Fucking going down and getting, I'd trade poison for fucking French fries or a lottery ticket. I'd fucking go get fucking jabbed in my arm fucking 17 times with poison.
I think people that believe in the globe should rebrand their beliefs to be called fake earthers.
Fake earthers, that's a good one. Fucking, how did you get that?
That way you can determine which is true and which is false just by what group they describe themselves as.
Right, if they're fake, then we can all agree with it, and we're gonna let them believe whatever the fuck they want. Just don't fucking bother us. How about quit stalking me? How about putting stupid comments in my comment section all day? I'm only trying to find a man that knows the truth, and you fuckfaces don't want me to find him for some reason because you're constantly in my goddamn comment section. Acting like a bunch of fucking... You're not even first graders. You guys are fucking dumb.
I wonder
They're
if they've
dumb.
tried that with religion, like just
They're so
put the word
fucking
true in front of a religion, then that's gonna
Well, Christians used to go around chopping motherfuckers' heads off and shit and saying, you're gonna love Jesus or I'm gonna chop your head off. I don't subscribe to any religion on the earth. I know what Yeshua said, and those are good words. The only ones I had to follow, that's the covenant I swore. I swore I'd follow Yeshua, and that's it. And it makes it easy. It opens your eyes. You can see a liar from a mile away. You can see an obfuscator. You can see the globers coming from miles. It's easy to see. Like Zanuck. And I love it. Left Lane. Is the name Howard? Hey, Howard. Are you there listening in the background quietly waiting to pipe your ass in? Blue Marble, are you there? Kosho. Fucking give me Kosho for a minute. I told him he should be the press secretary for the Globe model. He should be. Zanuck's just a fucking irritator. Absolutely irritating. How did I shut down the EA?
BAC shuts down the EA.
Are there any truthers in here? Any true earthers in the house? Did I run everybody off of the Discord? At least I give you a couple of things I think about. Wasn't very difficult.
Well, I wasn't raised to think that just because something's possible, it can happen. Just because something's popular doesn't mean it's good. Just because she's pretty doesn't mean she's so nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm in this place where I've always picked the ugly girl. I've always picked the bad thing to do. I've always picked the not so it ain't popular learning the red words. That shit ain't popular at all. They'll tell you you're a fucking Christian. They'll tell you you're part of religion. I ain't part of any of those things.
I'm just
I'll
saying,
tell
man, it's cozy and comfy in a consensus-based crib.
Yeah, their consensus. You're right.
Yeah.
They're fucking sickening to me. They fucking really bother me. And I don't know how I can even kind of. You see how I poke fun at them. I just. I've had buddies of mine tell me I'm the white Chris Rock. Because I got a sense of humor. I mean. But there's times when you just get fed up with it. You get tired of it. But yeah. You're right. They find exactly what Whitsitt says. They find, like, contentment in the consensus. They're content. They they agree with it because they don't want to argue. They don't want to have problems in their lives or nothing. By the way, Napalm's a nuts. Napalm, he probably gets it. Good. There's only a few that do. That really actually have it within their heart to save a man that's trying to tell the truth. That's it. It's not that tough.
Well, I mean, you just take a look at the scumbags and all of the text chats that we have, trying to deter people from even paying attention, trying to sway
I
people
run,
from
but
something.
you run them
See,
off.
if someone comes in here and sees that people appealing to authority and saying, you don't know what you're talking about, stupid flat earther, 9 of those 10 people are instinctively just going to go, oh, well, they're being bullied. They have to be wrong then. Okay, moving forward. Most people don't even leave high school. They're like, well, I guess I'll just follow the popular crowd. Can't be left out now, can we?
Well, we got to offer them a stick, or a carrot. Which one? We offer them the stick or the carrot. I mean, it's a pretty simple thing. You're going to get a stick or you're going to get a carrot. I'm glad that there are a few that I can still teach. I look for a young man who's brilliant and smart, and I just devote my life and attention on making sure theirs is, what it should be. That's my whole job, dude. I don't do a whole lot. I like running off fucking Globers, though. I like making them run and fucking cry like little bitches.
Well,
And
they
I know
don't
you
have
do it
anything to
too.
say, right? They don't have anything actually to respond with, but attitude. So it's quite entertaining. I do think it's a masochistic sort of practice. I think that they're kind of, what's the word here? I'm so tired. I
It's
gotta go to
very
bed.
bad behavior. Okay, you
Well,
don't have to say
but they like
masochism.
it. But they like. That's what I'm saying. They are getting punished, and they come back for it every day, right? Almost all their free moments, they come back to,
It's a
and they're not
sickening
stupid.
behavior.
Hold on. They're not stupid. They know they're getting punished. They know they're wrong about the Earth being a globe. They know that they're wrong. So they're purposefully, check this out, this is weird psychology. They come back specifically to get spanked. That's masochism, right? It's like a sexual pleasure out of being destroyed every day here. But they come back for it every day. It's a weird.
Yeah, but Napalm. I
I'm
think
not
you
an napalm, man.
underestimate the enemy.
I don't underestimate the enemy. There's no way to overestimate this enemy, my friend.
Listen for a second. They come into these, forums, and they're outnumbered. They're only looking for one thing and one thing only. Advantage. And look, they don't like me one bit. I mean, but I don't fear them.
Oh, imagine
wanna
if
make-
we were supposed to fear these people, these anti-flat earthers. Holy shit.
I want to make them my buddy. You understand? I'd rather them be on my side than on that other side.
I'll tell you what, the anti-flat earthers, those kinds of people are going to be the reason that guns get taken away from everybody at some point. Mark my words.
you're probably not wrong about that, but look, a man, he has to give up his guns first. He's the
Yeah,
one
but
that has
these
to
aren't
make
men
that.
that are coming up, dude. The kids that come after us, these soy boys, man. I don't want these little pipsqueaks running the world. These globe defenders, really don't. But I don't know what to do about it.
You got to be way more ahead of them. You got to be like on another whole page. And yeah, it's easy to teach a young man who's crazy like that not to believe a story. And that the stories are so crazy. Man,
I tried to believe the stories. I couldn't do it, dude. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I couldn't rightly look in the mirror and go, yeah, all that stuff
That
out there that
sounds
they're
right.
talking about, I believe it too. Yeah, sure.
Well, that's
I
right.
couldn't do it.
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, I get in these spots where, yeah. But I'm in the spot right now where, what choice do I have? I'm 53 years old. I have to find a young man or two, and I'll go to great lengths. I will torture them to death if they wish it. If they wish for me to keep torturing them, they can just keep showing up. I think since I've been in, I mean, I never knew even Earth Awakenings or ADL or 24/7 even existed. I was busy teaching a bunch of young men the law and contract law, and I'm almost there, where we can start really getting serious answers from these fuckfaces. Because then you give them no chance. They can't run, they can't fucking obfuscate, they can't do shit, they have to answer our contract. And boy, they don't fucking, I'm gonna tell you something right now. They don't like me. Boy, they fucking wanna get me bad. But I have no fear of them. But yeah, I'm trying to just be here and that the Globers, the behavior that they exhibit, you can just tell them by their works, man.
For sure.
We've all been frustrated by them, like on multiple levels. Like you try to be patient with
What's
them.
frustrating is you never know if the audience is picking up on the cues that these people are giving socially or not when they speak, right? I want the audience to hear in their voice the disingenuousness, if that's the word. I think it is, in the way that they carry themselves. They're desperately trying to diminish the like how we look, our credentials or lack thereof, and such, rather than just address the information. But if the audience is keen enough, they can pick up on those signals that they're sending, the dishonest signals, see past all the kind of smoke and mirrors that they provide when they come. Don't get wrapped up in the drama, right? Because they want people to pick sides. The first thing they want you to do is to pick a side. Even if it's you pick the flat earth side when you come in, they need you to pick a side so they can create the fight between the two. But if you don't allow them to do a goddamn thing like that, and those of you in the audience listening with clear heads here, you can see that these people aren't here in your favor. These people who are defending the globe and going against our truth are not here in the audience's favor. That's all.
You gotta start with first principles. So the first principle is that I owe a duty and obligation to a covenant. And it's one that involves the truth. And so I start asking them, well, that's my covenant that I got, not my beliefs. Now, what's yours? What's your covenant? What's your beliefs? And it's rhetorical. I know if they're my enemy and I don't believe what they're teaching, I know they're full of fucking dog shit, lies, crazy nonsense. And trying to convince my fellow man other than my covenant, what I believe in. And mine was hard earned. I had to break out of that covenant, that nonsense. But if you start with first principles, you'll always win the debate. So there really isn't a debate. You can't debate like reality. And lies are just, yeah. You start with the first principle. You should always, if you ever engage with like Left Lane or fucking Kosho or fucking Zanuck, you should always lay out your first principle. That I have a covenant with this man. He was given unmeasured spirit. He's the king. Now, who the fuck do you got? Oh, okay. You're gonna lie every fucking time you open your mouth. It's easy to see. It's so easy to see. If you sat back and just stayed silent all day and might have whispered cartoon once in a while, talking about virtual particles and shit, that's fucking fantastic stuff. But yeah, start with first principles. I have a covenant, and so do they. And a covenant is a contract. Believe it or not. Everything is a contract. You know, the slot hustling and all that fucking fantastic shit that I get to do. I don't have to worry about fucking nothing. I can just write stupid contracts to these fuckers all day long. I wish there was more. A man that knows how to write a contract. Knows what a four-corner rule is. Knows what valuable consideration is. Know what sealing a document. Registering it so the number never goes away. It's always a question. Even if you registered mail them and got proof of delivery, you asked them a question. And registered the question. And they have an obligation to answer. For every day they don't answer, you could charge them fucking crazy fucking money. Crazy money. That's what they're terrified of. It's a contract. It's a covenant. And they sell their soul to the devil. They're swearing a blood oath. I don't have to do that. I love Yeshua. I love my king. I know his words. I follow his words. So my job is pretty easy on earth. Because I can see him a mile away. I mean, I can see him so far away that they all make me sick to my stomach. But yet they don't harm me. I mean, arrows fly by day. I don't even get mail from these motherfuckers. And they got a team, bud. They got the IRS, every corporation on earth. They're not really out to, be good to a man. They're out to cause harm to a man. I promise you that. You get it though, right? Did everybody go to sleep or something? Good. I'll put you to sleep. Where'd all the Globers go? Isn't this EA? Where's Left Lane? Where's Blue? Where's Kosho? Oh, Jesse. And, Ruhia. Matthew. There's a couple new guys. Is everybody gone now? Did I wipe out the EA? No, there's a bunch of guys here. Let's see who's here. Barrel Rider. Balanced Truth. Somebody's got their equally applied. Is that what one is? Geo's apparently here.
Well, at least we know you can read.
You must think I'm just absolutely fucking stupid or something to make a comment like that.
Not stupid, drunk maybe.
become a lot of things. Drunk might be one of them. But stupid? Yeah, I don't think so. Now, do you gotta
You're the only one calling yourself that. Remember.
please enlighten me. Show me the sun god. Show me your covenant. Show me where you have a covenant with the sun god. Oh, you no retort. You got quiet all of a sudden. You can call me drunk again though. Well, you went quiet. What happened?
You don't
Isn't
you
there
don't want me to
anyone?
talk. You don't want me to talk, honestly.
No, I welcome it. I love it. I love questions. You got any questions for this Bumpy lion son of a bitch, young lady?
Who's a lying son of a bitch?
Well, I mean,
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
I just want one question. I mean, I love answering questions. I don't
Okay.
like, you can prove me
Okay.
out to be everything you believe in, but
Okay, what is your
until you
drink of
start,
choice for this evening?
what's that?
What is your drink of choice for this evening?
Well, I just got some PBR, some Pabst Blue Ribbon.
There you go, I asked you a question.
All right. So, who do you swear a blood oath to? I know you did. You had to.
I'm sorry, a
I
blood
think we all
oath.
have. I think everyone swore a blood oath on this earth. I got mine. It's Yah. It's a covenant. There's words I have to believe in. What are your?
What
Who do
is a
you swear
blood
to?
what is a
Who
blood
do you swear
covenant?
to?
Because to me
Who do
it
you
involves
worship?
blood.
Hey, who do you worship? Do you worship
Nobody.
the sun god, Moloch?
Why do I need to worship somebody?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think every man does. He has his beliefs. But who does he really believe in? Who does he swear an oath to?
I don't know, I'm still waiting to find out what a blood covenant is.
It's called atonement. It's called Yeshua. It's called a blood atonement. It's called He forgives me of my debts. Right? As long as I forgive every single man of theirs. It's a covenant. It's a blood oath. I swear it to him. Yeah. Now who are you loyal to? What blood oath have you swore? Are you gonna swear to Yeshua, your king? I don't think so. Are you gonna do it?
Well, you seem to be answering your own question, so I
I'll
mean
help you. I'll
I'll
help
just
you.
let you carry on.
You can pray to your Father for all your debts to be forgiven in Yeshua's name. Amen. Now, are you willing to do that? Well, I didn't think so. You would have piped right up. You would have said, that's easy. But you're right. I'm shit-faced. I'm drunk. You're right. Good one, by the way. It is a Shabbat. You might want to do that, by the way.
I might want to do what? Get really drunk?
No, swear an oath to your heavenly Father, the one who created you, dummy.
Dummy. Oh, okay.
No.
Is that how your God likes you to speak to people?
100% if you don't know the truth.
Wow, to call them dummies, and I'm sure that's in the Bible somewhere.
Here's your oath. What oath do you? Who do you swear to? Who do you
Why
love?
do I need to swear to anybody?
Oh.
Did he just say who you love?
I bet you love the guy in the fish hat.
Who do I love? I love my children and my family.
He's got a big fish hat on. I got like this crazy discernment that says that I don't think you love Yeshua. I got eyes. I got ears. I don't think you love Yeshua. Are you still there? You run away like the rest of them.
No, I'm still here listening to you.
No, I swore an oath to Yah and his son. So are you willing to are you willing to tell me who you swear an oath to? Let's hear it.
I think I've already answered. I don't swear an oath to anybody. Why would I need to?
How come?
Why would I need to?
Well, look.
What's the oath I'm
Don't
swearing?
listen. You got free will, and you don't have to. I suggest you find a man who loves Yah, and you'll have a pleasant life. That's about it. That's. You do
Thank
have
you.
to have a
Thank you
covenant.
for your wise words of advice.
So you don't even have one covenant. There's no one you believe in. There's no belief that you have whatsoever, other than yourself. Do you want to be a robot and be a man for the rest of your life forever? You're a woman, right?
A man? How
Yeah, I
can
know.
I be a man?
There's like a bunch of men, a man that wants to be a woman and be a robot for the rest of his life, forever. By the way, yeah, forever. They want to be a man pretending to be a woman forever. That's their covenant. I don't know who they're. I got an idea of who they're making a covenant with, but I think it's like kind of crazy. But you said you don't have a covenant. You don't have a contract with any creator or anyone but yourself.
That's
How's
not
that working
exactly
out
what
for
I.
you?
Not exactly what
How's
I
that
said. That's
working
what
out?
you're
How's that
saying.
contract working out for you?
Contract. What? Why do I need a contract?
Well,
am I not already given whatever I'm given by being born into this world?
Well, look. You have the power to. You have free will. You can do whatever you want here. I think it's a mistake if you don't think that there is a contract that you should accept.
I think you can do what. I think you should be able to do whatever you want, but.
Well, we know what you think, and now I know because
You
you just
don't.
said that. You said that
You have no
you
idea
should be
what
able to do whatever you want. So I know who you belong to. I know where your covenant lies.
No,
I
you
know
really
where.
don't.
Yes, I do. Now I do.
This is a very
You just
difficult
said it.
conversation, made even more difficult by the fact that you're
You
inebriated.
said you can go and do whatever you like. There's a lot of things I can't do. and I swear an oath to someone totally different than what you're accepting as the truth. You can't go and do whatever you wish. You can't just do as thou wilt. So now I think you understand that I do know who you swore a covenant with. Even though I mean, whether you knew it or not, You did.
Are you accusing me of being like Aleister Crowley because you mentioned "do as I will," and that's
Any witch.
supposedly how I think, in your opinion? Have
Any witch
you
that
literally
thinks
just
that
labelled
she's
me that because
laying
I won't
over a
go
man.
along with your drunken ramblings?
It's the first one I'm gonna say. I do know who you swore.
Wow.
I'm gonna regret this, but sure, I'll pop
Even though
in.
you, I mean, whether you come on, bring them all. Bring every single one you got, please. I love
Well, if we
these
could,
guys that are else to
well, if we
spit.
could create, if we can create a conversation, we might be able to subdue the ramblings a bit.
It is Earth Awakening, so welcome to the Discord. Go ahead. Take your best shot.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, the covenant. There's a covenant. There's a contract. I love
Can you be more
contracts,
specific?
by the way. Well, it's a contract. Some of them are
Yes.
sworn by blood. Some of them are sworn by lawful money. Some of them are sworn by absolute fucking fiction. Nonsense. So let's get into it. Give me your question. Any question. I love questions.
So you've said, how much PBR do you have left?
Well, I got a couple left, but let's get to the topic. I mean, we're talking about blood covenants. Who do you swear a blood covenant to, bud?
I don't swear a blood
Worried
covenant
about
to
how
anyone.
many beers that I get to enjoy while I just absolutely dismantle your eschatology. How about that one?
Ooh, good word. I'm just concerned about you. That's all.
No, you
So,
have a covenant. Obviously, you swear and believe. Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
yes.
Then I know who you worship and you covenant with. You got a covenant with that motherfucker. I promise you, you do.
Who do I have a covenant with?
And if the Earth wasn't a globe, then who would I have a covenant with then?
Well, you would have it with Lucifer, right? The Shaitan, the
No, that's
deceiver.
not a. I wouldn't say
You
that's
guys are a bunch of liars. You guys, you know you're a bunch of liars. You wouldn't live in the flat earth community, in the fucking comment boxes, in the fucking chat boxes for fucking years on end if you didn't have that covenant with the Pish Hat boy. The cartoon boy. You guys are all
I'm very
cartoon
angry.
believers, aren't you? Are you guys a bunch of cartoon believers?
I believe in God. I support the evidence
Holy shit,
of.
what God is that, bud? Which one is that? What's his name? It ain't God. It ain't God. So which one do you believe in?
The God of the Bible. I'm a Christian.
So you believe in
I'm
Yah?
looking into
Hold on. Let me
Episcopalian.
ask you a question. No, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in Yah? Yes or no?
I believe in God. I have no idea who you mean by Yah.
Well, you didn't answer the question. So then I already know your covenant. I already know exactly who you swore the covenant with. If you're not willing to be like look, you gotta come to this questions with like good faith. And so when you lie and say, yeah, of course I believe in God, I didn't ask you that question. I said, do you believe in Yah, the Creator? You said, well, I believe in a God. Hold on. You didn't answer the question. So now I know exactly who you swore the covenant with. I don't even have to ask those questions anymore. But I'm willing to accept some more from you. Now give me another question. I know you're a liar already, so let's first principles. There's first principles. You got to figure out who you're dealing with. Who did they swear an oath to? So now I know where you're at. Now let's go. Now give me another question. Let's see if you can trick the drunk. Let's see if you can trick the drunk. Too many PBRs, apparently. Way too many
There's never
PBRs.
such a thing as too many PBRs.
Well,
I didn't answer your question, I guess, because I asked the question, who is Yah? Who do you think Yah is? Because we might believe in the same God. I don't think
He
so.
put
But
breath in your lungs, okay? He put breath of life in you. Is that enough for you?
I'm sorry,
And if
he
you
breathed the
turn your
breath of
back
life
on
in me?
him,
That could
he
be
put
any god.
the
That
breath
could be any god.
of life in you.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah,
on.
he did.
Who's
That could be any
piping in?
god.
Well, great. I don't care who you have a covenant with. Now, who piped in? And we got to get to first principles first. Where's your covenant? Where's your contract? Who do you swear an oath to? The man in the fucking fish hat? Are you a Catholic? Did you
No.
make up? Do you believe in the globe? Do you believe the globe is real?
Yes, the person who piped up was Terry.
Yeah.
No, but to be
So I'm
to be honest,
now I got the whole globe audience, right? All the globers are here now.
I never claimed to
There's
be a glober.
female. I don't know you guys' names. But look, I already know who you swore the oath to because you believe in a globe. It's fucking retarded, but look, I'm just a drunk. You're exactly right. But turns out I can, I can figure out who the fuck I'm dealing with in a hurry. So
what shape
we
of the
don't have
planet should
any
I
other.
believe in? What
I
shape
want
of
to
the
make
planet should I
sure I
believe in if
don't
it's
get
not a
mad
globe?
at any true earthers. But the Glovers, I love having fun with them.
Maybe I need to drink a few more beers.
Well,
yes,
that might help you a little bit, considering that you don't have Yah on your side at all. You have no. It's the reason you hang out in like comment sections and torment us.
you
You
like
got no
question.
read
Who is
boards.
Yah to you? Who is Yah to explore flat Earth?
Well, it means nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, that's a little vague,
Yeah,
but
I even used your word. And I don't even like using that one, but I'm trying to communicate with you. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying not to be a dick. But you guys,
well, you
you
did
guys
call
are
me a
pathetic.
liar, so I don't know how successful you are at that.
How many comment boxes have you lived in for the last 7 years, man? How many comment boxes have you lived in? What's your name?
My name's Rob. What's your name?
Robert Lee Pine Jr.
Pine Jr. What was the first one?
Robert Lee
You're Robert?
Pine Jr. That's me.
Hey, we got another Rob. Nice to meet you.
No, I'm not on your team, dude. I didn't swear that same covenant.
Didn't say you
I have
were
a
on my
covenant.
team. I said it was nice to meet you.
Now, where's your covenant?
So
Who do you
hang on.
swear an oath
How
to?
many teams have you got?
No, I only have one. It's like the Yah, the red words. His name is Yahshua, and his father is named Yah. So, but hold on. Who do you swear an oath to? Who do you swear your loyalty to? Because look, it ain't the same as me. Because you guys talk about fucking virtual particles and shit. I think it's fascinating that you talk about that kind of shit. But look, who do you swear an oath to? Can I ask you that question? I got nothing but Globers in here. Who is your oath and loyalty to on the earth? You know you got to have a king. Is it Sir Charles? The Queen just died.
Why
You guys
why
swear
do
an
you
oath to
feel
that?
why do you feel that you need to have a label for everyone?
She's from
Yeah, I
England.
was
She
just going
died.
to correct him on that. Why is he assuming that because if somebody's talking that they're
Another
not?
guy from England, for fuck's sakes. What are they, all
So
Britain?
anybody who disagrees with you is a glober.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah. And if I've got
I
a British
didn't.
accent, I'm sorry.
I started with first principles. You believe you live on a globe, for fuck's sakes. A ball of water spinning in space.
Terry, you sound like you're from down under, but I could be just my ear for accents is a little weird.
Oh, well, you're a flat earther then if you think I'm from down under.
Look, you can look me up. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm on fucking, you fucking name it. It's Explore Flat Earth, but it's really Robert Lee Pine Jr. I don't like to hide behind monikers. But boy, you better fuck off if you don't think we can't explore this place and figure out every fucking inch of it. I think you're wrong. I already
awesome.
know what the dimension is, but I just love teasing people. I love teasing the fuck out of globe earthers.
So, are you saying you've been everywhere?
I've pretty much seen this place.
Everywhere. You've mapped it out personally, so you know everything.
Well, no, I didn't get to do cartography on the way or nothing, but fucking I got you figured out. I know who your covenant that you have. You got a covenant, and I got a different one. It's a contract. I chose this contract, and you chose another. Let's see who wins.
Why do I need to choose between contracts in the first place?
If you're fucking arguing with me, you got a different contract than I got.
Quite possibly, yes. But why do I don't have a contract? Why do I need a contract?
A covenant is, you know, like you guys are a bunch of witches, and you love to lie, and you belong to some fuckface that, well, I don't
I'm
particularly
a
like.
witch now.
Wow.
It's pretty cool because I mean they've got some powers.
Do you wear a pointy hat and all that stuff?
Yes, every day.
Do you have a broom?
Yes.
Oh
You
yeah,
guys,
yeah.
you guys, obviously, you guys, you know,
I
you
also
guys
have 2
get
black
together
cats.
as a group, and you got
Oh,
this
you're definitely
covenant,
a witch.
and
Yeah.
you come
Definitely.
against our community, and when we're trying to teach people the truth, and we're really delicate about it, we don't want to steer anybody in the wrong
You're
way.
being very delicate right now.
But you fucks come up with all kinds of fucking crazy nonsense, like, a virtual fucking particle, for fuck's sakes. Now, who the fuck is going
What's
to
a
believe in
virtual
that?
particle? You seem to know
That's
more
what
than
I
what I do.
said. Hold on, that's what I said.
Then you're
I said,
kill me.
fuck.
Please
And the
explain.
guy running their covenant, he must know what a fucking virtual particle is.
No, I don't.
It-
Tell me. Please enlighten me.
Well, that guy, you go ask the guy in the fish hat. He'll tell you.
Well, I don't even know this guy in the fish hat. Who's
I'm
he?
pretty sure
Oh,
Pope
don't
Francis
lie,
does not
man. I
know what a
know
virtual particle is.
that's where your oath and that's where your covenant lies.
Well, if I don't know
Don't
who
lie.
it is, how can I have a covenant with somebody I don't know who
Quit
they are?
lying, dude. You lying up. I already accepted. I already told you. I know you all are liars. But quit it. You can come clean now. You don't have to be fucking cocksuckers. You can just fucking be truthful. You can have some kind of an semblance of what?
Did you
Honesty.
hang on, can we
No.
stop?
You can
Can you
come
fit
to the
in
argument with
can you
me.
fit in any more
You're gonna be
swear
honest
words
with
and
me.
insults into that?
What?
Just try. See if you can fit in any more insults and swear words than you already have done.
He's not
Yeah, but
even
I just
original with his swear. It's sad, really.
You guys have been living in the comment sections of all my brothers. You get us banned off of YouTube. You censor us till fucking the day is long. You censor every fucking word we say. Can you just stop it? Can you let the truth get out, or you just got a covenant so bad that you have to come and defend your covenant in the comment boxes of every fucking truth fucking teller on the whole earth? Can you
You know
leave
he's
me
turning
alone
those off,
first
right?
off? Can you leave me alone first off?
I was
Just
asking you a question.
first
You
off.
like questions.
I'm gonna get in you boys. I hope all of them come. Where's Left Lane at? Where's Kosho? You guys on the late shift or something? Are you guys on the late shift?
No, I'm on the early shift, actually. It's only 5 o'clock here.
Yeah, he's on the opposite side of the globe. See
Keep
what I did there?
asking me questions. Yeah, the globe. No, I know your covenant, so I'd love to get deep and dark with this. I want to get into dark matter subjects with you folks.
Okay. I can
You
tell
can't
you all
even
about that.
hang on. You can't even explain covenants properly and who your god is. Why are we
Well,
going
it's
on
just
to
a
dark
stupid
matter?
contract, young lady. I knew you didn't expect to, have to deal with a contract, young lady.
Got that right.
I like the fact that you're calling me young lady. I
Yeah,
do appreciate that.
I heard that.
I'm enjoying
Yeah.
that. So please carry that on.
Look, you
Yeah.
got no fucking business being in this fight, and I don't even want to fucking insult you in any way, but I know
Oh,
who.
that is an insult. That is an
You don't
insult.
Hold
need
on a
to
second. Hold
insult
on a
anybody.
second. Would you stop it? You're worse than Xanax, for fuck's sakes. Stop it. Young
What
lady.
talking?
Young lady. I don't think you have any business in the argument.
Why
So
not?
just. Oh, I know who you signed a covenant with, but you should.
Please explain why I am to be excluded from the conversation.
Well, I mean, because I'm a Southern gentleman. I don't like to involve women in this problem. So I
Wow.
apologize.
Gee, couldn't see that coming.
That sounds
Yeah,
so
Trying to be
that's
polite
showing
to
you.
you.
That's
That's
hilarious.
showing you true
I don't
colours.
want to hurt your feelings because
You're definitely
it
not
really takes.
hurting my feelings at all.
I
Believe
know, but
me.
I know you just didn't know who you were swearing a covenant with. A contract.
Do you know what a
Please,
contract is?
please
Hold
enlighten
on.
me.
Yes, let her talk. She wanted to know what a contract, a covenant was. A contract.
He didn't want
And
her to
who
know.
have I signed it with? Please
Well,
tell me.
whether you believe it or not, are you a globe believer? Do you believe that there's a magic ball spinning in space with water attached, like trillions of gallons of water attached to it?
Would you believe me if I said I didn't actually give a shit?
Good answer.
Well, okay, young lady, then just please don't
What's
get
that?
involved
That's
with.
got nothing to do with a covenant
Go
and a
home and
contract.
protect your babies. Go home and protect your children. You don't have to be in this argument. Please, you don't
I'm
have to. If you
I'm
didn't
sorry.
have any kind of agreement,
Were you just telling
Chauvinist.
me to go and look after my children?
Your chauvinism
why not?
seemed to be showing. Sorry, mate, you can't show that here.
What about your children? Why aren't you looking after your children?
Maybe if you guys would stop engaging with him, he will eventually or would eventually stop talking, right? But you prefer to still engage with him and continue this absolute nonsense to the
Well, he's only
detriment
got a
for
couple.
all of us.
Well, he's only got a couple of beers to go, so he's going to run out soon.
Yeah, and if you would like to contribute to the conversation and take it away from him, like we've been trying to do for the last 10 minutes, feel free.
Reploid, when did you get in here? Because evidence is not on your side in this case. I came in because he was rambling to an empty room for minutes, tens of minutes. So no, if we
I'm a
leave,
dummy.
he's still going to ramble forever.
Yeah, I'm a dummy.
And I'm here to moderate as best as I can.
Okay, let's have it. Give me some questions. Leave the young lady out of this.
No,
Let's
she's
fire.
got all
Let's
her
fire
right.
cannons.
She's got all
Let's
the
fire
rights to
cannons.
speak.
Definitely nobody speaks to the lady. Definitely.
Leave her alone.
This is the
She's
first
out
time
of
I've
this
met Dead Air.
mess.
I actually didn't know
Give
you
me the cannons,
were so
boys. Give me
new.
the cannons. I love the cannons. Give me some
No,
cannons.
I'm still
Shoot
waiting on
both
the
barrels.
answer to questions.
You already said I was drunker than 20. So let's have it. What do you got? Hey, send Robert Lee Pine Jr. packing. Explore Flat Earth, just send him packing. Come on, man. I'm here. I'm here ready to talk. Come on. What do you got? You got a covenant with a man in a fish hat. I got a covenant with
I still
y'all.
don't know
I
who
got a
this
covenant
person
with
is with
y'all.
the fish hat.
And I'll answer every stupid one of your questions, man.
Well, I'm
I
trying to
will.
answer. I'm trying to work out what your stupid statements are.
Oh, you're
He's
good.
talking about the Pope. He's talking about the
Oh,
Pope
the
there.
Pope.
Yeah, the fish
Okay.
hat.
Okay.
I love it. Your guys are Catholics. You got a religion all your own. It's the globe model, and you're all Catholics, and you
What
call me a religious nut. It's
what
hilarious.
makes me a Catholic?
Because you believe in the globe, dummy.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, not Catholic, but
What, so I can't
okay.
be Buddhist
Oh, yes, you are,
or something
bud. You
else
are.
and believe in the globe?
Hey, man, every man's
What's other
convicted by his own
religions?
belief. If you
What?
believe you live on a globe, you're a Catholic. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
No, we don't believe we live on a globe.
Yes, you do.
We know we live on a globe.
So
Right?
who's waiting for the debate
Oh,
on
you're a
Blue Marble
Catholic,
with
dum
Freddie
dum.
and Mike Jones?
Is knowing a proof?
You're a fucking Catholic. You believe you live on a
Whoa.
ball.
Wait a
You
minute.
don't believe you know it. You know you live on a globe.
Is that a proof though?
Well, no, it's not a proof, but that's their belief, and they're
I wasn't
convicted
asking
by it.
you. I wasn't asking you.
He knows, Buster. He just knows.
He just knows. So it's a proof, I guess. I don't know. Maybe not.
No, I
No,
have a
proof is
covenant
evidence, so
that
that's
I believe in, and you guys have a covenant that you believe in.
Nah, not
And your
you.
covenant is the globe.
You should stop
I
talking. Like for
believe
real.
in a geometric level field like
been
a.
trying to get him to stop talking, Buster, but he's been going for the last I don't know how many hours.
He's
I
got a
can
lot of
tell you.
words. It's okay.
I can tell you who owns Earth Awakenings, and I don't think it has anything to do with the truth. That's
Geo?
why I'm here exposing all you fucking.
Geo sat
Hey,
right in here.
young lady, I
Geo's
told
deafened at
you.
the moment, but
Stop
not
it! I don't
deafened.
want to be mean to you. Would you stop it? I'm only talking to the man over here. Stop
Why?
it, please.
Stop being
I don't.
sexist and get on with it.
I'm
Well, I'm a
not
mod
trying.
here, so you don't want to rub me the wrong way.
Look, there's some
I hate
reasons
being
why
rubbed the
you
wrong
can
way.
believe in it because there's a bunch of these idiots believing the same shit.
You're treading
Hey,
on
hey.
thin water. Hey, you're treading on thin water. You start getting controversial, you might get banned.
Holy shit, ban me from the frickin' Earth Awakenings and it'll be like a badge of honor, man. I swear. Please. Please
So is
ban
anyone
me.
else going to be watching the
Awakening.
Eddie versus Mike Jones debate?
You on about the debate thing, Blue Marble Science?
I thought I was being mighty polite to. I don't know the young lady's name. I don't know who that is.
You can
Dead
call
air.
me. You can, or everybody just calls me Emma. That's fine.
Emma?
Yes.
Can you just. Hey, can you let me and these boys, like, settle this?
No,
Please?
can you let me finish what I was saying?
Okay, I'll let you do whatever you wish. Just keep on.
Thanks.
You got any questions for this?
No,
I
I
got a
just wanted
covenant with
to.
y'all. Hold on.
No, I just wanted to speak to Rob a
I only
second.
believe the red words.
If you
So
could
I
be
only
quiet
have
for a
a covenant
second.
with Yah
Just
and
a
the
minute.
red words.
He's
And his
being
son,
pretty.
Yeshua.
He's being pretty
So,
blatant
any
about being misogynistic. It seems odd that nobody.
Hang on, he stops when you speak.
That's because he's a misogynist.
That's weird. Like he's not being kicked. It's so strange.
Dude.
Yeah, he hasn't been subtle about that for the last, I
all.
don't know, half hour at least.
So weird.
I would say it's unusual and I'm not used to it, but unfortunately, I can't say that. So don't kick him on my account because I'm used to that kind of treatment.
Or wait, maybe he should just ask a question. Maybe I don't know. Ooh.
Yeah, well, there's rules that I adhere to in this Discord that Geo's put down. So there is certain things that can go a little bit overboard, but I'm sort of just letting things go for now. But the conversations have got to be had to keep so there's no dead air, no pun intended, dead air.
So yeah.
Oh
Heather,
yeah, the
did you mention?
debate. I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not even sure what time it is because of the time zones.
It is roughly 2 hours from now.
2 hours from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 8:15.
So drop the 12 and then add 2 hours.
About 10
That's
a.m.
what I
for
think.
me then.
Yeah. 5 a.m. for me.
Wow. And are you staying up for that?
Yeah, at this point, I'm like, I might as well just stay up.
Well, so you're 2 hours. That's nothing to wait for. That's
Yeah.
easy.
I knew that I got in around, I don't know, 1:32, and I was like, if I try to go to sleep, I'm just going to sleep through it. So, which is one of the reasons why I came into this live stream to talk, because, wake me up.
But nobody can hear it or anything.
If you're talking about blue marble science, I'm actually a graduate.
Blue did actually say he was going to live stream it when I asked him in text earlier.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought
he
it was
is.
like super private. Sorry. Okay.
It was, and then he changed his mind.
Yeah, that's good.
Sweet.
What is this certificate?
Yeah, it takes a bit to get this certificate, so you have to. I feel very privileged to have this.
You only got a B? Or is
yeah,
it like...
I know. Well, I only went to year 10 in high school, so my physics and science is not really up there. So I just scraped in a B.
Okay. Oh, hey.
That's why I'm not actually. That's why I can't claim to be a glober, because to be a glober, as flat earthers put it, you have to be highly in physics, knowing algebra and formulas and all sorts of equations. No, I'm not really in that area, so I can't be classed as a glober in that context of how a flat earther describes what a glober is.
I don't know if you heard that, but that's my cat. Luna, what are you doing? Well, it is a very nice certificate.
Thank you.
Is it just me, or did he go away?
I don't know.
I'm right here.
Oh, shit. Shit, you spoke too loud.
No.
Look, you guys, you got no choice but to recognize that you're in this like big fucking lie, man.
Oh, no.
Oh, for a second I thought we are in a covenant.
Yeah, you got a contract, whether you believe so or not.
We still
You're
haven't
so
got the answer to that question yet.
You're so stupid. You're so stupid that you don't think the contract exists.
We
But
don't
you're
even know what the
following
contract
along with
or
every single bit of it, man. You guys are ridiculous to me.
You know you're being just as bad as Globers by trying to label people. You know how they do the everyone's a flat earther who
Hey,
disagrees
look,
with them.
I
You're
thought
doing the same thing now when it comes
the
to bloody
Globers were the
Covenant.
salt of the earth, for fuck's sakes, young lady. I thought the Globers were the salt of the earth, not just 6 or 7 years ago. And then I found out exactly fucking how evil they can be. So stop it with all those, narratives and stuff. Those are ridiculous to me.
your inebriation's not affecting your communication skill in conversations by any chance, is it?
Look, man, you want to figure it out with me? You got a covenant, ding dong. Hey, you got a contract. You gonna tell me that the Heavenly Father is not gonna allow me to expose the fuck out of a bunch of liars, no matter how many fucking PBRs I fucking down. I think I can get 24 in me before I get incoherent. But yeah,
what are you up to?
Let's start with the first principle
He's on
again.
28 right now.
Let's start with the first principle again. Who do you swear an oath to?
Must be pretty weak beer.
Where's your
28.
bloodline? Where's your oath?
It's PBR. It is weak beer. I still
Oh,
like
okay.
it. It is weak beer.
What's the alcohol content? Because I drink 4.7%.
Look, my phone went dead, and
I
I
think
only
it's
got
about
about
that, actually.
35 minutes with you fucks. I'm trying to only find one, and I think the young lady's, she's got a head start on all of you. Because you have no excuses. The young lady,
Talking
she
about
has
drinking,
every.
I think you're the one.
Hang on. I want to hear what my excuse is.
Yeah, what's your excuse?
They're hoping for like kind of craziness, but I just think she should be left out of this because it's really
Well, she has a name.
covenant. Your covenant affects that young lady's life like you wouldn't imagine.
I
Your
think the
covenant.
young lady's name is Emma.
Yeah, young Emma. She's a young lady,
Young.
and you need to leave her out of it.
He's rubbing that in young.
Why do you keep trying to drag her into this, dude? Would you stop it?
Can you
Would you quit being
me
such
by
a
saying
fucking
young?
3-year-old? Hey, look, if I'm gonna get in a fight, I don't go start asking girls to help me out, dude. I'm not a
Why
fucking
not?
kid.
Why not? Why not?
How old
That's
are
stupid.
you? How old is the
That's
gentleman
stupid.
speaking? Explore Flat Earth. How old are you?
I mean, I'm a young man, okay?
How old are you?
I'm a young man.
I thought he said he was like 50 something.
He said he was 50. He doesn't sound like he's 50, does he?
I'm a young fucking man.
Okay. So
So,
I might be older than you.
young
So
lady,
how about you
I
respect your
don't
elders?
think they should be involving you with this shit. I think you got way better things to do than swear
Then
covenants with these
talk to a woman.
Yeah, look, get in the kitchen, cook, stay
Yeah,
barefoot.
barefoot. You better be barefoot.
I'll be right
You better.
back with snacks and refreshments for
Oh,
everybody.
and you must be barefoot as well.
Okay.
Yes.
No, that's your fucking narrative, stupid. So I'm glad you fucking explained how that you would treat your woman. But that's not what the covenant that I swore. I know what your covenant is, and I think you can treat them like trash. I think they can.
Treat who like trash?
I've been
I
married
know
twice.
what you
I've
do
never
to
had
women. I
a
know
woman.
what you do to
You can treat.
babies. I'm not dumb, dude.
You can treat who like trash?
You don't know who you're swearing a covenant to, do you? Are you
that's
guys
not
all
the
gold
answer that I
believers?
was looking for.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you. Let's get back to first principles. Do
No,
you
let's get back to
believe
the
that the
question.
Earth is a spinning
You
ball
said
in
treat
space?
somebody
Yes
like
or no?
trash. Who can you treat like trash?
I'm going to go back to the first principle. And it'll tell me exactly how you treat your women and children. Are you
Is
a
that who
globe
you treat
believer?
like trash?
Are you a globe believer? Do you believe that
I asked
you
you
live
first.
on a globe, a ball of water spinning in space?
Do you believe you're on a spinning pizza in space?
Look, young lady. Look, young lady.
There
I'm
better not be
trying
pineapple
to
on that pizza.
I see. I don't. Yeah.
Amen.
Pineapple, ham and pineapple's all right. I don't know what
I'll be
everyone.
very polite with you. It looks
Fruit is
nothing
never
like
wrong.
a pizza in space. It doesn't look like that. It has nothing to do with that. Okay, I'm going to be very nice and kind to you, young lady.
Why, thank you, kind sir.
These fucking covenant motherfuckers, they're the ones that get.
Whoa, my ears have just been assaulted.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't supposed to hear that either, but you're in the mix. I'm talking to a bunch of fucking ball believers. They're fucking out their fucking mind, by the way. And I want to know who they're swearing an oath to.
You're the one
I
that's
know.
swearing.
No, I gotta.
Yep,
I already told you I swore an oath to my father. I already told you that. Now I'm trying to ask you, and I want you to be honest, intellectually honest. If you believe in the globe, who the fuck is your master? And young lady, please stay out of it.
That's a loaded question.
No, ding dong. It's an easy question. I believe in Yah. He teaches me a lot of things.
Are you
There's
married?
some words I learned. And listen, hold on.
Are you married?
I want to know who you're loyal to, bud. Where's your loyalty lie?
He's not
Where's your
married, is he?
contract? Where's your covenant?
Yeah, it's sort of like you get that feeling.
It's not hard. It's not a hard question. You should be proud of who you believe in, man. You should be proud of who do you think created and done all these wonderful things for us. It shouldn't be a problem.
I
But
told you, but you called me a
why do
liar.
you run away from the contract that you believe in? You don't want to tell it to the public. You don't want to tell it to nobody. I already know who you swore
What
the
contract
covenant.
is that?
It's a covenant. It's a contract.
Yeah, but what? Of
Well,
what? What does it say?
That they're willing to accept the lies and doesn't matter what happens as long as they're like taken care of and like they given riches and material wealth and popularity and fame, and you see it throughout Hollywood, don't you, young lady? You ever
Yeah,
heard of
yeah,
Lady
because I
Gaga?
spend a
Have
lot
you
of
ever heard of
time in
Lady
Hollywood.
Gaga, young lady?
Wait a minute.
Have you ever heard of?
I'm supposed to be rich?
Yes, apparently.
Hey, young lady, you ever heard of Madonna?
Yes.
No, never heard of Madonna ever.
Isn't that Mary? According to you fucking folks.
I was
Your
going to say,
covenant.
yes. I have
Yeah.
heard of Madonna, both the singer and the Mother of God. Yes, I've
Mary.
Yes.
I know who you are. I know who you swore an oath to. I'm not
Because
even
you know
playing with you
something.
people. Look, I'm not even playing. Young lady, I don't want to. No, I ain't even gonna do it.
You don't
I'm only
want
here to.
to talk to me, I know. It's fine.
It's funny how they try to bring Mary into the conversation, and they know I can't be like
You call her
mean
Madonna.
a woman. So look, that's a great tactic that you guys, introduced.
Wait a minute.
You don't remember.
You didn't
that dead
expect
air
me
is
to be polite,
Madonna?
motherfucker. I promise you that. You didn't expect me to be polite to a woman.
What?
Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying
It's
that
a
dead air
dirty
is
tactic.
Madonna?
I know who you swear an oath to.
Dead air, you are the Mother of God. Oh my God, that's
Bow down and worship
congrats.
me. You sir.
No, a woman is a treasure for a man, according to my covenant. My covenant, a woman is like something that I should treasure, something that should be a part of my life no matter what. And you guys have a different covenant than that. It's a covenant, and I'm just trying to get the first principles, and you guys keep running like a bunch of bitches.
Emma, did he answer
You're
your
a bunch
question
of-
as to whether or not he's with someone?
You're a bunch of
No, he
reality
hadn't answered that yet.
denying,
I think I
absolute
figured the
fucking
answer out.
bitches. You're like beta males. A beta male is like disgusting in the eyes of the Father. Disgusting. So he allows me a lot of leeway with you fucks. He allows me like a lot of leeway.
So
He knows that, hey, if I'm gonna have
so
to
the
battle a
person you-
bunch of fucking beta males, I'm gonna need a 12-pack. I might need fucking 2
so the
by the
person
time
that-
I get done with you.
So the entity that you have come into agreement with has created all of these people that are here, and you're better than them?
I didn't fucking create them. Neither did he. It's a rebellion.
I didn't
And
say
you're
you
a
created them.
rebellion.
I said the
You're a
creator
rebellion
that
of
you
a
have an agreement
contract, a
with.
covenant.
Well,
Look, you can do that if you wish. I don't. Look, if you want to believe that. I just don't like you hanging out in the fucking comment sections of people who are trying to tell the truth. You all can go fuck off, by the way. And that doesn't. I didn't say that to the young lady.
This is amazing that you're allowed to stay here. I mean, I'm
Where?
here.
Where am I at? You know you're on a fucking True Earth fucking platform, right? You're not on the fucking, hey, we're spinning in fucking space, endless fucking universe platform, right? Why don't you
Show
go
me,
over
show
there?
me, show me where
Why
it
don't you
says.
go and
Show me
share it
where
with
it
the
says
fucking
that.
people that have the same covenant as you do?
Oh, for fuck's
Do
sake!
you
Do you ever
think they're
shut
gonna
up for
fucking?
5 seconds?
Do you think they'll throw me off of this platform? Ever?
Evidently not.
Apparently not. No.
You're
Well,
welcome.
go fuck off then.
I am
We're
ticking all the
here.
box. I am ticking all the boxes of all the rules that he's breaking so
You
far
do know
in
we're
the
out to
server.
defeat you with our covenant.
Guys, yesterday, you
Is
know,
that accurate?
yesterday I eat 3 bananas.
Okay.
They
And
don't know
how's
what
this
that
guy? He
is.
said he's going to go and get a 6-pack, and here I am. I go buy cartons.
They don't know what that is, by the way. So don't you hate a flat
There's one
earther?
subject he hasn't touched on that I'm pretty sure
Especially
would get it.
one. Don't you hate the guy that's named Explore Flat Earth? Don't you fucking just really hate my guts?
Nope.
I
Well,
don't think anybody said that.
No, I don't think we'd
I
hung
think you
that.
guys are getting a pretty good kick out of me with 12 PBRs in me.
Only 12.
I ain't got the 12th one in yet. I'm working on it.
Every time you
No.
swear, you got a skull. You got a skull. Take a skull, or whatever you call it.
Well, I don't like to use like weak words, but you guys bring me to it. There's no question. I can't help it. I mean, you guys are like do as thou wilt. So I gotta kind of loosen up a little bit just to try and get through to one of you, just one. If it was my greatest wish,
Are you calling
if
us all
it was my
Satanists?
greatest wish, it would just be to reach one fucking globe Catholic fanatic.
Sorry,
that
Emma. I think you're in the middle of your
isn't
sentence
loyal.
when he was.
That isn't loyal to the man in the fish hat.
I'm just curious whether are you calling everyone in this room like a Satanist or something?
No, you're all Catholics.
What?
You're all Catholic.
And what denotes a person being a Catholic?
You belong to a religion.
I'm
Which
definitely
religion?
not Catholic.
What? Yeah,
Oh,
what
yes,
religion?
you are, young lady. Don't believe you're not. You're believe that you live on a ball spinning in space, and that's who made up that story.
Yeah, but we don't.
So if your conviction is that you live on a ball, you're convicted by your beliefs. So I apologize. Somebody talked you into it.
Belief and believe are two separate words, you know.
I'm pretty sure the only person in here that said that they have taken on a covenant is you, and you believe in a God. And
A covenant is a belief in a contract. So, yeah, you're all convicted by your beliefs.
no, I'm
There's
pretty
no
sure
question.
you are the only one that said that you do that.
No, I have a belief in Yah, and there's some words that I have to study and I have to learn so that
Yeah,
I
you
know
have
the rules.
Yeah, you have a covenant. You have an agreement.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem telling y'all that. Yeah, that's who I believe in.
Yeah, so you're the only
Why
one
are you
here
guys
that.
hiding who you believe in? Why are you hiding it? You know you hate Yah, right? You don't like Yah. You don't like the red words. You don't like any of those things.
I told you who I believe in, and you called me a liar. So I don't
Do you
know what to
believe
do.
in Yah?
I believe in God.
Yah.
Who is Yah to you?
Well, God is like some Gadriel fucking character that, that I don't believe created shit. I believe Yah created me and created everything around us.
Okay.
But that's
And
my
good.
belief and it's my covenant. Hold on.
Yeah, you've got
Hold
your
on.
belief, so why can't he have his belief?
No, he can.
So what's the problem then?
I didn't ever say he can't believe in any of that shit. I just think, why do they torment us? Because we have our beliefs and we have some things that we believe in, Why do you hang out in the comment sections and call us stupid idiots and jackasses and all kinds of fucking ad homs and fucking you never answer a question? You got some kind of covenant going on that fucking I think it's so ridiculous. But I don't
can
know
answer
how
to, we
any
can't
other
we
man can't feel the same way other than me.
we can't defend or the people that are in the comment
You're a
sections that
Catholic,
you're talking
dude.
about.
Dude, you're a Catholic. You believe in a religion.
What's the
If you
religion?
believe in a religion, you're Catholic.
The Catholic
Yeah.
religion. You're a Christian, for fuck's sakes.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Prove that I am.
You believe in a globe model.
No, I don't believe in it. I know it is.
That's right. That's why you're a fucking Christian. Dum dum.
Yeah, but that's a belief and that's knowledge. It's two different things.
Look, man. Why can't you just accept that the Christians came up with the fucking globe earth, the Catholics, and that you're one of them? I said I don't belong to a religion. I only believe in Yah. I only believe in the Word. So I have my convictions. I have my covenant with my Heavenly Father. And you won't even fucking agree that you're a fucking Catholic. And you believe every fucking word that comes out of their mouth.
So,
Now, how is that possible?
I've read the gospel quite a number of times. So, is this
Great.
belief in a globe in the Old Testament? Because
Well, it's
I
Copernicus, for fuck's sake.
I missed that
That's
requirement.
according to your fucking story, by the way. Copernicus. Let's start there.
Sure.
Copernicus.
Okay.
Who was he? Was he Catholic?
He was actually.
Right. So you're a Catholic. You believe in the globe model. That ain't tough to figure out. Why are you guys so like you want to hide who you believe? Why do you want to hide that? Isn't it a covenant? Isn't it a contract?
When was the term Catholic first implemented?
Now we're making progress. Now and I got like I might have like 5 beers left. Shit, you guys are in big trouble.
Drink one for me.
Look, so you're right.
No, I don't. I'm not mixing me beers. I'll just stick to Carlton Draft.
So you have this belief in the ball magic spinning in space.
No.
Yeah. Come on.
I think you're more obsessed with it than they are, frankly.
Holy shit, is that a truther?
Look out, Jerry.
Jerry's made a friend.
Young lady, can you please? I don't want to. I don't want to involve you.
You really want to say, can you please stop talking, don't you?
Well, I was
Just
waiting
say
for
it.
him to tell you to shut up then.
Go on, honestly, please. Just feel free. If you want to tell me to shut up, just honestly go for it. I can tell you what my response will be.
Yeah, I could either mute him or kick him for you if you want.
You're gonna kick me out of Earth Awakenings? Holy fucking shit, man! Please do it. Stop it. Are you teasing? Can you do that right now? Can you just?
No, I don't want to do
it.
it if that's what you wish, because then you'll get
You
then
guys
you'll get what
censor
you want.
the
Then
fuck out of what I gotta say, no matter what. It doesn't matter. You change my words on the live stream, and I got evidence of it. And I'm like one of those kind of guys that I have a covenant, and it's with my Heavenly Father, and I believe His name is Yah, and I don't like motherfuckers
I think
that try
his
to get
name
away
is
with stupid shit with
PBR.
me.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
Let me
worship
rescue.
PBR, don't you? Flat
Let
Earth.
me rescue every last single one of you, okay?
Did y'all win
Quit
a blue
believing.
ribbon by any stretch?
Quit believing a Catholic lie. The Indians did it. They all got fucking massacred.
Which Indians? The West Indies or the American Indians?
Well, it might have been both. But look, the Spanish Inquisition was fucking murderous. But look,
No one
we don't got
expects.
to get into all those
No
stories.
one, no one expected the Spanish
Your
Inquisition.
covenant that you have with the globe model is smashed into 1,000,000 pieces. It's already been smashed. But yet you sit in the Discord, you sit in the comment sections, you absolutely make total asses out of yourselves. I don't know how you're allowed to continue. But do you think I'm going to get removed from Earth Awakenings?
Evidently
Explore
not.
Flat Earth is not going anywhere, I promise you. If they do, hey, don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Okay, because you guys have a covenant, and it's a Catholic covenant. It's a belief in the God on earth is the Pope of Rome, the man in the fish hat,
Kind of hat?
right? You're all globe
I'm sorry, what
believers,
kind of
right? You guys all believe in the globe.
I think you got a hot mic.
Yeah,
Was
Explore
that
Flat Earth's
Jeremy?
got a hot mic, Kosho.
Was that Jeremy or Kosho?
Kosho, don't get him going, Kosho. We're trying to calm him down.
Yeah, just kick him out of here, Kosho. He's got like mod powers. Hey, Kosho, I got a couple questions for you, bud. Do you mind? You don't mind, do you? Kosho? Are you
I'm
there?
back. Yeah, I'm back. I can answer one question. Yeah.
You sure? Who did you swear a covenant to, bud? Who are you loyal to, Kosho? No answer.
I have
Crickets.
no loyalties.
Come on, man. Be honest with me. I'll be honest with you. I have a covenant with Yah. Who you got a covenant with? Do you have a covenant with Yah? Yes or no?
Sorry, I'm busy. I'm busy. Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay. That's good enough for me. I don't know why you're acting the way you do, but no, look. If you are going to answer that question that way, I got nothing against you. But let's talk to the other Glovers here. Do they all have a covenant with Yah? Yes or no? They're not willing to be intellectually honest.
Obviously,
Like
only
Kosho,
you and
you're not
Kosho
going to
know who
be
Yah is.
intellectually honest like Kosho. Kosho, he knows that he should have a covenant with Yah. He shouldn't do anything different than that.
Obviously, only you and Kosho know who Yah is.
Well, he's being intellectually honest. He's been fucking defending the globe for fucking... He's been white knighting for the globe for fucking years.
So you guys both swear to the or have a covenant with the same entity.
It's an agreement. It's a contract. It's a covenant. Yes.
So you're a Glober like Kosho?
I agree. Look, he's a glober, and he can have a covenant with Yah and still be on the globe side. He can be a Catholic too. He can be a lot of things.
Are you a Catholic?
Well, I'm probably the exact opposite of that. And that's called a Protestant. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before, but
How does he cope
When
with all the
you
labels?
get a certain age, don't you got to get your Protestant checked? Oh, that's prostate. Sorry.
Look, I think y'all, look, you guys think you got me in a trap or something, right? I believe that a man, I think that Saul can go in and lie or not it's Jacob that lied to Saul. And the Heavenly Father told him to. He said, yeah, go in there and tell him that you're all a part of this party.
Well,
That
at the end,
you
at the
want
end of this
everything that he does.
conversation,
No, you want to agree with every word he says.
no, wait. At the end of this conversation, all we know is that you and Kosho have an agreement with Yah.
That's powerful that
Somehow
he
he's
said
not
that. It's
That's
powerful
all
that
we
he said
know.
that.
Like at this point, is that we don't even know who Yah is.
You know, I gave Kosho like this compliment. I thought he should be the press secretary for the Globe model. I gave him this like a couple days ago. I think it was like 4 or 5 days ago. I said, man, you should be the press secretary for the Globe. And it turns out, look, he just might be the press secretary for the Globe.
Well, it turns out that only
But
you
be
and
on my
Kosho
side. Hey,
have
hold
an
on.
agreement with. It turns
Hold
out
on.
that only you and Kosho have an agreement with Yah. So I mean, it's
I'm
like
trying
whatever.
to make sure that just because you have some stupid covenant with some fucking stupid motherfucker, I don't have to kill you over it. You know, I
So
can be
what?
friendly. I can be nice. I
Wow,
don't
that
have to
just
be a
took a
dick.
turn for the worse.
Neither does the
Yeah,
father
a
either.
little
The
bit.
Did he
father,
just
yeah,
threaten death?
doesn't have to be a dick. He doesn't have to destroy every last single one of you. There's some people that can actually be forgiven of their debt.
Are you suggesting that anyone who doesn't believe in Yah or have a covenant with Yah needs to die?
Well, it's probably gonna be ending up in destruction or something, but look, if I can find even a Glober that fucking has a covenant with Yah, then there is a little hope. Because I got really, I have a disdain for Globers that hang out in fucking chat rooms and fucking like comment sections and just are complete total pieces of shit.
It's
I've
not
had to
just
deal with them
it's
for
not
years.
just
I've had
Glovers
to
you've
deal
got
with them for
disdain
years.
for, though, is it?
Hold
Yeah,
on, I've had to
I
deal with
think
them for
there's
years.
I think the demographics is fairly all over the place, isn't it? Really?
You guys are such kind-hearted. You're so fucking kind-hearted that,
Did you
hey,
just belch
I
in my
only want
ear?
the best for you. I only want the best for you. When you hang out in the comment sections of every flat earth channel and fucking censor the shit out of us, I know you have a different covenant than I do. I know you believe in something completely different than me. And, it takes Earth Awakenings to fucking call all your assholes out and find out where's Left Lane at? Is he in bedtime? Is he fucking, he's sitting and waiting. I love all you guys, whether you believe it or not. I like it you're just
I
willing to
don't
put
believe.
up 11 fucking PBRs. But I'm going to tell you this. The one I swear to, the covenant that I believe in, I don't think Heavenly Father wants to destroy any of you. And there is a little hope. Regardless of how fucking mean you are to flat earthers and fucking demean us and tell us we're fucking absolute nutcases. We dealt with that for fucking years and we're tired of it. 100%. We still can't believe that you have this covenant with the Catholic Church. The man with the fish hat. That you're still willing to remain loyal to that. Other than your fellow man who's just kind and nice to you and doesn't want anything to happen to you. Really wishes for it. I don't hate any one of you. I think you're really fucking deceived. But I don't hate any of you. I think it's, I get irritated when you hang out in the comments for years and it's kind of crazy behavior that you exhibit. It's fucking sickening to all of us. We're so tired of it. That's all we talk about. It's how many fucking trollers are in the goddamn chat room.
Would you like to hear what everyone else is really tired of? Or is this
Okay,
a one-man show?
young lady, yeah, you can talk. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm allowed to talk now.
Yeah, you got his permission.
Why,
Yeah,
thank you.
Well, it's just out of kindness, young lady.
It's just
It's
just
not
out of the
because you
kindness of
don't
your
have a
heart.
right. Look, I
I
ain't
don't
saying you
have
don't.
a right.
I just
Yeah,
told you
Skipper.
you can talk first. I didn't say you didn't have a right. I'm a polite man. If I had a wife, I'd treat her the same way.
That answers my
Oh
question.
no,
No.
that sounds scary. That does.
I gave her the first chance to speak. Hey, listen to all these crackle faces.
What's a
Not really
crackle
sure what to
face?
say.
Yeah, they're crackling because I gave you the first opportunity to speak. Yeah, go ahead, young lady. Let's hear it. What do you have to say?
How much battery did you say you had left on your phone?
You know, if I really wanted to, I could charge my phone over and over again. We can just go around and around. I really don't want to have this discussion with the young lady. I think she's fine anyway. It's the men who fucking don't even want to identify who they have a covenant with.
And we don't even know what the covenant is.
You're a Catholic, dummy.
We're all Catholics, aren't we?
You
Apparently.
believe in the ball spinning. That's who made up the globe. That's who made it up.
How long do you think Catholics have been around?
If you go to the Jesuit fucking university, they tell you the first thing when you enter, they say the Bible's wrong because we live on a spinning ball in space. They teach that to like a first day, like when they get there at college. So yeah, I know what your plan is. I'm not a dummy. And they got a young like crowd that believe the globe. I get it. But you've got to be willing to be, look, intellectually honest enough to just swear who the fuck your covenant that you believe in. What's your covenant? I know you don't believe in Yah and his covenant. I'm telling you, I'm standing in line. I'm volunteering in that line. I got my hand risen way above my head. I'm saying I believe in that covenant. It's a contract with my Heavenly Father. And you all pretty bitches run the fuck away from your own beliefs and your own covenant that you believe in. Now, the young lady was not included. I call all you men who believe in the Catholic Church bitches, because you won't even fucking raise your hand and say, yeah, I believe in the Pope of Rome.
So wait a minute. You've used a derogatory term as a female dog towards the men, but then you call
Yeah,
a
you know
woman in
why I
here a
do?
young
Because
lady
you're
and try to
such
be a
children.
gentleman? That seems like a
Well,
contradiction.
if you want to believe in the globe, we all know who created the globe, dude. It was the Catholic Church, dummy. And you won't even say that you have a covenant with the Catholic Church. That's
And
why I
how long's
call
it?
you bitches.
Yeah,
And you don't even know
Buster.
how long the Catholic
You're
Church has been
cowards.
around
You're
to
cowards.
make that claim.
You're cowards.
Well,
You're
at least
all a
you're not
bunch of
saying
cowards.
bitches anymore.
Hey, look,
Yeah, I
I
don't think we're
love
getting any.
y'all
I
and
don't
his
think we're
words.
getting any questions answered. I
I
think we're just
love
going to get
y'all and his
rambling.
words, and you're all a bunch of Catholic bitches.
Oh, there it is again.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm putting an end to that. I've had about enough.
You've had enough. Oh, we're all going so well.
Wow, that.
I mean, I've had my finger on the trigger the whole time, but I just didn't know how far we could let it go.
That's it.
I was just
Get an
going around in
executive-
circles.
Yeah.
We're just going around in circles. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I've made the executive decision to put an end to that.
Oh,
and that's
thank you.
that.
I know I'm not very. I'm a bit too fair, I think, being a mod, but I do have that power to do whatever. But it
Yeah.
would have just got to a certain point, and then I would have hit the trigger.
Yeah, that's all good. Certainly, we can think of another topic to discuss other than covenants and the Catholic Church.
Yeah, exactly.
Surely, anyone? Don't make me unmute him. Come on.
No, there is there
Think
is
of anything, quick.
there is a debate going on in an hour time between Bebby, who is Blue Marble Science friend, and a Mr. Mike Jones.
Rapper. Interesting.
Apparently, Blue is live streaming it, so should
What is
be.
the main topic of debate?
Buster, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's to do with above and below.
Oh, the simultaneous below?
Something along those lines. I'm not
It was
on
Where's
all the
Wally?
details.
I think it was a Where's Wally meme about rockets, but I don't know.
Yeah, so there was, I think it was Wally. He made the statement that one person can be below another, and another. So you have person A and person B. Person B can be below person A, and then person A can be below person B, given their own perspectives. Essentially, I'm not
Yes.
saying it very well because I am way tired. But that's
Yeah.
essentially the debate.
Yeah, the simultaneous below. Like
Yeah.
like a reciprocal below, like both people can be
Below
I don't know.
relative to each other. That's the point.
Is that come under the same category as people saying that we live down under?
Oh, good question. I don't know.
They're both below each other and at the same elevation at the same time.
I mean, is that obvious?
I think Kosho's lighting up, but I think he said that was it was a while back. The whole the double drop thing was ridiculous sort of thing idea. Oh, never mind.
It might be he's coming through, but it might be that it's very quiet. Kosho, you might have to turn yourself up.
Am I still quiet?
Yeah, Kosho, you
There
are
you go.
quiet, Kosho.
I don't know what the problem is. But I
I
was just
got
saying,
you.
isn't
I got you at 150, and I can barely hear you.
is that better or is that worse or is that the same?
I can hear you.
But
You got young ears.
I have, yes. No, I'm just using in-ear headphones. That's all.
I'm kind of being quiet, but I mean, is that okay?
Well, it is nighttime over there.
Yeah, I'm not at home. I'm at somebody else's house. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, isn't that obvious though? With the two people being below each other, being normal.
I wouldn't say so.
I mean, two people can be to each other's left. That's normal.
Well, that's just like you turn and somebody's to your left.
Yeah. Or two people can be in front of each other. That's normal.
That's reality. Okay.
That's what I mean. That's what it just seems just a different axes, but same thing.
Not necessarily, because when you're talking about two people being below at the simultaneously,
Yeah, below, above, in front of, behind, left, right.
Mm, that seems to be skirting the issue, but I mean, when you turn yourself to the right or left, yeah, someone's to the right of you, someone's to the left of you. But now, when you're talking about below, like if you have something away from you that's below you, like that's measurable. Like you can, in reality, measure something that's below you. But now, if that's something that's below you in the distance, if you go to that point, you can't like say from A to B. If you're at B and you go back to A, you can't say that A's below you also.
If you're if you go to A to B and you look back at A, you can't say A's below you.
Yeah, so if I'm at A and Kosho, you're at B, and I say, Kosho, you're at B, you're below me, I can roll a ball to you, or I can run some water to you and it flows to you. You're at B. Now, if you're at B and you look back at me at A, you can't say, hey, I'm going to roll a ball to you or run some water to you.
Yeah, I guess, but then we'd be talking about two different things, I think, because
No.
no, I mean I think so, because if you're like if somebody says they're below me and they mean that they're in Australia, and I'm in America, I'd be like, okay, I see what you're saying. You're below me, okay. But I wouldn't necessarily say that's the same thing as they're claiming to be at a lower elevation than me. So I would understand those are two different things, and they would have to be specific. Because I would either be thinking of one or the other, and then it's like, oh no, I mean I'm in Australia. Like, oh okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm in Australia, Kosho.
Then you're below me, so to speak.
No, you're below me.
But I think the thing about the water, I think that would just be, like I said, like a different idea of being below somebody, and so you'd have to make a distinction which one you're talking about. And
I mean,
blah, blah.
Well, let's ask this question. Does water flow or can a ball roll?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so that would be like a down. So if I'm at A and you're at B and I roll a ball to you or I pour water and it flows to you, you can't you're at B, Kosho's at B, you can't then say, hey, I'm at B, I'm going to roll it back to you down.
No.
Yeah, right. But it's like if I'm standing there, if I'm standing somewhere and something can be below my feet, meaning if I imagine a horizontal and then I imagine everything below or above that horizontal, I can describe things that way. But I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't say that's the same thing as like something being above or below my level. Because, like I said, those could just be two different ideas, and you don't want to conflate the two because you'd end up with problems like the ones we're having. Like, something can be upside down, like below your feet. It's like upside down compared to you, like somebody in Australia, but necessarily they don't have to be at a different elevation. I think that was the idea of the debate that you're talking about. Like they're at the same elevation. Or Dr. Park said that that's what Wally was saying. Two people at the same elevation, but they're both beneath each other, or they're both. Oh, I remember the term he used. They're both below one another.
That's why this debate's going to be so good.
I don't know. It feels like it could be resolved very quickly.
How so?
I mean, as long as you just make that clear that there's two ways of two things that can be described that way about being below something, and then you just make the distinction and then say, well, yeah, it's true. Something can be below you, as in below your horizontal, or something can be below you, as in at a lower elevation.
Okay.
Those are just two different things.
You just said below your horizontal, right? So if I'm at A and I set up a horizontal, you're at B. Can you, like, if I'm at A, you're at B, we set up a horizontal, point A to point B, shortest distance, straight line. If you are lower, is there any way possible where you could at B turn back and say that I'm at a lower elevation or lower than, like, if you're at B and you're pointing back, is there any possible way that you could say I'm lower than you?
Actually, yeah, I have a friend, and he's actually he's actually Australian, so bear with me. But he is a pilot, and he told me about how he was flying one time and he got on his comms that this person was 100 feet above him, and so he looked out in his sights, and the plane that was 100 feet above him showed up below his line of sight. I forget what you call that. I don't know. Just call it his horizontal. He was below his horizontal, but he was above him. And as he grew closer and closer, the plane actually did go above his plane. And so that would be an example of something that's, he's below the other plane as far as level in altitude, but as far as his horizontal, the other plane was lower.
Okay, now you've brought in the term level. What's level?
It could mean, equally distant from a surface or a point.
Okay, what's horizontal?
It would mean like the opposite of vertical. So,
perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular to vertical.
So level and horizontal are different.
Yeah, for the most part.
So,
though,
could you establish a horizontal from point A to point B?
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, if
could you establish a horizontal? You differentiated between level and horizontal. So, could you establish a horizontal from point A to point B?
If they were on a flat surface and at the same elevation, then yes. Otherwise, no.
Wait, what?
If these two positions were on a flat surface and at the same elevation, then I'd say yes. But and otherwise, no.
No, just in reality. Like, can you establish a horizontal from point A to point B?
And it's horizontal at both points?
Yeah, from point A to point B, can you establish a horizontal?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying no. Unless you're on a flat surface where they're at the same elevation, no, you cannot.
Well, so if you can't establish a horizontal, then how do you know that level and horizontal are different?
Well, for one, you can establish level from point A to point B.
Well, how would you establish level from point A to point B?
Well, if they were the same elevation above the given surface, then that would be level.
So there's no such thing as horizontal?
No, there's horizontal, but it's not at 2 points simultaneously.
You can't establish
Unless
a
you're on a flat
horizontal from a point to point?
Not unless you're on a flat surface.
So only on a flat surface can you do that?
Right, yeah. You can establish a horizontal from point to point, and it'd be horizontal at one of those points, but it wouldn't be horizontal at the other point.
So how would you establish it at one point?
Well, he said you can only establish a horizontal if the surface is flat. So, pretty rough.
Sorry, I had a lot of dogs in. No, what I said was, you can establish a horizontal at 2 points, a single horizontal from 2 points. You can only do this if they're at the same elevation on a flat surface. Otherwise, you couldn't claim that there was horizontal at both positions.
So if people can do this, then it's over a flat surface.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what do surveyors do?
Survey?
With what kind of tools?
Ooh, with the auto lights, auto levels, spirit levels.
Would you say they establish horizontal from one point to another?
They establish horizontals all the time. I wouldn't say it's horizontal from one point to another point, and it also be horizontal at the other point.
So
But
how do they measure elevations if the horizontal from where you are isn't the same as the other side?
typically, don't they measure a horizontal at a single point and then, or are you talking about like planar surveying?
Any kind of surveying you want to talk about.
Well, in planar surveying, they treat a local region as having as a single vertical, even though that's not necessarily the case.
Uh-huh. So if a surveyor can establish horizontal, say 50 meters long, would that mean that the surface under it is flat?
Well, no. If he establishes a horizontal 50 meters and he goes to the other position 50 meters away and he establishes the horizontal and it be the same horizontal, then I'd say, yeah, sure, that was flat. But he's not going to do that.
No, because he would say that the horizontal from where he is stretches 50 meters away.
Well, I think
Yeah,
the
but
real
if he
question
went
is
to that 50
why
meter
set
point,
the
he
tool
wouldn't
up
be
in the first
horizontal.
wait, Kosha, why set the tool up in the first place if it's only horizontal at that point?
Could be useful for tons of
For
reasons.
for like what? Like it
I mean, because you establish a horizontal. I mean, there's plenty of reasons. Don't they do what's it called? Um, differential. They do differential leveling, right? They do that
what
with
would that
horizontals.
be? Like, yeah, but if it's only horizontal at the point where you're at, then why even do any procedure in the first place? Like the differential leveling, or a 2-peg test to see if your tool's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Why if horizontal's only horizontal at one point, why would you even do it
Well, doesn't
all?
differential leveling, doesn't that allow you? First of all, doesn't that work off the principle that they're not the same horizontal?
Well,
So
how
it's
would
like
that be? How would you explain that?
Yeah, that would.
well, no, because if they were using the same horizontal, then the curvature of the Earth would come into play and mess up their measurements. But since they're taking the horizontal from each location, they take the horizontal and then they do forward and back sights and all this kind of stuff. It just tells them the difference in elevation. I
Yeah,
thought
but
that's why they did that.
That's setting up the instrument to read an elevation change. Like,
right?
Why?
That's
Why
what I'm
would
saying. It does that horizontal wouldn't measure that. If they did a single
horizontal
and
wouldn't
then
measure elevation change?
Yeah, if you measured a single horizontal and you kept that horizontal and only used that horizontal and then measured the ground at all these different locations, wouldn't that tell you, in the case of the Earth curving, that would tell you the curvature of the Earth. Whereas if you take the
Well, no, just in reality, if you set up a horizontal, like if you're sighting through a tool, like that's the whole purpose of the tool, is to measure an elevation change.
okay, isn't that true though, that at each of those locations they measure their they measure for they use auto level or whatever it is they're using? Don't they make sure that they're horizontal or vertical?
Yeah. Yeah, the tool, you want to
Right,
set
why
it
would
up
that be
properly.
necessary?
Sorry?
Why would that be necessary? If they measured a horizontal from a single location, and then they took their sticks and they went to the next location and they just measured the sticks and didn't even measure if they were level there, I mean, wouldn't that be the same? Wouldn't they get them the same result if what you're saying is true?
What you
I
said
thought that was the
makes
reason.
no sense.
Okay, so they measure each location. They're measuring that they're horizontal. Their measurements are all horizontal, right? Wouldn't this not be necessary if all their horizontals were the same? Couldn't they just measure one horizontal and then go to each location, take their stick, and just measure where it's intersecting at?
No, it's just about being at one location and using that setup to measure an elevation change within the tool's parameters, like what it's useful for.
Right, but are they establishing a new horizontal at each, or a new vertical at each new position? Like, let's say they do like 10 runs or whatever, 10, what's it called, four sides, back sides, or whatever. Aren't they establishing verticals at each of those?
Are they?
I thought they were, yeah.
How are they establishing a vertical?
Well, don't they take their tool, the auto level?
No, the auto level sights to what you need to sight to.
Yeah, right. But don't they make sure that it's level though? Otherwise, I mean,
Yeah, the
they're not
tool.
changing the angle.
Yeah, the tool would be level, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. And so they
Yeah,
take it to each.
it'd be, that you'd level your tool so that you make sure it's horizontal.
Yeah, right. But if you were,
Yeah.
if you measured a single, so if you didn't need to do that, or if each of the horizontals were the same, you could just take one horizontal, point it to some stick, you measure, I don't know, 12 on the stick, and then you go to that point, and then you go and you measure wherever that's pointed to.
Well, but that's what they do. They set the tool up properly and they measure to a measuring rod to measure an elevation change.
I guess what I'm saying is that, to me, that makes sense if you're measuring the elevation change, which they are.
Agreed.
That's how you prove it's not flat, Kosho.
Say what?
Said that's how you prove it's not flat.
Well, no, that's how you measure the horizontal without the curvature becoming, getting in the way or whatever. And I guess that would work the same in both cases, actually. If you were, if you're on a globe and you're measuring elevation, it would give you just that. And if you're on a plane measuring elevation, it would do just that. So yeah.
For me, if you're using a tool and that was the whole point of this conversation, was that, like, we're talking about the Betty and Mike debate the simultaneous below. Like if you set your tool up and you sight to something and you can measure something that's below, you can't take your tool to that point, measure back and measure below again, surely.
Why not?
Like, well, how would that be possible?
So if you measure horizontal, just like we just discussed, if you measure horizontal at both locations, uh, you could be pointed at, and it's like at 10 inches or whatever, 10 feet from what you're pointing it at, and you get to that point, and you're below 10 feet, you're like 6 feet tall, and you're
But-
also says 10 feet.
So you
on his
could
side.
actually physically measure that distance below the horizontal,
Yeah, sure.
and then
Yeah,
you
we-
could set your
we
instrument
using
up.
that method.
That measurement, you could measure that below that horizontal. You could measure it below, and then you could set your instrument up to shoot back.
Right, yeah.
And what would happen
it
if you
makes
shot
sense.
back?
Yeah, I mean, it should, like, if both your sights were like 5 feet, let's say they're 5 feet, and you shot them, and from either side, it was taller than 5 feet, that would give you that, effect, right? Like if you were at 5 feet and you point it at the other guy, and it goes up to like his 5.5 feet thing on his stick, and then he points it at yours, and it's at your 5.5 feet on yours.
So it's like a double drop.
What do you mean double drop?
Well, if I've set my instrument up and I can measure down, and then you could set your instrument up and shoot back at me and measure down also.
Right, yeah. Like that story I was telling you about the
That's like
pilot.
is that geometrically sound?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what if you sighted to vertical?
If you set it to vertical, you'd be looking straight up.
No. Sorry. Like in the instrument, you've got crosshair, right?
Oh,
Not just horizontal. You've got a vertical crosshair.
All right, okay.
Yep. So you sight to that. Like, let's say you hang, plumb bob, right? That's easy.
Oh, yeah. And you just sighted each other's vertical?
Yeah, so like you got a vertical crosshair. You've set your instrument up properly. You're sighting to the string of a plumb bob. Lines up right.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Like, so what if that same vertical, somebody's 90 degrees from it, sets up their instrument, a different instrument, sights to it. It lines up, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
I would totally agree with you. Like, that's a geometrically sound. Like, you set your instrument up, you've got your horizontal crosshair, vertical crosshair, you've sighted to a plumb bob, and then somebody 90 degrees to you sights to that same plumb bob. It lines up perfect. That's geometrically sound.
Yeah, the vertical component, yeah, if you crosshair, yeah.
Yep. Awesome.
So you measure it and then I've seen a video like this before.
Well, if that's not a problem, like if you have no problem with that, then why would you think that you'd get a simultaneous drop? from both sightings. If you don't have a problem with a person
That's
that
the definition of a plumb bob. You drop the object, it falls in the direction of where gravity is. That's the plumb bob.
it's just a plumb bob. It's just a string. You hang it.
Yeah, but by definition, it has to have. If you drop it, that's the line. That's the perpendicular line
Yeah.
from each ground. And
Well,
you
just from an instrument, you would the instrument, if you set it up properly, you've got your horizontal and vertical crosshair.
yeah, and then you should. So you use that instrument and you look at the other plumb bob. And I forgot what I forgot the other process or stuff. I had to try it or something, but it's some geometry thing. It's a simple thing. It
It's just
shows
perpendicular.
yeah, you'll see that it's that we don't live on a flat plane. That's what it measures.
No. Just like sighting to, in reality, if you have an instrument and you sight to that string of that plumb bob, you've set your instrument up properly, it would match up. I mean, Kosho even agreed.
Yeah. If you're facing it, yeah.
Yeah.
If you measure it, yeah.
Yeah, and then
It wouldn't
somebody,
be. It would measure not flat.
I don't even get why you would even say that. Like, what that got to do with it?
I mean, why are you talking about this?
Well, we're just trying to work out geometric principles within doing these certain things. You know, like the debate that's coming up is about simultaneous below.
You might have to explain that.
Well, I don't want to take away from what's coming. It's a whole "Where's Wally's" meme about rockets, and I don't even know. Like, I definitely don't need to be the person speaking on that part of it.
Sorry, where's Wally's rocket videos?
There you
I just
go,
joined. Sorry.
Roofy.
Yeah,
Take it away.
they don't become visible until they're
There
like
we go.
till they're like 20 k's above the launch, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So why are they not visible?
I don't know.
Because the Earth's a globe, and there's a huge hump of Earth in the way.
So you're
You're
going with the hump. So if you have the hump, like you'd have like a simultaneous below.
Or a simultaneous
Tell
what?
him, Root. Below.
Yeah,
Cat's typing on my keyboard.
if you're at A and you have your horizontal
yes,
pointing out, and the person at B has their horizontal,
right.
You're both below. It's a simultaneous below.
Right. Well done.
There
You're
you
learning.
go. Nice.
It's like I've just asked Bev in the chat.
Sounds ridiculous.
Well, again, I've asked Bev how many years he's been in this game for, and he still doesn't get it.
What game?
How many years have you been in this, Bev?
This isn't a game.
Oh, it is for you.
I mean, how long have I been on Discord?
Sure.
I don't know, about 4 or 5 years. It'll say on my bio.
Yeah. You still don't understand that people have different horizontals?
Well, there's different horizontals. I understand that. It's level that we study, though.
Right.
I think the thing that's sort of being asked, though, right? I've got a picture here that Kosho gave us a bit ago. Kosho, you might be able to remember that, but it's sort of that A and B.
Yeah, neither one of them's horizontal to the observer.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, Can A be below B at the same time as B being below A?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Thank you. This is perfect. This is just what I was talking to Buster about.
Yeah.
Simultaneous below.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yeah.
All it needed was a picture, and they're good at diagrams and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know that Kosho did say that both of the lines are horizontal, though.
Yes.
See, there you go. Both of them are horizontal.
Although you've done a pretty poor job with A, I've got to say, Kosho.
No. Hey, this is
Should be in the middle, shouldn't it?
I got better drawing.
Yeah. in the middle, right, Ruhif? For next time, for anybody else watching, always put the intersection in the center.
There's a video about
not
this.
to one side.
Does anybody have a link?
Bev doesn't need a video.
What you mean for Kosho's picture?
For the well, he hasn't posted on the.
Where Kosho was asking which line's horizontal.
Oh
and it was a trick question because it was actually both
shut
of
up.
them.
He's interested in the debate, it sounds like.
Yeah, sorry. I should have not be talking about it.
Can't even talk here because you keep fucking running your mouth.
Who? Sorry, who is that? Somebody. So should somebody not be talking? Who was that? Was that a moderator?
That was Shadow. Come on, speak
Shadow.
up, Shadow.
Who can't be talking round here? Is there some rules or something? Go on, Shadow, speak up.
Anybody that consistently interrupts and not allows others to speak is a low-life piece of shit. And that's all I'm going to say here. Yeah.
Good. Do you not speak often? I know I don't. I've not been around for a bit.
Yeah, I was just asking Emma why she was in here, not at your place.
I haven't got a place.
Oh, Emma's place then. All right.
Did she come over here to do the A and B thing?
No.
Oh,
No, I didn't.
DP plug time.
I didn't get a chance. We were talking about covenants and things far more interesting.
Yes.
I think I heard you talking a bit earlier about elevation changes. Is that Kosho? You know that there are elevation changes at LIGO, don't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, is that on are those horizontal arms? Or
They're straight arms.
straight, yeah. But there's an elevation change.
Right. Do you know
So
if you plot that on a graph, what shape you get?
The curved one,
Yeah.
the blue marble.
You get a curved elevation profile for a straight tube.
Didn't you say they were straight?
Yes, the tubes are straight, but the elevation profile, if you graph the distance versus the elevation, it is a curve. What does that tell you, Bev? Super reaction.
Elevation changes
Yes.
and a curve, but you want to say it's straight. That's contradictory. I'd say
straight.
that's a contradiction.
Tubes are straight. If you were to graph the elevation of that tube, that graph will be a curve.
Yeah, but
Yeah, blue marble says it's horizontal change in elevation. Is that? Would you go along with that?
I'm done, Bev.
Would you go along with that though? You graphing a elevation changes of a straight line.
You give up so easily, Rufy.
He does, doesn't he?
Bev, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you get away from that?
What's the elevation measured in relation to?
Distance.
Sea level.
And the tube straight.
So what does that make sea level, Bev.
Changing.
Curved.
Oh, sea level's measured as an average. It's mean. It's a mean sea level at a point.
Thanks, Bev.
Points can curve.
Points
I think
can
it's gotten
curve.
nicer over the years.
Points don't curve.
Points don't curve. Sorry, I
Yeah.
misheard you.
Is that Jimbo?
Yeah, it's me.
Want to take over? But I mean, is that what you were getting at, Ruhif? That the plotting elevation changes of a straight line on a elevation profile shows a curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the
So-
tubes are straight.
As Blue Marble says, horizontal changing elevation. So is that what you think? That a straight line that changes elevation that gets mapped as a curve is actually a horizontal in reality? So that would make LIGO arms horizontal, wouldn't it? Have we not got any surveyors in here, globe surveyors? Is there any? Have they all
Well,
gone?
we did go over the vertical thing. Kosho was cool with the geometric principles of setting up your instrument and sliding to vertical.
And a change in the vertical, right? Obviously, elevation change.
Well, there was a little gray area there, but like as far as the vertical goes, sighting to it, no problem.
We measure the elevation changes, though, don't we? That's how you can tell above and below.
Yeah, I mean, I said that too, but some discrepancies.
Well, let's say I'm only a little fella, about 5 foot, and then Buster, say he's a big strapping guy, 6 foot, right? Now
You missed my little dig in that video, Bev.
you would say that
add on Bev's observer height of 3 feet.
Buster's
That's a
above.
fucking cracker.
Yeah, but Buster would be above, at least his head, anyway, wouldn't it? His feet, we wouldn't know about that, but his head would be above, and I would be below.
Yeah, we kind of went over that too, because I was like, you could have water running or a ball rolling down, but you can't from A to B, point A to point B, but you can't simultaneously have B to A as the ball rolling down also, or the water running down. So you can't have both. Like if you sighted to me and I'm 6 foot and you're 5 foot, like that's a slope. You can't sight back and have, I mean, it can't be the opposite.
Maybe you're really just 5 foot tall, Buster.
Could be.
Could we be the same height? Possibly. Because then, you never know. Hey, you wouldn't be able to take the piss out of people's height, would you? If actually measuring a vertical change meant the same elevation. There'd be no point taking the piss out of smaller people, because small wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Love you.
I love you too.
Thank you, Bob Pumpkin. Do you want to see who I'm loving on? Come here, Scar. Come here. Oh, you'll move it off. There's the baby. Say hi.
Woof woof.
There we go.
What kind of dog
I
do you
can't speak, dog.
Yeah.
I'll teach you sometime, Terry. kind of dog do you have, Riv?
That is a Brussels Griffin, and we are getting another one next week, which will make 3 Brussels Griffin and 1 Jack Russell Pug, and a cat. Where's the cat?
Oh, now a cat.
Cats are cool. Pugs.
That's okay. You're pretty quiet tonight, Kosho. There you go. 155%.
Keep saying that.
Oh no, I've got him
I'm
at
not home.
200%.
Yeah, I'm not at
Stick
home.
your
I don't know if
stick
it's
your
my mic or
microphone in
what.
your mouth. That might be better.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. That's a
Or
lot
close
better.
to my mic. Okay.
I think
Well, that's
yours
better.
is far away. It is better. I've got turned you up as well.
You don't like German Shepherds, Riv?
No, too big.
Yeah. But Yorkies.
Yeah. Brussels Griffin, Pug, that sort of shit. I'll post the little puppy we're getting next week on track.
What do you think of
Pugs
border
are the
collies?
worst.
Yeah.
I'd border
Border
collie.
collies are cool.
Where are we? Live stream 1 text. There we go. Where's that little baby?
So we worked out who's on
There
the
we go.
level or who's horizontal.
There we go. There's our puppy that we get next week in the chat.
What, that exact one or one that looks like that?
No, that one.
That one there. Okay. And it's not the runt of the litter.
No.
Yeah, I found another one. See that?
Mm.
I don't know.
Does anyone understand that scribble?
Sort of similar to Kosho's, isn't it?
Yeah.
Working on a theme.
You'll get there one day, Bev. Or maybe you won't. I don't know.
Get to the bottom of it, don't worry.
That's a cute puppy.
Yeah. We're going to call it Gretel, I think.
Okay. Ugly dogs, ugly.
How did you land on that one?
Wifey's wanted a Gretel for a while because we do a bit of eroticism in the house.
Yep.
So she'll be Gwettel or Gwetsky. My Whittle Gwetsky.
Do you usually talk about your dogs in these chats?
Sure.
Nice.
TV.
Everybody loves dogs.
It's true.
And if you don't, you should.
No problem with dogs.
We went to a cat cafe the other day as well. That was pretty cool. Let me see if I can post a cat cafe photo.
What do the cats usually order?
There you go, in the chat. There's like 14 cats in the room. And you just chill out on the lounge and they come and chill out with you.
Well, my allergy would certainly kick in with that amount of cats.
Yes.
Here's a question from Blue Marble Science that says a similar thing.
I don't think that's a question. I think that's your question, Bev.
No, that's Blue Marble Science.
I'm pretty sure Bev knows why there's 8 minutes of excess.
I don't know. Blue Marble Science was asking the question.
Yeah. I think he knows the answer though, Bev. Do you know the answer?
I don't know. Has he put it on a bit on the tilt to one side, a bit like Kosho? Yeah. You told Kosho off for.
Yeah.
Looks like it to me.
Hey,
Love you too,
what if you cited to a plumb bob and then you had Ranty with the auto level you paid for, and he was 90 degrees to you citing to the same plumb bob?
I had to turn you up as well. Say it again.
What if you were sighting to a plumb bob
Yep.
string to crosshair, and the auto level you paid for Ranty, and he was 90 degrees from you to the same plumb bob sighting to it? What would you imagine would happen?
Am I shooting to like the hanging weight? Like which part of the
Yeah, just a
line am I
plumb
shooting
bob,
to?
just plumb bob string. Simple.
Okay. You have to draw it, I think.
I mean, you set you know how to set an instrument up properly.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So you sight
2 peg
to
test.
You sight to a plumb bob string.
Right.
Goal posts.
Yeah, goalposts are good.
So
Buildings are good.
somebody walks up and goes, "Hey, I've got an instrument too," and you say, "Hey, great." You go 90 degrees from me to the plumb bob, and you sight to it also.
You
What
could
would happen?
you could like measure it or do Pythagoras, right? Couldn't you, to make sure that you were at right angles?
Well, that too.
Yeah. Put the plumb bob there, right in the corner where the right angle is.
Yep.
And then
I mean,
you
that-
go 3, and the other guy can go 4. Ranty, get Ranty's. No, wait a minute. You walk 4. You better safer off.
They
Ranty would love the 3.
They love orthogonal views, so let's just do it's orthogonal.
But what's the point of this observation?
Just answer the question.
You'd see the plumb bob.
Yeah, you would. You're at you're at your instrument. Now what about the guy that's
Parallel. It'd be parallel, wouldn't it? Or at least. 'Cause it'd be like covering the crosshair. Definitely the same vertical. You could imagine it in the same vertical plane, couldn't you?
Yeah. I don't know. If you want to draw it, fine. But yeah, not really interested.
Of course, you're not interested.
Yeah.
It's okay. Get it. I get it.
Is there a mod here?
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Is there a mod here that can give me stream privileges? I'll draw it.
Just do it on the picture.
What I mean,
You could
I just
do it
was
plan,
wondering,
couldn't you?
Like, Ruhif's all about looking through an instrument. You got your crosshair, horizontal, vertical crosshair in your instrument. You're sighting to a vertical. Now, somebody that's 90 degrees to you with the same instrument sighting to the same vertical, what happens?
Let's see.
In the crosshair.
Right. And then what?
Oh, I'm good.
I'm asking you, then what?
They see it.
There you go. Check
Anyway,
this out.
Jimbo's going to draw it.
Check this out.
Give me a second.
Use Kosho's water level thing. I had that in a bit ago.
Yeah.
But have you still got that one, Kosho? Get the guys to mark it. I
Right.
did it quicker than you. Don't worry about it. That's not this vertical one.
Oh, here we go.
All right, what are you saying? What are you saying, Buster? What do you want me to
We
do?
gotta look. We're looking top down, right?
A person has this is in reality. Of course, it's a thought experiment.
Mm-hmm.
So in reality, you have an instrument. You've set it up properly so that you know that in your crosshair in the instrument, it's set up, horizontal and vertical crosshair. It's right.
Yep.
Now,
2-peg test.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the 2-peg test. You could look forward at something, shoot back, foresight, backsight, but you sight to a vertical.
So let's start with
We've got an auto level, right?
So you've started with a plumb bob, right?
Yep.
So we got a plumb bob.
Yep.
Yeah.
We
So this
looking top down, or what are we doing?
Are we looking top down or from the side?
You're the one throwing it.
It's through the instrument. You're looking through the instrument.
Oh, you want to look through the instrument?
Yeah.
Okay. That I don't know if I'm going to draw that. That might be above my abilities.
Yeah, that might be a bit hard on this.
I thought we were going to do like a plumb bob like
it is
this.
a bit tough.
Right, and then a person over here.
Well,
and then a person over here,
you have
right?
you have one plumb bob.
Yep.
Just
so
one.
we have this. This is our plumb bob right here.
But let's say you have 2 people with instruments.
Yep.
So one person's sighting to it.
Okay.
They've set their instrument up properly.
Yep. So where have they set it up?
Just at a distance away where they can sight to that that
Right.
vertical.
But then you said the other guy's 90 degrees to him, so we've got to do
Yeah,
a top-down view, right?
You said
Yeah,
you
you
said
need a
90
plan.
degrees.
Yeah.
You need a plan view to start off with. Do it
Well,
like
you could-
an L.
yeah.
Like, let's say
could do that.
LIGO. You could use LIGO,
So-
couldn't you?
So
As an
do you
example.
mean
could,
90
yeah.
degrees? Which way? So say this is side on. So this is up, and this is down. Yeah.
I've not watched
Right.
your
Or
stream,
do you
sorry.
mean 90 degrees vertically, or do you mean 90 degrees from above?
Are you
gotta do
you
top-down.
look down on it like a plan? Have you know plan view?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm asking you to clarify.
So,
So
like,
do
Yeah, you-
do a
say
right
the
angle like LIGO.
Right. So
Yeah,
we've got so this is this is our plumb bob, and it's going into the screen, right? So we're looking
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
down, right? And then we have person number 1 over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we go 4 this way. Person number 2 over here, and this is going to be 90 degrees. Is that
There
what
you
you're saying?
go.
That's it.
Right.
Perfect.
Got some skills.
Nice.
Yep. Now what? What else are we describing?
All right. Well, that's a plan view.
Yep.
Great. Has anybody got any objections to this?
No, these are auto levels, right? So we're just shooting horizontally.
Yeah, just whatever instrument you could set up properly with crosshairs in the scope.
But horizontally. An
In
auto
an
level.
instrument, right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, auto level, right.
So what are we
Perfect.
measuring?
Well, let's name one person shooting to that vertical A and one B.
Okay, this is going to be Ruhif.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, if he's okay with that.
You lost a bit of weight there, Rue.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and this can be Buster.
Ah, perfect. Okay, I like this. Ruhif, you've set your instrument up properly. You know how to set one up properly, right?
Yes.
Are you sight to that vertical?
Right.
Does it match up in your crosshair, the vertical crosshair?
Yes.
All right, I've set
I'm
mine up
shooting.
properly.
I'm shooting to a line, right? I'm shooting at some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a plumb bob. It's just anything.
No.
Yeah.
No. We're talking about
The
sighting
fuck
to a
is
vertical.
this?
Hmm?
We're sighting to a vertical.
What are you guys talking about?
Okay, but I'm just sighting to some point on that string, right?
Let's just look over here, right?
No.
So just
A
quickly,
vertical.
Have you never seen the split vertical hair?
Yes.
So this is
That's
our plumb
because
bob.
you can get a line, a vertical, right in the middle, and you're not blocking it. You have
Understand,
that
Bev.
split, so you can actually do this. This is what Buster's talking about. So you're sighting the plumb bob.
The actual weight hanging on the string, right?
No,
No?
the plumb bob string, the line.
Which part
the
of it?
straight line. You don't think that a plumb bob string is
Part of it.
straight?
It's straight. Which part of it am I sighting to?
The
He can look, he can look anywhere along here, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right,
but I'm
so
looking
what's your point?
horizontally.
So are we looking horizontal or are we looking somewhere?
Have you set your instrument up properly?
Yes.
All right, you sighting the string of the plumb bob.
Okay, I'm hitting the string at some random point. Okay.
Have you never seen through the a sighting instrument like that?
Yes,
Like you can
yes, I
get
have,
to
Bev.
see up and down, don't you? You don't
Right,
just get to
but we're
see.
shooting horizontally, so I'm just hitting some random point on the string, right? Unless I've
You can
lined it
basically,
up
I think,
with the
as
actual
far
weight.
as this is concerned, you can completely forget about the horizontal crosshair. We're talking about the vertical. You are sighting the vertical, not a horizontal.
So the other
The
person's
line.
lowering and raising the plumb bob until you say, "I can see the string through the auto level."
Yeah, the
Lower and
string.
raising it.
Look, the string of the plumb bob will line up with the crosshair. I mean, well wait.
Yeah.
I would say the string of the plumb bob would line up with the vertical crosshair.
It'd be the other way around, actually.
Yeah, but at some random point on that string.
No,
Wherever
you
horizontal
have-
intersects it.
Wait a minute. You have a vertical crosshair in your sight.
I'm shooting
hold on.
horizontally, right? My
Has-
horizontal will intersect that string at some At
Has
some height.
Ruhif,
Wait,
has
does your
Ruhif
instrument?
set the angle here? Is this what angle is this? What
That's
angle is
that's
that
at
one?
that's at the theodolite. The theodolite is
Yep.
square vertically. Yes.
Right.
He
Just
said
at an auto level.
he said he set his
Auto level.
instrument
Yeah.
up
This is
properly.
horizontal.
Yeah.
So this
Yep.
is a horizontal
Yes. Yes. Yes.
line. Okay.
He's
Okay.
citing to a vertical.
It's gonna get difficult. I know you're ECV.
Yeah, it's
fight it.
okay. You cite to another vertical.
Right.
Because you
but
have a
my
vertical
horizontal line of sight intersects that string at some random point. No?
Does your instrument have a vertical
Wow.
crosshair?
A vertical. It has a crosshair. It's a cross. I don't know what you mean by a vertical
Okay,
crosshair.
well, hold on.
You don't know what I
So-
mean by
so-
vertical crosshair?
A cross. It's vertical and horizontal. My
Yeah,
auto
so you
level
have a vertical,
shoots
you have a horizontal
horizontally.
line and a vertical line, right?
Jeez, this is getting elaborate. So this is
Yeah.
this is looking through our
You didn't rub that out, did you? You were doing fine.
no, it's all
Yeah,
here.
you
Oh,
made
there
it
you go.
great.
Oh, that fancy.
Just moving around. So
Ruhif's
this is
the only
this
one
is
that's
us
having the
looking through our
problem with
thing.
like knowing there's a vertical crosshair. I don't know.
No,
what
no.
the
So we got a
problem is.
crosshair. I'm gonna do this.
Put it right in the center of the circle. Yeah.
Let's do this. Actually, that was a bit shit. Let's not do that this way.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
I'll agree with you.
Hold on. So we got.
Do you
we
want me
got
to get
our-
an actual picture of the ones that can actually cite these? Because you can't just think of a normal.
Wait a minute though. Ruhif has looked through an auto level. I think he bought himself a theodolite. Like that
Yes.
there's crosshair in it.
Right.
I don't
What's
think
the
we're
cro-
arguing the fact that there's a crosshair in it.
I think Ruhif has a problem with a vertical crosshair.
Why?
I don't
Why
know.
do you
He
think
doesn't want to
not,
admit
not
that
why
there's
is
a
there
vertical
not
cross.
why does he why is there a problem? I'm asking
No,
why you think
we'd
there's
have
a
to
problem
ask
with that.
him. He doesn't want to admit there's a vertical crosshair.
What do you mean a vertical crosshair? There is a crosshair in the middle. What do you mean a vertical crosshair? It's a
Do you
cross.
mean
Yeah,
the
there's
vertical
two
line?
there's two lines to a crosshair: the vertical and the horizontal
Are
line.
you really
Right.
So
having
you're
this big a
talking
problem
about
with
you're
calling
you're
ECV,
talking about
innit?
this line
I
here,
know,
yeah?
Yeah.
That line. Why is that line important?
Wow. Because we're citing a plumb bob, Ruhif.
Right.
It's really fucking weird.
Really
Right.
weird.
We do that by pointing the auto level at it, right? But the important thing is the horizontal. So where does the
So-
horizontal intersect the plumb bob?
Can
This
you
horizontal
hang-
line here, we can't move this up and down because we've set
But
set
you
up
can move the
our
plumb bob up
Why
and
is,
down.
why is the important thing the horizontal when citing
That's
plumb
what
bobs?
fucking
because that
auto
we need
level
to know
does.
where
the
the
vertical
well, we
that
need
indicates the
to know
vertical
where.
angle.
Wow,
Yeah.
this is
bit indicates the
confusing.
vertical angle.
It is.
We need
So-
to know where you're positioning the vertical plumb bob because you're going to have it lower, higher, halfway.
It's in the sights.
You
Right.
cite
No, the
to
plumb bob.
Yeah.
Where you're going to
Are you-
put in
are you
this position the
literally-
vertical plumb bob?
How long's this plumb bob? How long's this
The
plumb
plumb
bob?
bob-
About 30
the plumb
meters
bob-
in length?
Are
Can
you
be down
guys
there.
here all the time?
Well, the plumb bob
Is
can
this
be
that
Are we
hard to
talking-
do?
The-
He's
How long
drawing
have
it-
you guys been in this arena? Come on, be serious
Hang on.
now.
Are we
Are
simply
you
talking about
struggling to
pointing the
understand citing a plumb bob?
He's drawing
Are you
it in
simply
paint.
talking
He's
about
literally
pointing?
doing it in paint right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you simply talking about pointing the auto level at the plumb bob and lining
Yes.
it up? Okay, for fuck's sake. All right, continue.
Okay, well, hold on. So is
Do you
the
realise Blues versus the video, the debate is on?
So hold on. You've said this angle between vertical, the angle from vertical at Ruhif's sight line is 90 degrees, right?
Which way is down?
Is that
You
true?
guys are struggling with it. It looks like you guys might need
I'm
to
not
know.
asking you. I'm asking Buster.
plumb bob.
He's Ruhif citing a plumb bob. Is it lining up with his crosshair?
Sure.
He can
Yes.
make it line up, but that doesn't mean that this angle is 90 degrees.
What?
So before I asked everybody what this angle was.
It should be 90 degrees if the
Because you've
auto
set it
level
up.
is
Yeah, yeah.
set.
You've set it
Well,
up.
if it's
Yeah.
90 degrees, well, if the plumb bob is higher or lower, it's gonna move where it hangs, right? And it
Wait
doesn't
a
have
minute.
to be
Wait a
90
minute.
degrees here.
You're missing an aspect. I come in with my auto level.
Yep.
I set it up properly. I'll even
Okay,
say
presuming You guys
So
set this up
what's
properly.
properly?
Let's move on.
What's properly in this situation? What do you mean specifically when you say my theodolite has been set up properly? What does that mean?
So it's an auto level. It's much easier to do a 2-peg test to check for calibration. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, like you set an instrument up properly and you sight to that.
You keep saying properly. I want you to tell me what properly means.
Okay.
Just go to the left picture and let's move on. So we've got Buster and me looking at the at this plumb bob, which doesn't need to be a plumb bob. What's the point?
It doesn't need to be a plumb bob. Well, that was my thing that you're sighting to a plumb bob string. You have a vertical crosshair. There's a component in your instrument. You set it up properly so that you know that you're perpendicular. It's horizontal. It's vertical at that point, that place where you set your instrument up. You sighted to that plumb bob. Now I've done the same thing. Now I'm willing to say you can come over and check my instrument, and you can I'm saying, Ruhif, you come over to me and say, make sure I've set this up properly. Now I'm going to sight to that same vertical.
Are we both just shooting at some random point along the string?
We're shooting. You have a vertical crosshair in your
I
instrument.
understand, but my horizontal will intersect that string at some point.
The plumb bob is vertical, right?
I understand, but my line of sight, which is horizontal, will intersect that string at some point. Do you understand?
Yeah.
There's no need to get aggressive, Ruhif, I think.
I've said it
No,
5 times now.
we're just trying to clarify whereabouts we're looking at the string on the plumb bob.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and do a watch party of Blue Marble. You not watching your compatriots because he's defending Wally's paradox, isn't he? This is going to
please go and do that, please, Bev.
I will do. See you later, guys.
See you, Bev. Have
Thanks for
fun.
the chat.
So, Buster, please get to the point.
Well. So, okay. So let me just clarify. So at Buster's auto level is horizontal where he is, and he's looking towards the plumb bob over here. And Ruhif's is the same. This is horizontal, set up horizontal where Ruhif is, and we're both looking at the plumb bob. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Cool.
Is he like looking at the plump of like zero height? Is he like crouched
We don't
on
know.
prone
He won't-
position?
He won't say what height, whether the height's important. Get to your fucking point, Buster. Hurry up.
If you're going to be ugly about it, then whatever.
No, you gotta be truthful about this.
I am being truthful. Like the
Buster
plumb bob
looking.
Wait. The plumb bob string. Can you make it any length that you want?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what does it matter what the height is?
Well, what's the point of having an
I'm
auto
talking
level?
about the height.
Wait a minute. Hang on.
The individual looking at the plumb bob.
Shadow. Stop. Ruhif. If you sight to that plumb bob, is your vertical crosshair going to line up with that plumb bob?
With the string, yes. I'm just pointing it at it, right? But yes.
Okay, you said yes. Now,
yes.
I'm going to let you come over to my auto level and check that I've set it up properly. Is my crosshair going to line up with that plumb bob?
Yes.
String. Okay, fine. That's it. Job done.
That's it?
The string only.
That's it?
That's it.
Just the string.
That's it. Now you guys have a think about it, and I'm gonna go watch the watch party too. That's it.
Maybe you have a think about it.
No, that's a geometric principle. You've set your instrument
Right.
properly. You've got your vertical. It lines up with that plumb bob string.
Yep.
I've set mine up 90 degrees from it. The vertical
Right.
crosshair.
Do you not understand why that is the case?
Yeah, it's geometric principles. Yeah.
Right, but do you understand why, from both observers 90 degrees apart, that it will still be completely vertical? Do you understand why?
So
yeah, geometric principles, Euclidean.
What is this, Buster? What
Okay,
is this?
but on a
tell us?
globe, do you understand? Do you understand why they would be on a globe?
No, just in reality, that's how it works.
Right, but do you understand why on a globe they would still be they would still appear vertical in your crosshairs in your?
You can say appear all you want, but in reality, that vertical crosshair is going to line up with that plumb bob.
I'll ask a third time, Buster. Do you understand why on a globe they would appear vertical from both viewing positions? Do you understand?
No, I do not.
No. Okay. It's
That-
because
that-
you and I are effectively in the plane of that plumb bob. We're effectively leaning a little bit backwards, right? So the plumb bob is kind of leaning a little bit away from us. It's still vertical.
So not geometrically sound. So you didn't set your
It
instrument
is
up
geometrically sound on a globe. I can't believe you think
wait
this is a
so hang on.
fuck.
So I can quote you on saying that if you set your instrument up properly and you're pointing to the plumb bob, you're both leaning. The instrument.
Well, no, in the plane of the plumb bob, you're leaning backwards, right? But in your sort of frame of reference, it's leaning away from you.
So
and that
both,
happens for
so
both observers.
me and you are leaning away from it.
In the plane of the plumb bob, yes, but we're on our own verticals, right? So for both of us, the plumb bob is leaning away.
Nice.
For both of us. Do you understand?
Well, you'd have to prove that.
Do you understand that it works on a globe?
You'd have to prove that.
Trying to think of a way. I'm trying to think of a way I can draw this, but I can't draw it 3D
Yeah.
well enough.
If you think it's a problem on the globe, if you think it's a problem for the globe, go away and have a think about it.
You can do whatever you want on the globe, like just go for it. But
Yeah,
if
but
you're
if you think it's a
sighting to that
problem-
plumb bob, we're both 90 degrees from it, and it lines
Right.
up. Then if you're, I don't know.
Okay, if you think it's a problem, you need to go away and think about it.
I don't have to think about it. I've seen it done practically for
I
years.
understand, but do you understand that it's not a problem on a globe?
I know I've seen that.
I understand
procedure.
you may have seen it in reality. Please answer the question that I'm asking you. Do you understand that this is not a problem if we live on a globe?
You can
Have
live
you?
wherever you
Oh,
want to.
Jesus Christ,
Buster,
dude.
have you got something straight near to you right now? Something really straight that you can just hold in your hand, like a pen or something.
Is it difficult to answer questions, Buster? You seem to have great difficulty.
I don't have problem answering questions at all.
So can you answer the question? Do you understand that this is not a problem if we live on a globe?
I understand that it's a problem if there's a contradiction.
Okay, do you think there's a contradiction?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to go away and think about it and come back when you figured it out.
I don't have to think about it. I've seen it done practically in reality.
I understand that you've seen it done in reality.
That procedure, I've seen it
Holy
done
shit,
in
dude.
reality.
That procedure on a globe would work.
I've seen that procedure done in reality.
Yeah, it's fine.
I understand.
Wait,
Works
way
on globe.
larger than a LIGO.
Yeah, understand, Boston. I understand that you've seen it in reality. You think it's a problem for a globe. I'm telling you it's not. You need to go away and have a think about it and come back when you figured it out.
I don't. The geometric principles stand as that is. You're
Right.
the one that's saying it's different than the geometric principles.
Yeah,
No,
like I
it's
said,
not.
go away and think about
You'd
it.
have to prove
It's
that
not different to geometric principles. This is fine. Have you
Go
got like
read
a
the
ruler?
sacred texts and
Have you
come
got like
back,
a
Get a
ruler?
basketball.
Have
Just
you
get a
got ruler
basketball.
handy?
You got a basketball, Buster?
No, I'm not even joking. Have you got like a ruler near you or a pen or something straight?
I have rulers. I have a compass. I have straight edge.
Grab
I
the
have all that
ruler.
stuff.
Grab the ruler, and
Yep.
hold it up vertically in front of you.
Yeah.
And now tilt it away from you.
Wait a minute. Okay, tilt it away, right? All right. So I've tilted it like you're saying. I'm tilting that vertical away. Is that what you're implying?
Yep. So hold the ruler up vertical
All right,
and then
hang on.
tilt it away from you.
Hang on. Now, Ruhif is looking at that same ruler tilting away. He's looking at the same one.
I'm going to go get
Is
a
he
ball.
gonna see, is he
Seriously.
going to see that ruler tilting away?
It's tilting away from him.
Wait, so it's tilting away from me and Ruhif at the same time?
Yeah,
At a
different
90-degree
ways,
angle?
because your guys' positions are different relative to the thing, right?
Yeah, so I'm looking at a ruler tilting away from me, but Ruhif is 90 degrees from the same that same point, but it's tilting away from him 90 degrees.
Yep.
How is
But
that
it's
possible?
tilting because it's tilting the way that you are moving away. So if you move this way, it tilts away from you, right? And if Ruhif moves this way, it tilts away from him. The thing hasn't hasn't moved. The fact that you have moved, the
Yeah,
person moving
that-
is the thing causing the tilting.
That ruler in reality is sitting there. It's a plumb bob string. So you're
I know.
saying that it's tilting away from me, but Ruhif should be sighting to it, seeing it tilting away from me, but you're saying it's tilting away from him
No,
simultaneously.
you both see it tilting away
Can
from
you see
me.
my screen?
There you go, Ruhif will show it to you.
This is the plumb bob.
You guys are screwed.
Nah,
This is the
man.
plumb bob. Can you see my screen, Buster? My camera.
Yes.
Okay. Plumb bob is vertical. I've got one guy over here sighting
Yeah.
to the plumb bob. Does he see it straight?
It's tilting away from him.
Right. Does he see it straight? Is the question.
Okay.
Yes.
He's looking through an auto level,
Yep.
pointing up.
Okay. Yep. Does he see the plumb bob straight? Vertical.
In the crosshair.
For fuck's sake, Buster. They're not difficult questions. Does he see it straight? Vertical.
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent. This guy, does he see it straight?
You're still have
Does,
a problem.
Buster, does he see it straight? Simple question.
You're still having a problem with
Does
the elevation
he
change.
see it straight?
Is he going to look up? Now see
We,
your
we talked. I asked you 5 times at what point does my horizontal intersect the plumb bob, and you wouldn't answer. Does he see it straight? Yes or no?
All right, well then go back to where
Right. Does he see it
points-
straight?
go back to where you were saying where it points at the vertical, that point.
Does he see it straight? Just a simple question. You said yes for this one. Does this guy see it straight?
I'm going back to where your original question was that you pointed out what point on the vertical.
Okay. Does he see it straight? Very simple question.
I'm going back to your original question
Yeah,
that you
okay.
pointed out in the very beginning.
There we go.
On the point, you're still going to have a problem.
I wonder if this
Yeah,
works
I
on like
just made this in
Google
Blender.
SketchUp or
I
something.
didn't fucking save it.
The answer is yes. They both see it straight, vertical. They don't really know that it's tilted back. Yes, they both see it straight. It's not a problem. Like, seriously, do it yourself, Buster. Get your fucking
You've only
basketball.
solved one problem because initially you said at what point on the horizontal. So
Yeah.
you still
I've
have
asked
to
you
solve
5
that
times.
problem.
Yeah. What's the problem? You never answered the question. At what point does my horizontal intersect that plumb bob? At some random point on the string or
Yeah,
somewhere
that's
else?
why you have an elevation change. That's why you have a measuring rod to measure the
Okay.
elevation change.
And what's the problem that we're having?
Well, you still have a problem with the person pointing it at the vertical measure. Like, let's say you got a measuring rod there.
Mm-hmm.
That person that's pointing at it, it's perfectly vertical, 90 degrees from it, pointing at the same measuring
Right,
rod,
so the
vertical.
The measuring rod's tilted backwards a little bit, right? Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why would the measuring rod be tilted backward?
Relative to the auto level, it is.
Well, yeah, but somebody 90 degrees shooting at the same measuring rod, it's tilting away from them
Yes.
simultaneously?
Do I have to get up my ball again?
Well, who's tilting?
They all have their own verticals. All
Wait,
3 points
on the
have their own
ball,
verticals.
Go back to your thing again.
One
The
second.
ball. Who's tilting? Is the vertical tilting or is the auto level tilting?
They're all vertical in their own place, right? But they're all tilting away from
It's
each other.
tilting depending on the distance that they're. How far apart are they?
Yeah, but you still have to measure an elevation change.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Do we agree that where there's no problem, this guy sees it straight and that guy sees it straight as well?
Well, to be honest, you don't, because if they look away from each other, you can detect the angle change as well.
No, it's tilting perfectly backwards to you, perfectly in that straight line.
Okay.
So this
now you're
guy
talking
sees
to
it
me?
straight.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. This guy
It's
sees
okay.
it straight. That guy sees it straight. They both see it straight. Do you understand, Buster?
That is what you accept as seeing straight. I don't accept
Again,
that.
so like Jimbo said 5 minutes ago, so hold a ruler up, tilt it a little bit backwards. Is it still straight?
It's tilted.
Is it
You
still
said yes.
straight vertical?
Well,
how hard is this? Jesus Christ!
It's not vertical compared to your instrument.
I understand it's tilted back, yes, but it's still lining up with that what you call a vertical crosshair. It's still lining up with it, right?
Well, let's say you had a square. How would you imagine you would match up doing the like what you're talking about? How would you match up a square back at the same point?
I don't
So
know
if
what
you
you
started if you started at one corner of a square,
mean.
and you were sighting those verticals.
Right.
Let's say you have you have your verticals, and you have to go 90 degrees from that one starting point corner, and then you have two more corners, and then you have to meet up at the end corner of your square. How would you imagine that would work?
In terms of elevation?
No, just in terms of sighting a vertical.
Did you? Oh, fuck.
I do this every day, Ruhiv.
Okay.
I've seen it done.
You're
Like,
terribly
I've
bad at your
seen-
job then.
Sorry?
You're very bad at your job. If you
I
don't
didn't do
understand this,
I do understand this. I was amazed when I saw it done. I saw surveyors keep benchmarks just sighting to verticals, starting at one point of a square. They went in a 8.6 mile square,
right,
and matched up at the other corner adjacent to it, and were
matched
only
elevations. So they closed off at the same elevation. Yes?
No, it just followed the seam of coal. They were only worried about the verticals. So that they were sighting. The guy, I asked him, I was like, dude, that was amazing. You guys were so close, matched up in that 8.6 mile square.
Yeah, to closing the loop at the same elevation, right?
No.
That's what you're talking about?
No,
Then
they
what
were
the
just
fuck are you
sighting to
talking about?
verticals. They were just sighting to verticals.
I'm gonna try and 3D model this. Hold on.
You'd have to tell me how your tilting verticals would explain sighting to plumb bobs in an 8.6 mile square. How they did that? Like, what was?
Well, again, do you want me to turn my camera on again and show you that they don't tilt left to right? They just tilt backwards from you. They stay vertical.
No, but these guys sighted to verticals,
right,
over and over and over and over.
Yep.
In a square, and then when it matched up, when we met underground, they were like spot on.
Yep. You did nothing with elevations?
No, you don't.
Then what's the problem?
They were just sighting to verticals.
Okay. Do you understand that's not a problem on a globe? Or do I need to fucking show you my balls again?
They were all, like, they even call them on the maps parallels.
Okay.
Northwest parallel.
How long are we going to keep going with this?
Yeah, this is fucking insane.
Just the same thing for the past fucking hour. Actually,
hey, you know what? Hey, you guys go ahead. Shadow, you go ahead with Ruif.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Oh man, is he gone?
He said he was gonna leave, and they kept on, and then you guys kept.
Oh,
God,
sorry.
this has
Didn't know
been
that.
too long.
I was just. Fuck's sake.
Well, I think I get it. because I just drew it on my whiteboard. It's actually not hard. Are you talking about two plump blobs that are like looking like straight at each other?
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
auto levels. Yeah, Jimbo had it drawn up.
Yeah, I don't think there would be.
I'm
If
just
you
trying
measure
to.
the angle, if you measure the two angles between the angle between looking at it and the plump up, well, maybe I have to draw it. So you know what I'm talking about. At those two angles, they would not be 180 degrees.
Oh, if you
I
did a
believe they
spherical
would.
axis, man.
I think they would be less. I think they'd be a little less. Presuming we're talking about the same thing.
Are you talking about spherical axis? Like in a triangle on a sphere?
No, I have to draw it. I'm tired. Somebody's gonna have to draw it.
Give me 2
Then I can
seconds. I'm nearly there.
Sweet. I'll use Jimbo.
How do you do a revolve? I just need to know.
I saw a video about this and then I kind of forgot and then I looked up the video on YouTube. I couldn't find it and then I did this on my whiteboard and then I figured it out again. Actually, Rufus, you helped a bit. All you have to do is just all you have to do is show them far apart and looking at each other. That's all I needed to know.
You had great difficulty answering very simple, direct questions.
How was your day, guys?
Lovely. Lovely.
Actually, I had a weird day. Off topic, but I won't speak too much about this. I got back on the show a long time ago, and then I drank 3 bottles of Coke, and I really felt it. I really felt like a brain fog, the effect of it. And then I saw a MIT lecture about sugars being experimented on rats, and there is a drastic difference. Their intelligence level of rats goes down. I can say that sugar does affect your motivation level. It does affect your mood, and I would argue that it's actually a demonic thing. Sounds crazy, but I believe that's true. So there's something about the sugar that really affects people's attitude, a lot more things than just motivation. Wanted to share that.
I was quite enjoying Jimbo's Photoshop, or what's it called, CAD, whatever.
I'm waiting for Jimbo to
It's just like a drawing app. Yeah, I gotta learn how to revolve something in SketchUp. I don't have a friggin' CAD package anymore. Gone.
Just use a mouse and Windows Paint or whatever the fuck. That's
Nah,
all you need.
because I'm trying to do it in 3D and I can't do that by hand. It's not accurate enough to explain what's going on.
You're drawing shit that you can't even draw 3D.
Not accurately. I can do shitty sketches in 3D, but I can't do an.
Then do the shitty sketches.
No, because it needs to be precise if we're gonna talk about what Buster was talking about.
Well, we can just communicate. It's fine. We don't really need to be that precise here.
He said it had nothing to do with elevation, so I was like, what the fuck was the point of that?
I don't know what you guys were talking about most of the time. I still probably don't. I always lose track of the conversation. Maybe I'm just a retard, or maybe the conversation is just retarded.
Why won't you change axes, you fuck?
You can't.
Just use fucking Task Manager and close the fucking program down and restart it. Just hurry up. Jesus Christ, you're taking too long.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I think this might have to do. So.
You're not screen sharing.
I'm sorry if I'm breathing on the mic. I'm really trying not to breathe on it.
Okay. Is this gonna work? we've got the circle and 3 lines. So he seemed to be caught up in the idea that this thing being lining up perfectly on a theodolite could not be possible with this thing also lining up.
I hear audio on the video.
Theodolite. That we don't need. Shut up. That's how to do a revolve in this software. So all we've got is a circle.
What am I? Wait. What am I looking at? Am I looking at the Earth, or I'm looking at some circle in the plumb equipment crap thing?
So old mate was talking about having a plumb bob here on this vertical line, and then having someone somewhere over here looking here.
Okay, you don't need to be 3D for that. You can do that in 2D.
I can do that in 2D, but then when I switch over to here, like this, on a different pair of axes and line those
Hey,
up,
how many plumb bobs are there total? Are there 3?
One plumb bob, 3 points. So there's a point.
That's all I need then. Okay. 1 plumb bob and 3 points.
So there's like a dude standing here at this point.
I can visualize this.
Yeah.
And there's the
dude standing there.
Are the points like a height of the Earth, or they're directly at the surface, or whatever?